Abawaste, Danse, Anin, Oki, Etlenete.
Welcome to Treaty 6 territory and homeland to the Métis Nation.
Treaty 6 territory is home to many indigenous peoples, the Nehewak, Nitisapi, Métis Michif, Nakota Sioux, Dene, Inuit,
and many others whose footsteps that walk these lands.
So to wow,
Tanshe,
Abawaste.
Welcome to Indigenous Lands.
TGS and NorQuest College acknowledges that we are located on Treaty 6 territory and respects the histories, languages, and cultures of First Nations, Métis, Inuit, and all First Peoples of Canada, whose presence continues to enrich our vibrant community. All right, everyone, welcome to day 2 of the NorQuest Esports series featuring League of Legends. We're into the playoff portion of our Contenders division. I'm your play-by-play for the day. I'm joined by Random Minion Caster. How you doing, my dude?
Doing great. Glad to be back in Contenders here and playoffs as well. So these are the top half of the teams pretty much that came into the Contenders division. And from what we saw yesterday, today should be packed with some really good action here.
Yeah, definitely. We saw some great games out of Glaive Per yesterday, and we're to get to see them once again here in our quarterfinals, which is a best-of-1 quarterfinals. So a lot of pressure on a single game. They're going to be up against Exonerated on the other side, which, they've played a really strong tournament up to now too as well.
Sure, Exonerated has only dropped one game. We did not see them on stream yesterday, but we did see them. Actually, they beat one of the teams that we did see on stream yesterday, PG Dropouts. And PG Dropouts' only loss was to this team of Exonerated here. So, I mean, against Glaive Purpur here, it should be definitely an interesting game.
Yeah, we're into the pick ban here as we're getting Ari banned on one side. But yeah, I'm very excited for that. Yeah, hearing that they beat PG Dropouts yesterday, who I thought were going to run the table, to be completely honest, with the performance that we saw out of them, makes me really excited for what they could potentially do here. And Glaive Purpur, they're a team that lost to PG Dropouts. So in the whole transitive properties things, they should lose this game, but we have seen how well this team can possibly play when they can get ahead. If they get clonk ronk zonk on something that they like, it is very, very plausible for them to run this table.
And the other thing too is for this exonerated team, I've heard that they don't necessarily play the most meta champions in the game. So I'm super excited to see. And Pro Draft is already done. So yeah, we'll actually see them locking in. These will be where the champions are going. So that is a Tryndamere talk, speaking of non-meta champions here. And I feel like anytime you see a Tryndamere one trick, you gotta be scared.
Yeah, exactly. Especially with a name like Noob Slayer and you're locking the Tryndamere. Like, it's just amazing. That's what I'm expecting out of this. So yeah, they're speed running this draft a little bit because again, they already kind of did the pro draft. So we're actually just discovering where people are going specifically. So we do see that Syndra. It's going to be a Syndra versus Tristana mid. You and I had a little bit of talk about it off air, this matchup specifically. But why don't you talk about it a little bit to the people at home?
For sure. So Tristana right now, super meta, really strong early first pick. You can flex them mid or into the ADC position, even occasionally top side. And the strength of that Tristana is that early explosive damage. You run that hill of blades with the explosive shot, with the rocket jump in, and you can catch a lot of people unaware. You can chunk down like 60, 70% of their health in one full rotation here. But the Tristana, of course, does have weaknesses. There's no champion that's incredibly OP, has to be pick banned right away here. And Tristana, no different. Syndra can counter that at level 2. Once you get that Scatter of the Weak, if Tristana puts an explosive shot, you just scatter the weak, and all of a sudden Tristana has to burn that rocket jump if they want to get the attacks down, and they don't get that bonus damage from that. So you can actually out-trade the Tristana, and I really like the Syndra counter pick that came out.
Yeah, and the other thing you're now seeing here, you're seeing the bot lanes being locked in as well. You got a Lucian Zyra versus the Jin Thresh. Now, Jin Thresh, yeah, a pretty standard thing. Whatever. Lucian Zyra, why do you think they decided to pull this pick out right now?
Damage. When you pick Zyra, you pick her for, well, 2 reasons, but the main one being damage here. It's like a brand bot lane, except with the CC, which is the second reason here. Once you put that Strangle Thorns down, it becomes so hard to engage. And when we look at what is coming through for the side of Glaive Purpur, Cho'Gath needs to get in there, Lilia needs to get in there. The Strangle Thorns radius is so big that Jin can't comfortably get up to auto attack unless the members here of Exonerated actually step into that Strangle Thorns area.
Yeah, and that could potentially be really rough. And it was kind of cool. Like, obviously, we because we kind of just went through the draft the way we did, but we saw the pro draft. Lucian was drafted fairly early in the draft. It's like, okay, Lucian mid. This is what's kind of set up. And then they kind of flipped the script to here. They grabbed that Zyra there, and then they grabbed the Syndra. So we're like, oh, are they gonna do double AP bot? Is Lucian gonna stay mid? They obviously decided to keep the Syndra mid because they locked Tristana on the other side. Because like you said, that little bit of that lane counter with the Scatter of the Weak is there. So I really like that kind of style of draft, playing around with your flex picks, so that when the other team picks certain things, they go, okay, well, we now know because you locked in Jin, you're going to put that Tristana mid, so we can flip these guys around, and that's great. So that all these kind of lane things kind of going on with them, because this is a very much a win lane win game kind of game for the red side here.
Oh, for sure. You picked the Tryndamere.
Yeah.
You might not win early, but you do have to win that 1v1 split push here. And actually, like the Tryndamere pick into the Cho'Gath, it was the last pick for Exonerated here. So it is their idea of a counter pick to this Cho'Gath, and Cho'Gath gets incredibly tanky in the late game. It's very, very hard to deal with them, even in the 1v1, because the damage does scale off their max health. But Tryndamere, you build a Blade of the Ruined King, you can go toe-to-toe. Lord Dominic's as well if you want, just to be able to hack through that Cho'Gath a little bit more. You can heal the match. You can always spin away from that Rupture as well. If they Pharaoh Scream at you, you just shout right back. It's a pretty good counter match there.
Yeah, it is certainly good stuff. So while we're waiting for a spectator delay, I do want to give a shout out to one of our sponsors for the tournament, which is NorQuest themselves. Did you know NorQuest College has a growing esports scene, from Rocket League, Super Smash Bros, all the way to Valorant and League of Legends? Their community server is a host to many of this and more. So what are you waiting for? Join the NorQuest community at the link in the panel below the stream. It's an awesome community. It's great to join this kind of stuff. It makes tournaments like this happen. The atmosphere wanting to be created by NorQuest is super, super great, and I'm happy to see another community growing here in Edmonton. Not here. I'm in Winnipeg, to be fair, but but
Close enough.
you know what I mean. But yeah, so back to the game. So yeah, we basically have kind of maybe on one side, we have on the blue side here with Glaive Purpur a little bit more like generic, like they have a good team fight. They can go front to back really well, and have like that kind of like Tristana backline damage, Jin backline damage there too with them. So how do you think this plays out? Because right now you have this very big split push threat in Tryndamere. How do you actually play around that? Because you know in solo queue, sometimes it feels like that Tryndamere split pushing, we just can't do anything. If we go to Tryndamere, he just gets out. If we fight them, Tryndamere takes 3 towers. So like, how do you actually play in it in a more organized atmosphere like this?
I think for the side of Glaive Purpur, they go bowling because they basically need to force some sort of initiation here. So Glaive Purpur's composition is fairly standard, but standard is standard for a reason. It's usually a good composition. You've got a mix of magical, you've got a mix of physical, you've got a bit of initiation. And I like the fact that they're running double ADC as well, because should they ever find the kills, should they get to a lane, yes, Tryndamere split push as well, but you will not be able to match the speed of a Tristana in a side lane pushing, much less a Tristana and Jin hammering away at a turret here. So they just need to go look for that engage. And when you look at what the Exonerated brings to the table, the one criticism I have with their composition is an utter lack of tanks here. You've got the Hecarim as a tank, kind of as an initiate tank, but it's exactly that, an initiate tank. If you get engaged upon here, you're relying very heavily on that Scatter the Weak, on that Stranglethorns to try and disengage. And it's a little bit risky here to be relying so heavily on just those big cooldown spells.
Yeah, I think, sorry, I think I lost your audio to me there again for a second, random. But last time that happened, the stream heard it. So I'm assuming that's still the same case. But anyway, yeah, we're going to be able to jump into this game right away. It'll be a good one. It'll be very interesting to see how it's played out. Because again, we kind of yesterday had like a lot of relatively standard stuff, like still exciting games, exciting gameplay and all that. But we didn't get any of that really crazy spice. And I think we got a pretty spicy draft put together by Exonerate. And again, it's not like just like a team just playing this YOLO, because again, this is the team that beat very, very strong teams to get to this point, to get to this quarterfinal. So, you know, they're very, very high skilled players, and they wouldn't just, you know, in a best of one quarterfinal, just pull out a YOLO picks that don't do anything. I'm excited to see how they played and how they play around with it here, because it is certainly something I wasn't expecting. I wasn't expecting to see Tryndamere today. I wasn't expecting to see a Zyra today. As someone who used to play a lot of Zyra in solo queue, I love to see it today, and I'm excited for how this game plays out for sure.
And I'm glad you brought up the fact that we are in playoffs quarterfinals here, best of one. And what we had yesterday was the Swiss format. So to a certain extent, losing a game early or late kind of was less relevant. But now that you're in the playoffs, there's no more safety here. We're into single elimination. If you lose, you're out. And because this is a best of one, it's that much dicier here. The surprise factor, the cheese that Exonerated is bringing to the table, I think is a double-edged blade. Cheese can catch people off guard, and I like it because it's unexpected. It forces the other team to have to adapt, to think in maybe non-standard ways that they're not used to thinking in. But they're also non-meta for a reason, usually because they have huge fatal flaws. They can be exploited here. We talked a little bit about the win lane, win game strength of this composition, but the other side is true as well. The converse, if you fall behind, it might be a little difficult for you to come back in. There's a lot of pick potential from this composition, but they are also very squishy, and they themselves can get picked.
Yeah, and Glaive Purpur has shown to be a team that is willing to play patient and not get themselves in a little trouble. Yeah, they'll give up a little bit of CS here and there. Maybe that means you get priority here and there for maybe the first couple of dragons, but we've seen them play a game where like they're okay with giving up a couple of dragons for when they're strong enough to start team fighting you and you can't fight back because their composition can't fight back against theirs. And I think Glaive Purpur know that. They recognize that. They probably talked about that during the loading screen, or are like ready to go for this game with that. So it really just kind of comes down to, I said this a bunch of times yesterday, how these teams execute into it, because I love the draft from Exonerated, and I think it's super cool, especially like again with a best of one. It's not like, okay, game one we'll try this crazy thing. If it doesn't work, well, we have game two to come back into the game. But there's none of that. It's we believe in this, so we're gonna pull it out, because that's normally what you do in a best of one. elimination match, you generally speaking just pull out your best stuff because that's what you should do.
Yeah.
And this might be Exonerated's best stuff, so it could be potentially be really exciting for sure.
And I think too that just because of the picks, we are going to see quite a bit of action here. The Tristana usually does signal early aggression. Same thing with the Lucian coming through. And even if early on we don't see right away action, even if we don't see that level 1 invade, which we might not because it is a best of 1 here, at level 6, immediately it's going to get spicy. Cho'Gath gets Feast and Tryndamere gets the Undying Rage as well. That sort of fight is going to be very interesting because it's a battle of nerves as well, right? Like Tryndamere has to watch out. If you do get low, do you press at R? Do you wait? And Klong Krong Zonk on this Cho'Gath as well, if you time it right, you can feast a Tryndamere before they have a chance to go Undying.
Yeah.
And you just instantly pop them as well. Yesterday, when we saw that Cho'Gath, we realized at some point that basically the feast did, was it 60%, 50% of AD carry's health here?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
it'll get to that point as well, you know, where
Yeah.
Klong Krong Zonk walks up and Noob Slayer has to respect that health threshold here.
Certainly. And just to update you folks at home, the reason we're not in the game yet, there's a little bit of technical difficulties, so we're kind of sorting those through. But in the meantime, you get to watch me and random maincaster just talk with each other for a little bit, get to see our lovely faces for a little bit longer. But yeah, I really like the Cho'Gath pick, and it's funny. We were just talking off air about I have a buddy who's kind of one-tricking Cho'Gath lately because it's been really fun. We even did what they did in the LEC, if you were watching that just before this, with the Senna Cho'Gath bot lane, because that feast is so impactful. And if you can find a way, if you have enough CC to set it up, or Klong Krong Zonk to just walk up to someone, like maybe Vark hits a W that roots someone, Trivia Boy hits a death sentence, and then Klong Krong Zonk just walks up to an AD carry or Syndra and just eats them. It can be very impactful, but they do have a decent amount of peel on the other side too, of course. Lucian can dash away, Zyra can use Stranglethorn, scatter the weak from Syndra. All of these things can be used to kind of just like push Klong Krong Zonk back. So it's going to be kind of this play of like, can you push back the giant beast? Because that giant beast gets really big and infinitely scales and can definitely just take over the game in this. And I've been waiting in every game we've watched actually of Glaive for Per. I was noting like, hey, Klong Krong Zonk usually takes over games and makes it about him, and that hasn't happened yet. And now that it's quarterfinal time, that's what I'm looking for out of this team. Yeah, you have the Tristana mid, which that can carry the game. Of course, you have lots of other things that carry the game, but for this team specifically, just from what I've seen of this team this past, I look to the top lane to see the carry there, and he's got a lot of responsibility going against Tryndamere.
I feel a little bit bad for Klong Krong Zonk because in all the games we've cast for Glaive Purpose so far, it feels like they banned the Kled. Klonk gets put on a sort of more defensive, weak-sided champion. And then you keep running into strong-side champions. Like this game, you're running against a Tryndamere here. It's like, okay, you know, what are we going to do against a Tryndamere, right? Like, as the Cho'Gath, normally you kind of want to skill up a little bit in the early and then, you know, look to sort of take over after. But in this case, you can't even do that because the Tryndamere skills up too.
All right, we're finally on the Rift, folks. Once again, if you're just tuning in, it is quarterfinals. It's a best of 1 quarterfinals. After this, best of 3 start. So right now, it's win or go home. Glaive Per versus Exonerated.
We might get a little bit of level 1 action here. It's not exactly a coordinated invade, but no.
Yeah. They got a little bit of that ward. I always, honestly, like, it's a little thing. I love this ward level 1. It just actually provides you with a decent amount of information of where the red side jungler is going to go right up top. And we are getting some action here. New player is in the middle of it. POS is going to W in. One more auto will do it. They take him down. Baby Powder's got first blood, but can they trade it right back? They have rooted up Klong Krong Zonk, who gets taken down by Ayukura. It goes on forward. They're going to get POS now, too, as well. So it ends up being a 2-for-1 for Exonerated, as Kazuo is just going to walk out of that one. And there we go. Our spicy level 1 fight that we've been waiting for all weekend is finally happening.
Wasn't the invade. Didn't need to be an invade, though. The teams are scrappy. They're ready to go. I am so happy. Usually best of 1s they play conservatively, but nope, they go right into it. And it felt like, okay, Noob Slayer overextended a little bit, gave up the first blood, and things were looking good for Glaive, except for the fact that Glaive did not rotate their full team up. Unfortunately, Vark and Trivia Boy weren't part of that fight, so Exonerated able to fire back, though. Kitsuo, that's really dangerous here.
Yeah, kills on the Syndra, kills on the Zyra, and Zyra's a champion that when they get ahead, it feels unfair that the support does so much damage, so just definitely keep tracking that. They do get another root over here on Trivia Boy, while Corgi and Vark are trading with each other there, so... Oh, yeah, this is a fast start to the day, and this is what we want, man. We gotta wake up. I was talking about earlier off-cast about how I maybe didn't have enough coffee. These guys are waking me up already. I don't even need the coffee. We're good to go.
Yeah, and for Exonerated, they are primed here as well. No matter who gets kills, it's going to be good for them. Because literally every single player right now can carry. A Zyra support is not like your traditional support where you kind of have to back up your other player. No, Zyra can take over a game. Has been seen in the mid lane because of the damage they can do. Same thing with Ayakura here. She picked up an early kill as well in that fight. So it's going to be even tougher for POS now in that mid lane.
Yeah, that puts a tough situation because the Tristana goes, oh, now I got to deal with this. I already have to deal with this Syndra, which is already kind of a little bit of a bad lane for me. Now I got to deal with Syndra, who just has extra gold to start off this whole thing. It's certainly rough, and of course the other part of it is Ayakura's got a good, decent mini freeze here too as well. So if they can kind of maintain this, Ayakura basically can have control of this lane.
Kitsuo as well, gone back already, picked up that pair of boots. And honestly, that really rough first clear was, I think, the most dangerous portion of the game for Kitsuo. And now that Kitsuo is back up a par...
There's a nice death sentence, but Vark not quite ready to follow up yet. But ends up winning basically the trade for that. So definitely track that, because as much as we're talking about this, Zyra does so much damage. Zyra's also like the squishiest player in the game, or champion in the game. So... and I think that's still... Well, actually, Yuumi might be squishier now. But anyway, either way, still very squishy champion.
Yeah, and Yuumi isn't in this particular game, so at least on the Rift right now,
exactly.
Lex Alive does have to be very, very careful, or that name could be very, very wrong. And I'm looking at the junglers right now to try and kick some action off somewhere, because when you've got so many squishy lanes, and the top lane, even though they're not squishy, has been trading a lot, so their health bars have been dipping quite low here. You've got a lot of options to get a quick snowball going for these four-legged junglers.
Yeah, there is certainly somewhere where they need to kind of get going here. And if we do a quick CS check here, hey, you're at 4 minutes and 30 seconds, we are seeing Noob Slayer with the advantage there in the top lane right now, pulling that off fairly well. Both of them still kind of have their teleports to do anything with. Kronk actually went back and bought some extra armor, so that will potentially help them in their lane here. But yeah, they're behind right now, and again, that's something that you got to keep in check. Like, Tryndamere is one of those champions that just completely warps games.
Yeah, I mean, literally the ult alone warps all of the entire playstyle, right? Like, he's not actually low when he looks like he's low. And on top of that too, I'm just thinking of the potential teleports coming through. I mean, usually when you see like a damage style top laner, it's like, okay, the flank's not quite as scary. Like, oh, it's like a Lucian flank. Oh, speaking of flanks,
here we go. Lucian with the bush. Kitsuo goes for the lane gang. Can Kronk get out of this? He will also have to deal with Lex Alive on the other side, even if he makes it to the tower. But he won't even make it that far. Kitsuo will secure the kill.
Oh, where did Lex even come from? Like, that's insane. Normally, yes, you see your supports go back and they start roaming immediately, but usually it's into the mid lane, not the top side here. But this time, Lex Alive is supporting the jungler of all places with that TP from Klonk Grong Zong. This is a little risky here.
Yeah, Baby Powder is going to fight 1v2 here. Trivia Boy is coming to help it as well, and so is POS and Klonk. So they got the flank over here, and Lex Alive, where are you going to be able to go with this? They're silenced up too. They're knocked up. They can't go anywhere. POS will secure that kill.
And as you mentioned, that Zyra very, very squishy. If you're going in like that, you need backup. But unfortunately, Kitsuo kind of left Lex Alive for dead. And so that's a little bit of a rough kill to give over. But in the grand scheme of things, you traded 1 for 1. And because you did pull Trivia Boy out, Corgi Dorgi is doing perfectly fine in the 1v1. Is up in terms of pressure here.
Yeah, certainly, and he's going to continue getting this pressure up here. Vark is going to do their best to try to secure all that under the turret, but it's Jhin, one of the hardest champions to secure CS under the turret, because of course you have to reload. It just makes it difficult potentially there until your Q is strong enough to clear a whole wave, but whole backline of the wave rather. But at this point, it's not. So they do a pretty decent job, but here comes the rest of the team. Vark forces back off here. We're seeing Baby Powder come in for the flank, but Corgi Dorgy's the one gonna apply a ton of damage. So now 3 members here are low for Glaive Per. The dive is ready in place. Kitsuro's gonna jump in. First one to die is Vark. Corgi Dorgy picks up that one. The hook will be hit onto Kitsuro, who will take additional couple tower shots, and POS will come in here, secure one, get a W reset, go for another. Wants to take down Lex Alive. One more auto attack will get the double kill. POS now 3-1-1.
They gotta go fast, but Kitsuro wasn't fast enough. There were no minions left, so the moment they start that dive, they were taking turret aggro, and Kitsuro is the tankiest member on that dive. And I say tankiest with a huge question mark because they have barely over 1,000 health, 1,159, and that's after the last base as well. So risky, and POS getting the double kill. You completely managed to bounce back from that rough early lane you had when Ayakura. She picked up an early kill as well. So now it's really looking like Glaive Preferred starting to bounce back. They're in a good position here, at least from their point of view. We can see that there is still a bit of a gold discrepancy here. So should be interesting the next fights when the teams think they're even.
Yeah, exactly. And it's always one thing to note, like, yeah, we obviously see this number 1,000. We obviously don't get that in game. For them, they probably feel like, yeah, okay, we're just even now. We have a fed Tristana. Like that probably signals to yourself that you're like, you feel like you're ahead anyway. So, and again, with like gold getting onto that one carry, that's absolutely huge. Now they're ahead of the Syndra instead of behind, like we kind of started off with. A little bit of a fight in the jungle over here as Baby Powder's got into trouble. Kitsuo picks that one up.
I want to point out the timing as well, that interaction between Hecarim and Lilia, which is why I personally don't really like Lilia into Hecarim, is the onslaught of shadows kind of negated the Lilting Lullaby.
That's a nice route by Lex Live. We'll secure the kill for Corgi Dorgy. Gonna use the ultimate from the Lucian to poke out Vark and force him to back up. And yeah, they're just gonna continue pushing this lane. Tons of priority in this lane in the bot side.
Wow, that damage that comes out. I don't think Vark's safe down here right now, but they are backing off, so we'll be A-okay. And I want to go back to that point about the onslaught of shadows into the Lilting Lullaby there. You can apparently onslaught of shadows while you're asleep.
Oh, did not realize that. Clunk Rong Zonk did not realize people were coming to kill him. 2 members on top of him. He's trying to get the knockoff off. New player actually plays around that very, very well and then picks up the kill. He's got a first kill for himself in this game.
That's going to be answered across the map by Baby Powder on this dragon. You see Kitsuo top side. Obviously, that signals the dragon. Herald did actually go over to Noob Slayer, who started that one up there. So a trade of objectives and Exonerated continuing to stay, I feel like, a little bit ahead just as Vapor was catching back up.
Here's a nice little dragon picked up by Glaive Per, so at least they get that for themselves. Infernal Drake will be the next one. That was a Cloud Drake they just grabbed. And Rift Herald being used by the Tryndamere. So again, that snowball that ends up happening is starting now.
Oh yeah, that's super, super scary. Right now, as a quick gold check right now, Noob Slayer is up over 2,000 gold from Clunk Rong Zonk and 2 levels.
Yeah, trying to fight him, but exactly 2 levels up in front of him. Like you were saying before, that ultimate makes that health bar not really that low. So he's willing to make these trades, willing to help the Rift Herald get to the tier 2 turret, and is still fighting up with him for some of the CS, but he'll finally back off.
That was Feast used by Clunk Rong Zonk. The Undying Rage didn't even need to get used by Noob Slayer, so it's almost like Clunk Rong Zonk right now is just trying to push back Noob Slayer. It's not even about the kills, it's just about trying to get the pressure. When you're pushed into your turret, when they're in such a gankable position, it's very unfortunate that you have no way of really punishing that overextending Tryndamere.
Yeah, and that's why it's such a scary pick to get it on someone who knows how to play that champion, knows its limits there. So do a quick gold check. We have 3,000 gold lead for Exonerated. So the earlier when I was saying Exonerated had 1,000 where it felt even, it probably doesn't feel even now after the last few kills. So right now, Glaive Per are going to be playing a little bit of catch-up to that. But again, as we touched on kind of during Champion Select, this is that compensation that theoretically does scale better and can get into that late game and just be able to team fight much, much better if they kind of can get to that. Meanwhile, they are trying to slow down this Tryndamere. They get a 2v1 over here, but they are going to use the Undying Rage, and they're just trying to CC him up so that they can finally feast them out. Clunk Rong Zonk piece up that kill, and that is huge.
Well played. That is exactly what you need to do to that overextending Tryndamere right now. Yes, Noob Slayer is incredibly fed, but the rest of the team is not there. So if you can rotate, you can punish, well, you can definitely come back in.
Oh, yeah, POS has got himself in a fight with Kitsuo. He's just trying to get out of there using everything. Flash, Gale Force, W, does get out of it in the end. So impressive stuff by POS.
They lived, and that's the important part for now. The POS has to be a little bit careful. The Unleashed power is still available here for Ayukura, so there we go.
Yeah, let's see it. Do they press R? But takes a ton of damage in the meantime. POS down to about 100 HP. Actually levels up. Will get themselves enough HP to get them out of there. So, well, they get out of there, but they are going to lose a bunch of minions still for the effort. Baby Powder just trying to deal with Kitsuo in their own jungle.
The thing, John, is that sometimes highlight reel plays look really, really nice, but they're there because you kind of messed up. POS should have backed, didn't back. Either way, you were going to lose those CS numbers. But, I mean, considering that there really wasn't anything left for POS to burn, it's okay. It's kind of worth. And Noob Slayer here.
Yeah,
losing the trade?
Just chasing him down. Noob Slayer does not have Undying Range available, so that's why they're not sticking around for the fight. So they get out of there in time, though. Let's Clonk Song pick up a few more minion kills for themselves.
No mythic yet, no real significant lifesteal. I think once we see Blade of the Ruin King come through, or even maybe after the first mythic with the lifesteal, that fight, you'd probably see Noob Slayer turn it on even without the Undying Rage here.
Yeah, it'll be crazy to kind of see what the man with big sword is going to be able to do throughout this game. Clonk Song clearly just trying to do their best to keep them in check, and that's kind of been their role throughout this whole tournament, is trying to keep the other top laners in check right now. But we get into a little bit of a lull state. We do have a dragon spawning up here in a minute, 50 seconds about, and we're going to see some people set up for it right now. They're going to get priority right now in the bot lane.
With this lull state here, yes, Glaive Purper's team composition actually does need a bit of time to sort of catch back up, and once they are later into the game, it'll feel much more comfortable for them because they're all squishy. But in the immediate future here, they're still a little bit on the back foot. The sheer amount of damage that can be unleashed by Exonerated in the short term from levels without necessarily completed items is a little bit higher here. This Gale Force Tristana needs time to get the damage off. Same with Vark, has not completed the first mythic. And you contrast that to Corgi Dorgi, who on this Lucian, rushing that Essence Reaver first means they have a higher damage number right now.
Kitsuo trying to jump there, Onslaught of Shadows to use it towards the bot lane, mostly again to get the priority for the dragon. And if I'm completely honest, if I'm Glaive Purper, I go give up the Infernal Drake, because if we can stack Ocean or Mountain Drakes after that, potentially get the soul, that's gonna be worth way more than this one Infernal Drake. So I wouldn't even fight for it. I try to get something else, but they're actually not trying to get anything else. They are sticking around the dragon. Maybe they were gonna try to throw up something there for the steal, but I honestly would have pushed the tower, but it's just a small thing.
And, you know, POS was up there already. Go for the Herald here. You've got Cho'Gath. Granted, no feast on Clonk Zong, but ideally, I'd like to have seen them either trade back, or actually, I think they might have been able to take that dragon fight if Clonk Zong wasn't overpushed, was able to teleport away. Noob Slayer doesn't have teleport available, so you could have had a numbers advantage, but at the end of the day, they don't, and it's not the end of the world by any means.
Look who's drowsy, and look what curtain call comes out. That spells your death sentence. I'm just naming abilities. They got a big powder shut down.
I mean, sometimes the names are very appropriate there. you death sentence them, they lined up for the curtain call, and it's exactly that. Curtains out for Corgi Dorgi here. It's a nice little pickup, but the question is, what do you get off of this pickup here? Do you get turret pressure? Do you get an objective? No, in fact, it's Noob Slayer picking up Herald while all that's happening down the bot side.
Yeah, it's the fortunate thing, like you were kind of alluding to a little bit earlier. Kind of wish they went and grabbed the Herald while they were doing the dragon. It would have been, I think, again, this is me working with perfect vision and knowing where everything is, but I think it would have been the correct call. I don't know, but they're all much better players than me, so whatever. Noob Slayer, though, is just taking care of some of the jungle. Oh, POS got themselves pretty low over here. Katsuo hunting now, trying to find them there. Just walks up. I think that was that smite here.
Yeah.
He just smites him for the kill, but gets rooted up over here. So it actually in a little bit of trouble. Oh, Scatter the Weak does half of Vark's health bar. And yeah, they're back out of here. And Katsuo is actually fine.
Oh man, I feel bad for POS. POS has been actually escaping a lot of these ganks, and we talked about the fact that this is a rough matchup for that Tristana into the Syndra who can burst you down. The fact that they've only died twice here, and it's not been against the Syndra alone, if not for the fact that Crazy Horse, they would have maybe got out alive, Trivia Boy.
Yeah, there comes a lot of damage. Corgi Dorgi secures that one pretty easily. Yeah, but again, it's another pick with no objective up, so sort of not that important, but yeah, another death there.
And a lot of times when we're seeing these sort of picks happen, it's people overextending without proper vision a lot of times. And in this case, it was Trivia Boy. The supports are you're gonna see that happen a lot to the supports, because the mantra of supports all over the world are, I was just trying to ward. They have to go into these bad situations where they don't have the vision. They're the one expected to get the vision. And I'm a little bit worried as the game goes on. Less for Trivia Boy, more for Lex Alive actually, because that's a very, very squishy Zyra.
Yeah. Oh, at a certain point, you just like don't really get to ward as Zyra, because if you see literally anybody, they could probably just pop you if you don't have your own ultimate and they're not squishy enough to die to your stuff. But it is sometimes fairly rough later in the game as a Zyra for that reason. But again, later in the game, you do ton of damage still if you can find yourself to be in a situation where you can pull out your rotation without getting hit. But here's POS, speaking of overextending a little bit, in a crazy situation. Actually is just trying to get a trade kill. Will at least do that. So credit to them. They just knew they were dead. They're like, can I at least get something? They take down Lex Alive.
Great decision that we were just talking about how squishy Zyra is. Forget warding. I was actually going to raise the point and say that, oh yeah, they just need a travel buddy. No, turns out a travel buddy won't save you there even if you're trying to ward. Good decision by POS to sort of turn it there, but the fact that POS was in that position is less than ideal. And now Ayukura gets to push out that bot lane here. Syndra doesn't take turrets the quickest, but if you leave them unattended and it looks like no one's responding to this, that is going to be a lot of damage to that turret still.
Yeah, they're just kind of pushing it for free. They're CSing real well here, almost 10 CS per minute too as well to go along with that 102 score. So Syndra is going to be an absolute beast. That unleashed power is going to melt basically anyone other than the tanks on the other side. So that's definitely something they probably want to at some point try to shut down at least a little bit here. Meanwhile, speaking of something that needs to be shut down, is Noob Slayer. They're getting another Rift Herald, so they're going to get another turret down. And Tryndamere just doing Tryndamere things.
drop a Herald, go duel the enemies in their jungle here, take everything they can get. And with that continued pressure they're getting topside, Dragon's up, and once again, it doesn't look like Glaive Purper is in a great position to contest this.
This is the one that I potentially wanted them to be able to contest more, but we've seen this before, where Glaive Purper is basically willing to let you get to Soul Point before they start actually fighting for dragons. We'll just have to see if that ends up working out for them. The Mountain Drake would obviously be really, really great. The Mountain Soul would obviously be really great for either team just because they're such high damage. Such high burst damage specifically, that if you can kind of mitigate a bunch of that with Dragon Soul, it'll be a big help in this game.
And Mountain Drakes are best on tanks, but Mountain Soul is actually really good on squishy targets as well, because when you have less health, every little bit of health you have, or shielding you have, means that much more to you. You can heal back up, you can survive that initial burst. And we've seen games a lot of times where the ADCs, the carries, survive with barely any health, but they manage to carry the fight, because as long as you're alive, you pump out damage. So life is more important than how much of that life you have left.
Exactly. So we're getting to this. This mid turret's been alive for a real long time. To be completely honest, they've been defending it pretty decently well. It's been at like this HP point for quite a while, it seems. But I expect these mid turrets to finally go down soon, and I expect the pace of this game to pick it up as we're crossing the 21-minute mark.
And for these mid lane turrets, neither of these teams are necessarily great at sieging here. So it feels like if we don't get a fight, or we don't get some sort of out rotation here, these turrets might actually just remain standing for a while. Actually, that's getting real low. 100 health on the blue side mid turret for Glaive Ripper. It's almost dead here. But teams, are they looking for Baron? It feels a little early, but we are getting a lot of wards coming down.
Yeah, this almost looked like the beginning of the game, line of scrimmage. If you're looking at the mini-map, everyone just kind of lined up there. But, oh, here's POS in a tough spot, which again, they already used their W. They're trying to Gale Force and make a play onto Noob Slayer, get some damage onto them. That will expend the Undying range, so Noob Slayer does have to get out of there. Clunkong Song, oh, barely misses that knockout, which could have potentially been pretty huge for them. But here's the rest of Glaive Ripper coming in for the collapse, but they managed to get out of here. Now they're teleporting over the top side. They're working on this Baron.
Okay, I like the call from Exonerated, but I think it is a little risky here. We are seeing the TP come out from POS as well, and they're burning this.
Here we go. It's at about 2,000 HP now. Who's going to be able to secure it? Blue team will get it. They steal the Baron, and here's the ensuing fight. POSW's out of there. Trivia Boy will hit a death sentence. POS will supply much more damage. Meanwhile, Conqueror Stuck is working on the rest of the three of them. POS eventually finishes off that kill. Noob Slayer will take down Conqueror Stuck, but here's POS jumping over the wall. Does have a thresh ladder to get out if he needs it, but is looking for those kills, but they are jumping out of there. 3 for 2, and the Baron steal by Baby Powder.
And now we see this composition come online. The double ADC with Baron buff. These turrets are all just going to get absolutely melted. Here we've got a full health turret. Let's count down how long it takes. 23:15's when they start here. And 23:20... No, don't troll me like that.
Oh my gosh, okay. It's fun. That could have been done way faster if they were like, let's get the CS first, which is totally fine. That's pretty funny. Yeah, basically, under 5 seconds, if they focus a tower, it's dead.
Pretty
much. Look at that. So, yeah, that's huge. What a gigantic play by Baby Powder, who was fairly quiet in a lot of this game. We were talking about how it's sometimes not a great answer into this Hecarim through most of it, and we saw that kind of playing out. But sometimes you just make the clutch play at the clutch time, and that changes the whole game.
And that was definitely more Baby Powder stepping up than Exonerated screwing up. Because that wasn't a mistake by Exonerated. You had the TP advantage. You knew you could make that play. And I like what they did. The problem is just that they didn't manage to secure it. And that really, really hurt them. And in that moment, when they failed to secure it, you could see the little bit of chaos there. POS was 100% focused on, I'm just trying to try and kill everybody. Whereas for the side of Exonerated, they were still a bit mixed. Like, do we peel? Do we turn off Baron? We lost Baron. Oh crap, do we go? Do we run? And that kind of split the team, letting Glaive pick everyone off, finish everyone off, and get a ton of advantages, closing pretty much most of that gold gap, which we had seen prior to this.
Yeah, they're trying to get that right back into him. Dragon spawning here in 45 seconds. Lex Alive trying to find a pick here. He was able to root someone out that was potential to deal a ton of their damage, but they're setting up well for this dragon now. This is Glaive Ripper now finally deciding that dragons are important to them. We do see a fight going on in the bot lane too as well.
Wow.
As POS is able to get a 1v1 kill, but here's the rest of them chilling out in the mid lane.
And that was really well identified from POS. We talked about the Syndra being a good matchup. It's because of the Scatter of the Week, and the moment that got used, they were dead. POS was just going to rip you to shreds, and you had no way to deal with that.
Yep, and Tristana is taking another tower. Meanwhile, Conqueror Sonk is getting to that point where he can actually deal with Noob Slayer here. Is going to be able to feast them up, and then here's the fight down here. A big Strangle Root's going to grab 3 of them. Strangle Thorns, rather, going to grab 3 of them, but it ends up being a kill that goes over to Glaive Ripper.
I just love the juxtaposition there of Corgi unloading tons of bullets, and Bart just goes up, one shot. Fourth shot, you're dead.
It's like the Counter-Strike, 1 dig, baby. Someone's got the AK or whatever, but you just pop a 1 dig in the face. That's all you need.
Yep.
That's beautiful.
That's super cool in the curtain call now.
There we go. This is a good curtain call for the CC specifically. It's going to slow them all down because now they've all got them surrounded here. POS is going to lay down some DPS. Kutsuo is going to defensively lose the Onslaught of Shadows to just get out of there.
I feel like we've seen more defensive Onslaughts of Shadows from Kitsuo than we've actually seen aggressive Initiates so far. And that's not ideal. If you're constantly on the back foot, it's not great. And granted, you want to be defensive because of the Tryndamere split pushing here. Your Syndra, Lucian, Zyra, if you can get a pick, great. But if not, a lot of times you're just playing kind of protect your turrets. But Hecarim brings nothing to defense here. The onslaught is meant to be used offensively. You don't have wave clear that doesn't put you in danger here. And it just doesn't feel good to this game.
Oh, that's a ton of damage put together by POS. The Undying Rage will survive for now, but the Lilting Lullaby will stop you in your tracks. Baby Powder picks up that one.
Would have known the answer to a raging maniacal berserker is just to give them a sedative.
Go to sleep. just sleep. It takes them out. Baby Powder, in the past like 3 minutes, Baby Powder has done some great work on this team, helping, of course, their mid laner out in that case there. Of course, the Baron steal was gigantic, and all of a sudden, this is looking like Baby Powder's game. They're sitting with a pretty good KDA on themselves at 3-2-7.
The initiates have been great, and this is why Lilia is so highly prioritized in competitive play right now. The fact that you can farm up safely even if you can't match the ganks early, and later on, you just go bowling here. You can throw as many balls as you want as long as you land on priority targets. You initiate the fight from a very, very safe range. You get tankier with the items you build, and the damage you pump out is really high as well.
Well, here's Sock surrounded by a bunch of members of Exonerated. Let's see if the big boy can get out of this situation. They're just trying to walk out. They're going to use their flash there at half HP. Coming to join them is Trivia Void. Maybe the Lantern can help get them out of here. They're going to try to step on top of that. Kitsuo is going to go straight to where Trivia Void is. So Song will eventually go down. He's somehow still alive. Eventually, Akira takes him out. Meanwhile, the rest of They Prefer made it here. POS is going to grab one there. Go unstoppable. W is in. Picks up a double kill. Looking to grab the next one there was Undying Rage. Finishes off. New player, though, will kill Trivia Boy before that happens. But there is the 3K, the triple kill for POS. Already used the W, so can't jump over the next wall for the Quadra. But that will be damage done there. Vark, though, could just get up and get their own kill for themselves. 4 members down for Exonerated. The 280 carries still stand for They Prefer.
Oh, Johnny, we're hitting the point. Cho'Gath is unkillable. And I kept saying, Blade of the Ruined King Tryndamere. Blade of the Ruined King Tryndamere. Blade of the Ruined King Tryndamere. It didn't happen. They couldn't kill Clonk Song. It took them, what was that, 15 seconds of chasing that huge monster. Whereas Kitsuo, 3 seconds. As soon as the fight started, the team arrived. It's just not the same thing at this point. Clonk Song is bait.
Yep. And you're seeing why this Tristana pick is such high priority. I believe throughout the Swiss rounds, it was pick banned 16 of 17 games or something like that. So just a huge pick. It was their first pick over here on the blue side for Glaive Prepare. It was their flex pick that then they decided to put it into the mid lane. And yeah, it was rough early on because, again, that lane matchup, but at a certain point, Tristana becomes Tristana, and now you're staring at a 10-3-4 mid laner.
Early game, you've got so much strength, and even if your early game doesn't go great, your ADC, you're an ADC, you skill, you build items, and you just become really strong. So that's kind of stage we're hitting, the double ADC composition. You don't have a tank either for the side of Exonerated. Well, again, I should qualify that. You've got Kitsuo as a tank, but we already see that Kitsuo gets shredded. So once Kitsuo is down, everybody else goes down in 3 to 4 shots.
And the other nice part of mid lane Tristana is that you get solo experience. They're level 17 right now. Their attack range is huge. This outranges so many people, and you're able to do so much damage from safety right now on this Tristana. And again, it basically takes 3 auto attacks to kill basically anyone on the other team because they have no real tanks.
Yeah, 653 auto attack range, and not only do they have no tanks, they don't have a long range AD carry.
No. And look at POS just put on that damage. Undying Rage needs to be used right away. The kill will come through. Or Corky Dorky to start the fight off, but there's Tristana's got one, and we'll get a reset. Jump out of the Zyra ultimate, and then getting knocked off is Kitsuo. Clonk Zonk will feast them up. 2 for 1. Only the Jhin down for Glaive Prepare. They're looking towards this Baron.
Kitsuo will go quietly into that sweet night here. You'll never wake up from that particular lullaby, and Lex Alive has, I feel like any of the remaining members right now, if they get hit by a hard CC and there's vision on them, they die.
All right, it's time for Exonerated to go for the steal, but they don't have their jungler with them. So that's really hard. And of course, there's a Cho'Gath in this game, so it shouldn't even be possible. In fact, Baby Powder picks up that one. Tog had already used Feast earlier in the fight, so never mind about that point, but still, it is the Baron going to Glaive Ripper.
But they're rotating for this drag as well. They want Soul Point here, and once they pick that up, they can always just look to push in whichever lane they want. Personally, I would favor the mid lane at this point. You want to take that inhibitor. You want to break the base on the Baron power play. And once that inhib goes down, those inner turrets are just standing gold.
Yeah, we're seeing two compositions come at each other, and both of them did what they needed to do well. In the early game, Exonerated did exactly what they needed. You saw Trinimir, he pushed down those 2 towers by himself, essentially, right? He was able to get all that work done, and you saw the Lucian and the Zyra, they had so much priority in the bot lane, and they were ahead by a decent amount here, but Glaive Purr, step back, just you calm down. Look at the CS numbers of everyone in this game is significantly good, but it just matters more for Glaive Purr because they're into this game, and right now it doesn't look like there's a realistic way for Exonerated to get back to it, minus Glaive Purr making a big mistake and getting kicked.
And this is a bit of a draft difference here, right? The fact that when you're behind, it is very difficult for them to come back. And Noob Slayer now just getting manhandled by Zok. I don't care how much base damage you do. I don't care that you've got a Kraken Slayer here. If you don't have the sustain to heal back up immediately, pretty much when you fight that Cho'Gath, they will just whittle you down and eventually feast on you.
Yeah, Cho'Gath's got like all armor items, so he just like can't do anything to the Cho'Gath. And like you said, yeah, Feast does so much damage. At this point, it's 969 true damage to champions, and it's just that number is going to keep getting bigger.
969, right? Let's go right to Trinimir's health. 2,000 health. That's almost half your health bar immediately. And if we look at the other squishier members, that is more than half your health. 1,700 for the Lucian, 1,004 for Lex Alive. So that's 2/3 of Lex Alive's health bar.
Yeah, that is absolutely nutty. They're just sieging here. They still have this Baron buff, so the Baron empowered minions are certainly helping out. The double AD carry composition, of course, too, certainly helps out because you just melt down turrets. That's going to be the bottom hit destroyed. Meanwhile, the Trinimir is trying to split on the top side, but he can't outpace the double AD carries.
Yeah, and not only can you not outpace them, you have to be careful. The vision line right now for Noob Slayer is non-existent. Vark, though?
Vark, question mark ping, that pathing? Yeah, awkward. I'm just gonna say awkward. They are not alive now, but it actually like doesn't matter that much. Just a weird one.
Yeah, it doesn't matter at all here. There's no objectives to take. You can't push in on those turrets safely either here. The wave clear from POS right now is massive, and POS is max level. And let's take a quick look at the Tristana range here. 661. That outranges, we already spoke about the fact that you outrange everything pretty much in the game. And I can't remember how far the Scatter of the Week goes, but I want to see at this point that POS shouldn't even get hit by that Scatter of the Week.
Yeah, like there's basically no reason this Tristana at any point should be in danger, minus again just being stepped up too far, because there's not really super great engage on the other side besides Onslaught of Shadows there coming up, but like it likely won't be enough to really get you in it and get you into a good point where you're going to be able to team fight effectively here. So right now, as long as Glaive Purr does everything they need to do, and right now they're settling down. They're waiting for this Dragon Soul to come up, because they will essentially make most of them almost unkillable.
They can wait for this here because they don't have to force anything. And forcing anything at this point is a little risky. You've got supers pushing up the bot side as well. Dragon, as you mentioned, minute and a half. Baron in 2 as well. Even if you mess up the Dragon fight, you can always just reset and go for the Baron fight instead here. And for the side of Exonerated, they have to answer you. Even if they give you the soul, which is risky as it is, they cannot give you the Baron. And if you catch them open ground, it's not even a gold lead at this point. It's just the draft lead, the scaling lead. You just need to bring them to the table to fight you.
Yeah, it's why at a certain point, like a little bit of like caster knowledge for you. At a certain point, you will likely start hearing casters talk less and less about gold leads in the game, because we're at that point where it like doesn't really matter. It's just the fact that they have this composition that just outranges and outscales Exonerated, and it's very tough for them. Like you said, they don't have to step out of there anywhere. They can basically essentially play ARAM, bot lane pushes for themselves, and they're just waiting for this dragon to spawn.
Yeah, and for that matter, POS actually full build right now. So literally any other gold they put on POS right now is going to be slightly wasted in terms of being able to do that. I would like to see a pot come through though the next time they base, and they might not get that next time because it's 20 seconds to Baron here. Noobs on the flank and Hong Kong Zonk isn't there, so maybe if they pull trigger fast enough into the back line, maybe Exonerated have a Snowball's hope in hell.
Yeah, exactly. Like you do have a level 18 Tryndamere. They can pop
no.
someone if they're able to find a way to get onto one of these squishies, but it's a tall task, to say the very least. Here is the dragon up. Noob Slayer now. Do they go for something yellow here? They are not going to be able to get that. They have the Dragon Soul, but are they continuing this fight over here? Look how fast that horse is. It's just zigzagging back and forth for like no reason, basically. That's hilarious. And still ends up behind the rest of his team. But, oh, here's a curtain call. They're trying to get this pick onto Ayakura. POS is going in on the front line. Just wants to jump right at them. We'll grab a kill onto Lex Live Baby Powders. Ticks away, actually, and their dot will secure that one. Melting Lullaby will hit over there. They'll go golden for it. Here's Kitsuo on that flank. So is Vart 2 as well. Corgi Dorgi is trying to deal with that. Noob Slayer in the middle of everything will get burned down by POS. They'll try to onslaught shots on top of this Tristana, but they're too strong. They're too good. POS just wants to find another kill. Instead, they'll turn towards the turret. They'll turn towards the base, and it looks like our quarterfinals winners will be Glaive Purr.
Congratulations to Glaive as they do now move on here and they get the victory kill, the finishing ace as well. Klong Krong Zong, Johnny, you're talking about that, man. Look at him go.
He's so big. He's access. So cool. What a cool champion.
4, 6, and 7 doesn't sound great, but you cannot discount the amount of work Klonk did in that fight. Just the ability to soak damage. I mean, normally we talk about damage dealt, and I want to point out Klonk did the second highest damage on their team as well.
Yeah.
But I want to talk about damage taken because Klonk probably soaked, I suspect, the most on their team in terms of just straight damage there.
Yeah. Did take a bunch, actually. Actually, if you look at Lilia, actually ended up taking the most damage on the team, looking at that stat. So that's just interesting. But I'm sure I'm sure at that last team fight, that was all Krog taking up a bunch of it. Yeah, wild stuff there. Exonerate, again, we were talking about this team, the one team to get a win off of the PG dropouts. We expected some good things out of there. They pull out this spicy composition, and it's not enough to win. And again, that's a best of one, so they're out of the tournament just like that. And I'm a little bit sad because it's like, oh, I kind of wish it was a best of 3 because I would love to see them try to climb back in them. But the reality is it's not. Glaive Purr will move on. We'll watch them in our next game against PG dropouts, as we've already mentioned a few times, and that's an excited rematch.
Yeah, and the last time these two teams met, PG Dropouts did manage to take it, and they took it just by dominating the lanes here. In this quarterfinals that we just watched, Glaive Purple didn't exactly do great in the lanes. They were actually losing a little bit in terms of CS, in terms of pressure as well. So they'll definitely have to shore that up coming into the semifinals and our first best of 3 here in the Contenders division.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to set that up for you folks. We'll be back in a little bit, but first I want to give a shout out to one of our sponsors in Explore Edmonton. 1 million plus Edmontonians call Alberta's capital home. They're the entrepreneurs, experts, and hosts that can help turn your opportunities into reality. Famous for our festivals, lively arts and music scene, and sprawling picturesque river valley, we offer much more than just places for your delegates to eat, sleep, and be entertained. Find out more at exploreedmonton.com. So, like we said, we will be setting up that semi-final matchup between Glaive Purr and PG Dropouts in a little bit. So we'll take a quick break and we'll be back soon. So we'll see you all there.
NorQuest Esports.
Exactly.
Woohoo!
Go do a little sabotage.
I'm dropping gifts for everybody.
No!
Corral double tap. It's over.
That's why we need programs like Girls to Game. More girls involved at a younger age.
Really
Yeah, it's
fast.
better with friends for sure.
Yes. Yeah.
lonely and you're never coming around. Turn around. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of listening.
Excuse me.
To this song.
I'd ordered a Pepsi Zero Sugar.
And I need
Thank you.
now tonight. And I need you
Pepsi Zero Sugar. Great taste, zero sugar. Taste the difference.
All right, welcome back to the NorQuest Esports series featuring League of Legends, and we're getting into our semi-finals. But before we do that, I want to give a shout out to one of our sponsors in Pepsi. We're thankful to have Pepsi supporting the NorQuest Esports series this weekend. Try Pepsi Zero Sugar. Great taste, zero sugar. And as we jump into this game here, again, this is a little bit of a rematch from yesterday, Glaive for versus PG Dropouts, and it was a wee bit one-sided, but now we got a best of three, and we'll see how Glaive can handle that.
And we had this matchup fairly early on as well in the day yesterday. So I think the teams weren't maybe completely warmed up, weren't completely ready. I'm hoping, after having played all of yesterday here, the teams might be a little bit more familiar with each other here. And maybe we don't see a win lane, win game scenario.
Yeah, exactly. And unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see Kled all day, which is a little sad. Gets banned every single time. Gets Clonk Song. This time, we won't get the Tristana be picked B1, as that's banned out on the red side. They're also going to ban out the Darius away from Clonk Song, which has usually been banned the second phase of it. Of that, if they still haven't picked the top laner. But either way, that's still not going to be there for them.
Yeah, and I mean, you got to focus on Clonk, man. Who else really deserves quite as much focus here for the side of Glaive? I mean, yes, the other players are really good as well, but Clonk is usually the man in the clutch for that team here. So the Darius ban, I mean, they're just really making sure Clonk doesn't get comfortable and trying to force Clonk onto these tankier picks that can't have quite as much influence in lane.
Yeah, certainly, but we saw how good the Cho'Gath was in last game, so we'll see if that kind of still comes into play. Although I'm still kind of holding on hope for the Senna Cho'Gath to come out today, just because it was so cool in LEC. And again, I was playing it earlier today, and it's fun. I suggest everyone try that in your solo queue games or duo games, because you probably want to be in a duo if you're doing that. Anyway, Lilia banned out here. Hecarim will be locked in right away. That's 100% kind of pick in this tournament so far. So Hecarim locked in there for Maddie.
I almost feel at this point we have a bit of a pick ban list being formed here with Tristana at the top, followed by the Hecarim here. Lilia being taken off as well kind of means that the two favorite answers are Skarner and Lilia against the Hecarim. Volibear coming in as well could be flexed top or jungle here.
Certainly, that is certainly possible. And Seraphine, who we've actually not seen a whole lot in this tournament, we saw it one time on stream, is being locked in now. Last time it was played mid. We'll see if that ends up being mid or support.
It's funny because we were just talking about this, Johnny, at the start of the day before the stream went live, about how Seraphine actually has a pretty high pick ban rate in the contenders division. It just doesn't seem to happen on stream. Stream, the teams just kind of let it through here. But this time they do pick up the Seraphine, can be flexed mid bot in either the bot or support role here. But with that Leona pickup, putting in the bot lane is going to be a little dicey.
Yeah, Leona there, obviously just kind of that premier jump on you, kill you kind of support. Be interesting to see what the AD carry pair is with that. They're actually going to lock in the Aatrox here to go in the top lane. That's usually something you see later in the draft, so that is extremely interesting to me.
I'm just looking to see if there's anything suggesting that Volibear is going top, because yeah, blind picking that. I mean, Aatrox has fallen out of pro meta a little bit. We still occasionally see them show up, and it has a lot to do with Aatrox's strength in these big team fights. You've got the Hecarim, you've got the Leona, so you've got a very good base foundation to let that Aatrox run loose. Picking up the Rel isn't going to help you very much either. You magnets from the Aatrox in. Aatrox just goes, thank you, I wanted to be here anyways. But yeah, in lane, it can be abused here. There are some strong picks that can potentially come through. So I think if for the side right now of PG dropouts, maybe they want to focus that top lane a little bit more, or well, they've already thrown 2 bans in, so perhaps they just feel that's enough for now, and we're safe enough with this Aatrox with Klonk's pool.
Well, they do ban Sion there. And I want to note too the Kali ban. If you weren't tuning in yesterday, Rovex absolutely popped off on a call. If you just want to watch a highlight reel, watch Rovex play a Kali yesterday. It was an awesome game. So we won't get to see that in game 1 here of our semifinal, but that will be gone. So will the Silas, and then finally a Cho'Gath ban. So they are still committing more bans over the top lane in case that Volibear is not locked in there.
Part of me doesn't mind the constant top lane bans we see, because then it's like we get to see what else does Klonk have in their champion pool here, right?
Yeah,
like,
they look good on anything, to be honest. So it's just like
just keep running through. I mean, maybe it is the Volibear top, right? Coming through for Klonk. I could kind of see that working a little bit. It does kind of feel like one of Klonk's style champions. But for now, we see the Sivir locked in, and we've seen Sivir coming in a little bit more that lethality Sivir especially, and with a composition with that Volibear, with that Rel, having that speed up is going to be nice for the engage or disengage against that Leona and Aatrox.
Yeah, and with that too, even though you have like a tanky support on the other side and you have Bruce on the other side, no true tanks, so it kind of affords you potentially to play that lethality style Sivir. But we're seeing a Kassadin being locked in, so if we saw Kali jumping around, now we're going to see Kassadin jumping around on Rovex. Let's see how that plays out.
This is fun here. I love the fact that Rovax is confident enough right now to say, I'm going to play all these assassins here. And it kind of fits the composition as well in terms of all that AoE damage. The Rift Walk does a lot of AoE damage. The E, that slowing wave coming out of Kassadin as well. And if we see that Everfrost Kassadin, which does come out quite a bit here, it just feels like they're piling AoE on top of AoE, and a Callista coming in as well once you get that Runan's Hurricane. That's AoE too.
Yeah, that's AoE too. That's crowd control coming too from the Callista there when they throw in the Leona into the pile. So let's see what this last pick is. We'll finally figure out where Volibear is based on that. It looks like it will be Wukong, which I guess still is technically a jungle top flex as well, but I would imagine that Wukong is going to the top lane in Kong Song's hand.
I feel like if you take Wukong into the jungle against a Hecarim, you're just asking to be invaded at that point. Like, Wukong doesn't have the necessarily safest or healthiest of clears, so
yeah,
it's like if a Hecarim gets in there, you're gonna get punished. You clone away, the blender doesn't care; it hits everything around it anyways. So yeah, definitely going to be a top side matchup, and I think one that would bear a bit of help coming from the Volibear. If you can get that Wukong ahead, Wukong can potentially take over a lane, and against the likes of an Aatrox as well. I'm actually not super familiar with the matchup. I want to say it's Aatrox's favorite though. So I feel like you want to help Clonk out. Seraphine, like POS is not going to carry a lane, especially not against that Kassadin post 6. And bot side, maybe the Sivir can take over a lane against a Kalista here, but it won't be as obvious as a Wukong taking over the 1v1.
Yeah, because I kind of how I'm imagining these laning phases going to here is I see like Seraphine and Sivir just trying to get lane priority for those dragons here, which has not been kind of the MO of Leif Per through most of this tournament, but they can kind of just get that while Volibear can pay a little bit of attention towards the top side of Wukong, ends up playing back a little bit, letting Aatrox push in. So that's kind of how I see the lanes kind of playing out. I'm not 100% sure if you agree with me or not.
No, I do agree with that, especially every time you see a Kassadin in the game, you have to remember, Kassadin was called Castle Win for a reason. And despite the changes, despite the fact that Kassadin is no longer as tanky, doesn't survive as well, they gained damage in trade. So that Castle Win will go off like a bomb in your backline once they stack that four stack Rift Walk into the backline. But the early game is utterly atrocious.
Yeah.
Immobile doesn't have a ton of damage, can't really reach range champions. POS should have the run of lane initially, barring jungle gang. So definitely expect to see them try and get pressure there. We've seen the Sivir Kalista matchup, I believe, yesterday as well, where Sivir can chunk out the Kalista, has the poke, which the Kalista will struggle to match a little bit. And with that rel against the Leona as well, I think Vark and Trivia Boy should have a pretty decent laning phase, get that priority. We've seen Glaive, as you mentioned, sacrifice early dragons. I don't think they can afford to do that this game.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a priority for them in this one. So we're going to wait our competitive integrity pause. In the meantime, let's talk about NorQuest a little bit, because NorQuest's growing esports scene is fantastic. From Rocket League, Super Smash Brothers, all the way to Valorant and our very own game here in League of Legends. They got a community server that's a host to all of that and much more. So come on down, join them. Join the NorQuest community at the link in the panel below the stream. All right, so we got okay. So let's completely spicy things this time around. Maybe a little bit more. I wouldn't even say Kassadin or Kalista are generic, but like they still like perform things like normal. They play normal English. I don't know, whatever you want to call it. Right now we have these two compositions that probably want to just kind of fight each other. Who do you think is going to win if things are kind of at an even state, barring like a wild gap in the lane phase?
Do you think they're pretty dead even here? What I'm looking at in terms of swinging things is mostly that Kassadin 4 rollbacks in this mid lane. Because if you take out the mid laners, both these teams want to go, and they both have a lot of damage, and it feels like whoever just gets more people in the wombo is going to win it. But once you add that Kassadin, once you add that Seraphine in, it changes a little bit, because the Seraphine is going to give you tons of CC damage. We've seen we didn't see actually the Liandry Seraphine, but if you build the damage on that Seraphine, I think that will be more useful maybe than the Moonstone Renewer build. In the way the burst is going to come out, I don't think the Moonstone's going to get quite as much healing. I don't think we're going to see extended trades. But Kassadin's damage is so high, and it's who Kassadin lands on as well. You don't want to see that Kassadin go in on a Cyclone Wukong. If you get knocked out by that Cyclone as a Kassadin because you were trying to kill somebody, that's on you, right? Yeah. If you go for the Volibear, yes, you can hurt the Volibear, but I want to see them finding that Seraphine, finding that Sivir. And if rollbacks can find the squishies, which I have little doubt that they can, considering we've seen their Akali, then I think they take those team fights. But if you can't, if you're hitting the front line, if you're getting knocked up by the CC, if you jump into a Magnet Storm, well, then I think for the side of Glaive Purper, they should be able to win those fights.
Yeah, that is kind of the way I kind of see things going on. I think I pretty much agree with you on that one. It's going to be a lot of eyes on Rovex here. If they get to that point where, the classic level 16 Kassadin GG next kind of point, that could end up happening here. But again, we actually for once have Glaive Purper on that team with the more agency through the early game, and we're going to see how they kind of play that. 'Cause we haven't seen that. We've watched a lot of Glaive prepare this tournament. We watched them at the very beginning. We of course watched them just now in the quarterfinals, and a lot of what it's kind of been has been that like scaling. We'll get there. And while this comp is also a good scaling composition, don't get me wrong. There you got the Sivir in on that. It does good scaling damage, and Seraphine kind of just helps support that too as well. Like that is still there, but it's less that the reliant of that. You have to make proactive plays on this team, I think, and I'm excited to see how they pull it out, because maybe we've seen straight up better skilled players on some other teams, but I honestly feel like Glaive Purpur maybe one of the best teams we've seen in this tournament.
We've also seen a lot of the PG dropout team as well, and I'm honestly very, very worried for Glaive Purpur because, like you said, the team composition to drop from Glaive isn't bad by any means. It's good. It's really good. But PG dropout just has better scaling. And so that puts the pressure on Glaive to be the ones to get ahead. We've seen them play from behind really well, but we've not actually really seen them close out an early lead.
And that might be adjustment for the last time they played it, when PG Dropouts just kind of got out early and just completely destroyed them. So, Prosperous Cat is in a bunch of trouble here right off the hop. Array is trying to come potentially help. They got the Ignite there onto Vark. They're going to flash and stun them up. Vark now is down to about 150 HP, trying to get vision them once again. But the first blood will go to Vark as Array continues to do more damage here, but it won't be enough.
Oh, Johnny, we're talking about the need for early game pressure here, early game plays. Well, Glaive delivers the level 1 cheese, and it's not even an invade. I think I love the fact more that we got that just off a lane situation where both of them run and hide in those bushes there.
Yeah, I love it. And it was just like, Trivoy, like, just jump in there, see if they're there. Like, oh, yeah, they are. Boom. That's their fighting. Like, cool stuff from that level 1 there. And that's, I think that's Glaive Purpur maybe just doing their homework a little bit on what PG Dropouts kind of pulled them out there, or just a good educated guess, essentially. And it really, really works out really nicely for them. We're seeing the call start on Seraphine in the mid lane. Is that normal? I don't know.
Oh my goodness. No, it is not normal, but I actually really like it coming from POS, because you're up against a Kassadin here, and the attack damage, a lot of your poke is literally just going to be you auto-attacking because you have range versus the melee matchup. And on top of that, you're going for the investment. You're not going to get punished by Rovex early, so you probably can stack a lot of that call before you start having to worry about dying. And by then, you'd have gone back to base. You'd probably have started picking up components.
Yeah, it's kind of smart, because you kind of know Kassadin just kind of like chills out.
It's brilliant.
Throughout, especially before pre-6, right? So it's just like, oh yeah, I'll just be able to get all this farm and hopefully be able to kind of get an advantage, because essentially you finish the call, it's like you bought a kill, right? That's essentially how that kind of comes down to. So yeah, it's interesting. I actually like that a little bit of adjustment. You know, obviously don't normally see call on non-AD carries, so it's a cool adjustment here, I think, by POS.
The trade-off here, though, with that Seraphine picking that up, is you do have less combat stats, less health, less damage here. Ooh, really flash blown.
Oh yeah, there's action going on in the top lane, as Speedo is going to have to use their flash and to get out of a gank from there. But we're still here in the mid lane, as POS and Rovex are now trading down a bit. But here's Maddie coming into the flank. Flash comes out for POS. Will be enough to save them. Baby Powder is over here to try to help out their mid laner, but it won't be enough. Rovex will pick up that kill. Early kill on Kassadin. Always feels bad. Baby Powder is the next target. Double kill on a Kassadin. Feels extra bad.
And just to say, you know, there's not a ton of kill potential for that Kassadin early. Well, like I said, jungle intervention can change that. And we were talking about the fact that Cull has no combat stats. So POS, very, very squishy. That was not a 2v2. That was a repeated 2v1, because POS died before Baby Powder could really get in there.
Little engage the bot lane as we watch Trivia Boy trying to get on top of Array. Got them down pretty darn low, and Trivia Boy will secure that kill. But will Trivia Boy pay for it with their life? They're ignited up here. Looks like Prosperous Cat will secure that one, as supports getting some kills here in the bot lane.
Oh, I think Prosperous Cat is baiting right here, because never mind, it's not a bait, it's a full engage.
Yeah, they're good right there. Maddie's going to come in there to secure this one. Actually, Prosperous Cat picks up another one. You got 2 kills on Leona, and the support that you like sometimes have kills, just because they can end up being kind of unkillable through the mid game. It's not bad.
You look at the Ignite for supports picking up kills and it's like, okay, fine, right? Like, it's not like the support can calculate that. I want to point out that was not an Ignite kill. Prosper's Cat just straight up took that one from Maddie.
Hey, Maddie's
you better make use of that in the bot lane. If not, I'm pretty sure you're gonna get some flame in chat from Maddie here, being like, "Why'd you do that? If you're not gonna take over the bot lane."
He's like, bruh, but he's gonna be able to grab full-on plated steel caps with there. I keep wanting to call them not that, but yeah, I keep wanting to call them tabbies, but yeah, they got their plated steel caps there, so they're gonna be pretty tanky down in the bot lane for a little bit now. As we do potentially see another gank might be happening in the bot lane. Maddie trying to revisit again. Maybe they go this time. Hey, let me get a kill. Prosper's Cat flashes in. Gonna get that stun onto Trivia Boy, who is going to try to jump out. Array is trying to chase them down here. Who picks up this one? Will it finally go to a carry? It goes to Maddie. He gets the kill finally at the end. But here's Baby Powder and POS making their way down now. Maddie, no mana. Low HP. What can they do? Teleport's coming through too as well. Baby Powder trying to get on top of them. He will secure the kill on Maddie, but here is Robex. Array will grab one for themselves. So 1-for-1 now through this fight. Vark has got himself pretty low, and double kill will come through before they end up going down. Triple kill, in fact, for Array. And that's a huge turnaround. PG Dropouts are looking to speed run another game.
One more auto. That was all they needed to kill Robex. One more auto. As it is, sure, Robex doesn't pick up the triple kill or the double kill by the time they arrive, which is, I guess, good. But instead, Array picks up the triple kill, and suddenly your bot lane is huge. A combined total of 5 kills down there. Robex is 6 as well. And suddenly, POS, Vark, and Trivia Boy are about to hate their life for the rest of this game.
And this was maybe a laning phase that was supposed to be in favor of the Sivir and Rel. Don't keep that in mind. And a couple of ganks from Maddie just completely flips the script on that because they're just way, way stronger now. You already have that Vamp Scepter on the Callista there. You got tons of tankiness already on Prosper's Cat, and it's like they're not going to be able to melt through that at all.
And I'm just thinking what must be going through the top laner's head right now. Like, Speedo's just like, okay, guys, you do you. And Klonk's like, guys, team? What's happening down there? Like, I have to handle this this heart lane? Like, what's going on down there?
Yeah, those were supposed to be the winning lanes, the mid and the bot, and they're horribly losing in the top lane stabilized. So, not only that, they also make our analysis look a little dumb, but sometimes skill gap is bigger than champion gap.
I've given up with PG Dropouts trying to predict what they're going to do, because last time I think I called for early game pressure from them against who was it? Was it Team Rock or the other way around? And they just like completely ignored the analysis and just went, nope, we're fighting level 1, we don't care. So you know what? I give up with PG Dropouts, but they entertained. I'll give them that. No Dragon done just yet. We're at 7.5 minutes right now, and neither team really looking at Dragons. They've just set up vision for Glaive Purper, and I don't think Glaive Purper is the team that can bait with this vision here.
Yeah, I don't think they have a lot of it. We were talking about Glaive Purper going to be the team with the agency through this early game, and they've lost that essentially just through how these fights have gone. 11 kills before the 8-minute mark. Most of those, of course, going to PG Dropouts. So it makes it tough. Maddie just going to come over here and grab this dragon, and this is less of a game where I feel like Glaive Purper can give up dragons and just grab the later ones like we've seen them play.
Not at all. Like, the longer Glaive waits here, the worse it's going to get for them, the harder it is.
Baby Powder too. He potentially want to walk up and go for the steal here, but now Baby Powder has to fight off and get out of here. The rest of the team here for Glaive Purper are around. Encore used by POS will not hit anybody, and that will mean Prosperous Cat's going to go on a killing spree as they pick up Trivia Boy. Robex gets the next one. The mid lane Cassin is now 3-0-2.
Oh, John. Okay, where do we even start with that? So first of all, Glaive had all the... Actually, forget starting with that. Are we going to end with this?
We ain't done here yet. They try to get a Solar Flare there. Prosperous Cat will miss that one, so that means they don't continue the follow-up. But hey, there's still a tier 1 turret behind you. They might want to go deal with that.
Trey just tanks it on the way out. Like, the ADC's just like, okay, guys, like, we're so far ahead, I don't care. That's insane. That is confidence, and that is the difference on the bot side of this map right now. That entire play, Glaive saw Maddie go in. They should have been able to punish Maddie, but they didn't because they're behind. Their bot side is forfeit right now. Glaive needs to start bringing Clonk to these fights, or they need to, if Clonk can't leave the lane, you guys need to go to Clonk. Because every other lane right now is not good. Rovax is not, Rovax feels like they're online. They're not. They haven't even completed their first item yet, and they're already doing this damage. Same with Array, same with Prosperous Cat. First items aren't completed. They're just stronger in terms of levels, and it's more of an item discrepancy than an item advantage right now.
Oh, Rovex decided to play aggressive onto POS, but got Trivia Boy in here to help them out. And like you're saying, yeah, technically this Cassidy isn't actually online yet. 3-0 looks like they are, but again, that was more just kind of a result of them securing the kills from the excellent ganking from Maddie and all that. So does mean they have to back out of this one, but eventually you'll see Rovex winning those kind of fights.
And for Glaive Purper, they've not actually been playing like super badly in terms of the CS. Like they're still able to catch CS, right? Like in the mid lane, POS is almost even with Rovex. Top side also fairly even. It's mostly in this bot lane we're seeing a little bit of a discrepancy here.
Yeah, and Array here is trying to bait them back and get them into here because they are also just playing with them over here. Array is just pushing them in basically by themselves. The Leona is kind of chilling out in the jungle, getting vision over there. But it looks like they are going to go for the engage, get on top of Array. The Ignite is used on them, but they will get out okay in this one.
That is both summons blown from Array. We know Baby Powder was waiting in the area. They have to respect this here.
Ooh, yeah, but Baby Powder is right here. Trivia Boys go for the gate. He's going to flash in. They will get the stun off, get on top of Array here. Solar Flare will basically not do anything there.
Speedo's
Baby
coming.
Powder picking up that one, but Prosperous Cat ends up picking up one worth. A teleport comes in from Speedo, who now wants to start getting kills for themselves. Speedo gets on the board.
Remember how I was saying they need to start rotating Clonk out? Speedo is the one who's moving out first, and they're already ahead. So for Speedo, a lot of these are kind of free kills. Wow, they just brute force that right through the lane.
Yeah, yeah. The POS died. I was basically looking over here at the bot lane, and all of a sudden I just see someone is dead. It's like, oh, okay. All right, and they are going with that Moonstone Renewer build too as well, just to know, but they're sitting at 0-4. It is not the same performance that we saw out of the Tristana when POS played that last game where they were able to kind of play from behind and then scale back to when in this one they were supposed to be playing from ahead and then keep going. But here's Array on top of Clonkrog Song, just filling them with spears, and despite the double ultimate, Array actually 1v1s the top laner.
1v1, no sums involved. And here's the problem for Clonk. Clonk has no shoes whatsoever. Array is coming back with those Nike Berserker Greaves. Like, just do it. Just go in. Just do it. And you just can't outrun the Kalista at this point. So if Array is there, it's a really solid rotation. You can't run away. And they rotate in time. Actually, the rotation timing is a little odd because Dragon's coming up and Herald isn't. But I think it's just because that's the last outer turret remaining.
Yeah, they're just kind of happy getting on gold here, but here's some teleports and a lot of members of Glaive Purper here for them to actually try to come with this. With Maddie's in the area too, so let's see if they can put a 4v3. Encore comes out, and it does stun up Array, so Clonkrog Song will pick up that kill. Rovix comes and joins the fight, does take down two of them. He's got a double kill now as they are continuing to go forward. They can't even get any damage onto Rovex. Maddie ends up picking up that kill on Trivia Boy. Rovex is going to be able to press R and get on top of Clonkrog Song in a moment here. There we go. 6-0-4 on the Cassidy.
And a TP into the bot lane. They're looking to see if they can find Vark as well. Vark wisely recognizing that, hey, there's a TP. Speedo's down here. It has to be Rovax. And you do not outrun a Kassadin. You cannot escape. So if you don't start running as soon as you see that TP channel, you're dead.
Yep. And at the very least, Vark is respecting that. Speedo will continue to push this down. It's not even 14 minutes. There's still plates on turrets.
Oh my goodness.
They have 18 kills.
I think, okay, I was going to say, I feel like if they stayed in the top lane, I think they could have actually gotten every turret down before 14 minutes.
Yeah, every plate,
but
yeah.
they don't need it. They're 9k ahead almost right now. And it should be 9k if they get this ambush off here.
Ooh. Yeah, here's Rovex jumping on top of Baby Powder, but Trivia Boy is right there to at least help out. But Speedo comes in and is flipping around. Will go down. The Cassidon finally gets shut down there. Baby Powder picking that one up. Speedo is going to be able to jump over that little wall there and get out. But hey, they at least got the shutdown there. And now they potentially could fight for this dragon. No teleport from Klonkrong Zonk, though, to note. So they're not going to be able to join us here. So this will be a true 4v4 if they want to fight for it. Continued played, missed by Prosperous Cat. They try to move forward. Array is able to do damage freely, though, and that's a dangerous thing to look at. Array will throw in Prosperous Cat right at them to pick up the double kill. Meanwhile, Maddie and Baby Powder are going for this 1v1 fight. The Baby Powder right now is winning, but Speedo is coming in for the flank. Maddie just trying to play ring around the rosy with Baby Powder, and Baby goes down. That'll be a couple kills for PG Dropout. They'll likely get this dragon. Meanwhile, Robex came to the top lane to deal with Klonkrong Zonk. Split push, trying to go for the 1v1, but there is a double ultimate from Klonkrong Zonk that allows him to escape.
Robex, I think, running out of mana a little bit towards the end there, but oh, that bot lane play was hilarious. So the problem was, yes, you get the pick on Robex, but as you pointed out right before that fight started, Klonkrong Zonk could not rotate to the bot side, and more importantly, they blew big ultimates there on the Hunt, as well as Encore and Stormbringer were all down for that. Actually, no, on the Hunt wasn't. It was Encore and the Stormbringer that were down for that last fight. So 2 big ultimates down. Even if you get in there, even with equal numbers, you don't have the same tools. And it's not really equal because of that massive gold lead that the PG Dropouts are bringing to the table right now. So yeah, they need to get numbers advantage, not just parity here.
Yeah, Baby Powder is the one person that's pretty decently strongly for Per. They're trying to 2v1 Rovex here, but oh, they can just get out of there using their Rift Walk pretty easily.
Ganking the Cassidon, I feel like it worked the last time because Rovax was the one who went in with that Rift Walk, but if the Rift Walk is available with those Boots of Lucidity as well.
Oh no. POS not gonna win that one. And anyway, Speedo just improving to 3-0-1.
Are you kidding, dude? POS didn't even step out from, like, that was in turret range pretty much.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Just brute force that under a turret. That's POS basically right now. You're no longer a mid laner, you're a support. You need to be with people.
Yep. 0-7 right now in POS, not having a great time. Meanwhile, someone who has having a great time is Array. Look at him jump around, throwing spears at people. Just able to do whatever they want with this 9,000 gold lead. They have the 2 dragon lead too as well. They're sieging down this tier 2 mid turret. Vark thinking about trying to contest means they get jumped on by Prosperous Cat, but Prosperous Cat actually in a little bit of trouble. Array will pull them out with their ult, but they'll jump right back in to get a little bit of a knock-up here. They get through the turret. Encore comes out and hits a few members of them. Baby Powder's gonna be able to pick up a nice shutdown, so this is actually a 2-for-0 here going for Glade for further continuing to try to chase down more kills. Robeck does not have a whole lot of mana here, gets a little bit back there and is able to Rift Walk out of it. But there's a nice couple kills there for Glade for Per, but meanwhile, Speedo was just pushing the ball.
This is one of the things about Glaive that we've talked about before, is that they're very, very good once they kind of hit that mid game and they start grouping up. And they're also very good at punishing here.
Oh, Ray just forcing them back here, trying to force them into Speedo, but it's still a 1v4 here on this side, 2v5 rather, going on, but they're actually getting it done. Speedo gets up pretty low, but in the end, that's a lot of people there.
Round 2?
Here's Robax, flank number 2. Try to jump onto that. Will slow them down for the time being, but these Pidgey dropouts, they just want to fight at all times.
It's worked for them so far, and props to Glaperper as well for actually not losing anyone on that Speedo flank there. I had mentioned that Moonstone Renewal, I didn't want to see it on the Seraphine because I didn't think you're going to be able to get off sort of the heals in these big team fights. The burst damage I suspected was going to be too quick. But if it's just Speedo, Speedo doesn't have enough burst damage by himself here. So the Moonstone Renewal did proc, I believe, twice in that fight there. And that's something you have to be aware of. If you want to go in 1v3, 1v4, if you don't necessarily have that huge burst damage, then you need to bring heal and cut instead.
Yeah, which is something we've seen Alternative Long people kind of not doing, actually, to be completely honest, is purchase a heal cut against a Seraphine or significant healing. And, you know, that's just the thing people, they keep, and I get stuck in it too. I go, oh, I meant to buy executioners, and I definitely just bought a Zeal. Oops. right? Like, I don't know. People just do it. You get autopilot build, and sometimes you forget about it. So, unfortunate for that. But at the same time, they are up by 9,000 gold, so they're not super worried about it. But they are just looking to see if they can secure the next dragon that is spawning in 50 seconds here.
For this next dragon, I have very mixed feelings about whether Glaive should be even trying to attempt this one here. It's only so point. They might not get a choice.
Yeah, Conkrong Song trying to Cyclone out of this. We'll use it once. Maddie still continues to chase. Conkrong Song just use it again for safety. And gets out of dodge. Meanwhile, they are going to push in this mid lane.
They definitely shouldn't go for it now.
Yeah.
So Cyclone's down. That's one of their big AoEs. They need to have everything pretty much available to wombo everything together. And even then, because of that sort of 8,000 gold discrepancy, which is smaller than it was earlier, we were looking down the barrel of a 9,000 gold lead earlier. They do need to get everything on the priority targets. If you don't take out Array immediately, if you don't take out Rovax, you have no chance of winning. Because Maddie and Speedo still do damage. It's not as if there's only 2 damage dealers here.
Yeah, they certainly do a ton of that. And we are actually just seeing the dragon being taken down solo there by Maddie. So let's see if they pick a fight here with Maddie not in the area. Speedo perfectly happy with that. Array can put a bunch of spears into Trivia Boy, pull him back, slow him down for Speedo, take him out. Here's Rovex and Prosperous Cat coming to join the fight too as well. So Flare is going to hit onto the back line. They will end up finishing off that dragon, but Speedo is going to run out of this. Oh, he stays alive! He gets the double kill. Rovax, meanwhile, just absolutely obliterating the back line. That'll be a triple kill. That'll be an ace, and that will probably be game 1 for PG Dropouts. Yeah, they also got this Rift Herald here. They're pushing into it. They're going to get at least one of these Nexus turrets.
We're gonna get the showy dance? I really hope we do. Trivia Boy is back up right now, and Trivia, are you gonna come back on? I feel like this is kind of risky here, buddy.
Yeah, what can you even do against this? They're gonna take down one turret, looking at the next one. Shelly charging up. They get it down, so they're gonna try to fight one more time here for this. But look at Array. He's willing to jump straight for the backline. He doesn't care. BOS ends up killing Prosperous Cat. But here we go. Look how many spears are inside of him. Takes him out. Rovex and Speedo pick up a couple kills. Bart, the next target goes down. They're going to get a second ace here if they want to take it. Baby Powder still slapping away at him, but the bear can't do anything to stop them from losing the game. He walks back into the base. PG Dropouts in under 23 minutes will win game 1 of our best of 3 semifinal.
Johnny, what's the game time yesterday? 23 minutes also?
Yeah, yeah, something like that. This was faster, I think. I think this one ended up being faster. Oh, yeah. Boy. Yeah, they're real good, this PG Dropouts team. And we talked about how I asked you, like, hey, so if things end up being even without, like, crazy lane discrepancies, what do you feel? None of that analysis ended up mattering because they got just everything going with them, minus that, like, that the first blood that went to Vark. After that, it was all PG Dropouts.
Even then, you get first blood, but you trade 2 over for it. So it's still not exactly an ideal first blood coming through. I think going into game 2, this is a best of 3. So we still have at least one more game here in the semifinals. I think Glaive needs to adapt to the fact that they're probably not going to win lane on even lanes. I want to see them either draft like complete. Well, I do want to see them draft early game champions at this point. Like, you're not going to play for the mid game. You're not going to play for the late game because you're not getting there right now. So focus on your early game and just pick really strong lanes, things like that Lucian, like that Tristana potentially as well for your bot lane. Top side, I think Clonk can continue to do whatever Clonk wants to do because that was the one lane they didn't lose this game.
Yeah, that maybe where they need to focus. Just focus on kind of where your strength is. And unfortunately, as a team, kind of their strength has been sit back and scale, but this team is not going to let you. This PG Dropout team, they're going to force you to fight, and we'll see if they have an answer for that in game number 2. While we set up game number 2, I'm going to give a quick shout out to our sponsor and Explore Edmonton. Edmonton is a catalyst for change, and we're not talking about the type of change you find on your sofa. Our dream team will work with yours to take your vision and turn it into an unforgettable for your delegates. How? With creative solutions, a can-do attitude, and a citywide network of doers and makers eager to roll up their sleeves and get things done. Find out more at exploreedmonton.com. We'll take a quick break while we set up game number 2 between Glaive Purpur and the PG Dropout. So stay tuned, folks, and we'll see you soon.
NorQuest Esports.
Exactly. Go do those sabotage.
I got big gifts for everybody.
No! Corral double tap. It's over!
That's why we need programs like Girls to Game. More girls involved at a younger age.
Really
Yeah, it's
fast.
better with friends for sure.
Yes. Yeah.
Every now and then I get a little bit lonely and you're never coming around. Turn around. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of listening
Excuse me.
to this song.
I had ordered a Pepsi Zero Sugar.
And I need
Thank you.
now tonight. And I need you
Pepsi Zero Sugar. Great taste, zero sugar. Taste the difference.
Time runs me over, and I've grown some thicker skin. Learn to be skeptical of those with good intention.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the NorQuest Esports series featuring League of Legends, brought to you in part by Pepsi. We're thankful to have Pepsi supporting the NorQuest Esports series this weekend. Try Pepsi Zero Sugar. Great taste, zero sugar. And there's a great taste in the mouths right now of PG Dropouts because they really played well in game one.
Yeah, you can say that again. It's not the first time they've done this either. I feel like most of the time when we see them, they do really well. We are getting side swaps, so Glaive Purple will be on blue side this time, while PG Dropouts will be red. And like I said, I'm hoping to see Glaive pick a more early game centric team here.
Yeah, and it seems like they need that just to be able to have a chance to get into a later game, if that's possible. So we'll see if they're able to pull that off. We get into the pick ban here. We're seeing some top lane bans coming out. Of course, the Kled there as always, but they're banning out the Aatrox this time, which Kong Song did have kind of a neutralized lane, but once the game started speeding up, no pun intended, Speedo was able to do a whole lot with that champion.
Yeah, interesting ban. I didn't really think the Aatrox was the biggest issue, considering that everything kind of fell apart in the bot and mid side of the lanes here. If anything, I think the Hecarim's a bigger issue, but because they are blue side, you know, Tristana, Hecarim, all these things, you get your first pick of what you want. And normally you'll see blue kind of ban one of them out, or at least enough that they get that one OP and they don't give too many over to red side when they get their next two picks here.
So it'll be interesting to see where they decide to use this last ban on. It will be that Hecarim. And now it'll be interesting to see if they leave the Tristana up. And they don't, instantly. that's taken down. So let's see what they get on here. So what interests me is that if they want to play something that they feel like Klonkrong Song can carry in, they go, Aatrox is bad against that. So we need to ban out the Aatrox now, and potentially we'll use that. So in the meantime, though, they will grab Lilia first, get that onto Baby Powder once again.
Okay, and we've seen Baby Powder pilot this Lilia in the quarterfinals. It was really, really strong, really, really good, but not very early game necessarily.
Yeah.
So if you're gonna pick that Lilia, then I need to see strong lanes coming out of you, early game lanes. The Echo being picked up really here could potentially be flexed. I'm trying to remember if Maddie actually plays this in the jungle. He does, so... Oh, and if you pick up Viego at this point, that's a double flex.
Yeah, that's going. We just believe we're going to get there, and then Viego will take over the game. Because Viego, speaking of things that aren't super great early, it actually isn't until you kind of get things happening here. But they switch it up. They grab the Rel, something that is fairly good early on in the game.
Yeah, if they had picked Echo Viego at that point, PG Dropouts are just trolling their draft at this point. Yeah, they're flex picks, so you don't know exactly where they're going, but it's still super rough. Aphelios Thresh, there we go. It's a really strong bot lane combo, but again, not one that excels in the early. So if anything, it kind of feels like Glaive has gone, we're not going to win the early anyways. We're going to all in the late game. But I don't I really don't think that's the way to go here.
It's tough, and I hear what you're saying, but at the same time, we just talk about Glaive Purpur's strengths, and it is trying to get to the late game. So maybe they go, yeah, maybe these guys are real good, but we gotta play to our own strengths. And right now, we saw Mark play Aphelios in Game 1 yesterday. It was real good. Meanwhile, though, you said ooh because you saw the Samira being picked up over here by the PG dropouts.
Full disclosure, I've never been a fan of Samira. I hated her when she first came out. I thought she was overtuned, and playing against her was brutal. And then after that, they nerfed her, and I thought, she's not very good anymore. I don't like seeing teams pick her up. But what Samira does very well is she snowballs extremely well. If a Samira gets ahead with AoE CC, you can completely run a game. And if anything, because Glaive has opted for a late game, PG Dropout seems to have gone, you know what? We're just not going to let you get there. We're going to play the early game instead. And one way or another, either we dominate and win the early game, which is exactly what they've been doing, or there is no late game. If you get there, you win.
Yeah, and they're willing to do that because again, they've won games in under 25 minutes multiple times in this tournament that we've watched on stream against this team. So they just feel like, hey, we'll pick even greater early game stuff. Because remember, they picked the scaling comp last game and then won in under 23 minutes. This time around, I feel like it doesn't fit in what they're doing whatsoever. But yeah, I think they might be just trying to beat their own record. Honestly, they're speedrunning here. Urgot is a scary champion. See what Klonkrong Song has to answer into it.
And it's, again, another sort of lane-centric champion. Like, PG Dropouts are going full win game. They keep doubling down. You know what, Johnny? It doesn't matter about composition. It's going to be a fun one, I think. Just because of the way PG Dropouts are drafting right now, it's going to be very, very heavily focused on that interaction in that fighting and the Nocturne pick coming out. This could be a mid lane Nocturne or it could be a jungle Nocturne here.
I would love to see mid lane Nocturne, to be completely honest with you, but we'll see as they're hovering their last pick here as well. But again, that's still even another pick that it's kind of like you got to wait till level 6, so that's still not like super early for it to really have an impact either way. Looks like, Seraphine might go back into the mid lane. We're going to give another shot here at POS. Maybe they won't come to call this time and try to get out of the laning phase in a much better position. But here's the Cassid and Hover.
Yeah, the Cassid wasn't punished too much. I don't think it was so much the cull. And POS, I think, actually did pretty well on the Seraphine. It was just more that when you give up early kills, that becomes a problem. And Rovax just completely got a snowball without getting punished at all. We hardly saw any ganks into that Cassid pre-6. And once you're post-6, it doesn't matter if you're trying to get that Cassid in. It doesn't work too well here. So Jungle Nocturne coming through. Seraphine. This team has no agency till at least level 6.
It really doesn't. It has a great
Top-lane
wombo
Nocturne.
combo.
I forgot about the Lilia.
Oh yeah, Lilia's already in the jungle. We were straight up forgot about that too, not gonna lie. So yeah, it is a top lane Nocturne. So that's the answer for Klonkrong Song. He was staring at the entire game in the top lane, not being able to do anything. It was going on the other sides of the map, and now he's going, well, I can get there. This champion. And it's cool. So maybe they're trying to go for that. And again, the wombo combo potential of this blue side team, of this team for Glaive Purpur is great. It's there, but the skill level of what they can do in early levels here for PG dropouts is just really scary. You turn nameplates off. I actually probably do really like what Glaive Purpur put together on, but seeing what PG dropouts do, what they've been doing this whole tournament, it makes it harder for me to think that that this won't be a 2-0.
And that Nocturne top, I don't know how I should feel about this. Like, Nocturne mid, it made sense to me a lot of times because you have a squishy target that you're running down a lot of times. If you can get on top of them, most of the mid lane control mages don't do too hot. The Urgot, I feel like, is a better thing than having to face a tank as a Nocturne. Like, a tank is your worst possible thing for the Nocturne to play into. But it is still a ranged champion, and that means early on, that Urgot can go toe-to-toe with you and can start damaging you before you even get onto them. And that's a lot of damage you've got to take. So my eyes are on this top lane for the most part, I feel. Forget the composition. I don't think it's going to matter. I don't think we're going to hit the point of the game where they're going to start grouping up. That hasn't been the case so far. And if we look in isolation, mid lane, we've seen that matchup before. Bot lane, I don't think it's going to end well for the Aphelios. But topside, that is where they can fight back. Baby Powder, start ganking that lane.
Yeah, and we see it. We've actually seen, even in the game they won, Baby Powder struggled early on, and they were playing the Lilia in that game too as well. So I need to see a better early game, I think, from their jungler, because I feel like I don't want to call them out on being like the weak point of the team, but it's kind of felt that way a little bit here for Baby Powder. Again, late game plays that they make are really impactful. Even in the game they were losing, they were making good late game plays, but they were just really behind. So it's like, what are you going to actually do? So I do really like how Baby Powder plays through the mid and late, but we need to see more of an impact in the early game, even if it's on this Lilia champion that's not typically this early game impact champion. But I think the lanes are going to need some help here.
For sure.
So we're going to go into our spectator pause, but while we're waiting through that, do want to give a shout out to the NorQuest Esports College growing esports scene, because every game from Rocket League, Super Smash Brothers, all the way to Valorant and League of Legends, they're a part of their community with a server that is a host of that and much, much more. So come on down, join the NorQuest community at the link in the panel below stream. Well, this is our semifinal. It is a best of 3. We have advantage right now here for PG Dropouts. They're up 1-0, and right now there's a lot of eggs in the basket of the late game for Glaive Per to try to reverse sweep this one.
But we should probably just touch on the late game. In the event we go there, though I don't think it's very likely. And if we're talking late game here, obviously we're riding high right now on the Ophelio skilling with the Seraphine, with the Lilia. Nocturne as well, able to burst on the target. But let's not forget that it's not as if PG Dropout don't have a late game of their own. They've got some insurance. It's called Castlewin.
Yeah, it's definitely gas, and Samir has got good scaling too on them too. They burst down a lot of damage and do good consistent damage still in the late game too as well. So it's not like they completely forfeit if this gets to 30 minutes or something. Definitely they have the answers that are kind of out there for them to do it. They just have the riskier answers and the execution heavy champions that they need to do, but you see every single one of these players on this PG Dropout team, that's exactly what they have the capability of doing, is making those hard to execute plays.
Hard to execute, and the ability to just dive you in the back line as well. Thresh can dark passage you out all you want, but you've got at least 2 assassins coming after you here. Potentially a third if Samira gets ahead. And even if you do manage to burst down array on this Samira here, they have a backup ADC. Urgot isn't what most people think of when you think of ADCs, but keep in mind that Urgot was originally designed for the bot lane, used to be down there regularly, and even when you send him to the top lane, is still a physical damage ranged carry who just happens to also be a little bit tanky and can harpoon you from half a screen away.
Yeah, and in terms of the functionality of an ADC, where I always kind of feel like the ADC's best function is actually taking down turrets, yeah, this champion, this Urgot, does that very effectively too as well. So we are jumping into the Rift now. Once again, it is 1-0 score for PG Dropouts. It is a best of 3, so Glaive Per got to win this one to keep the semifinals alive. If not, they will be sending PG Dropouts to our finals. So we'll see if they could do it in this game. It's every game we've seen now 2 matchups between Glaive Per and PG Dropouts. It's been heavily in favor of PG Dropouts, but this is a Glaive Per team that I really like, and I think if they actually can hold on and not be as far behind as they've been in both early games against them, they have a shot here. But POS is in a little bit of a tough spot.
They're calling everybody over.
Oh no, they're jumping on top of him. POS is trying to run away. We'll have to use the flash to do so, but no flash in the mid lane for the first 5 minutes.
And that was that Rel sort of dismount trick we were talking about yesterday, Johnny, that everybody kind of got used to. And I guess for Glaive Per, they kind of forgot because it's been so standard that they've stopped doing it, and now Scat was able to get there undetected. The flash being blown sucks, but it's good that POS didn't die. They were literally, half a Teemo away from getting hit by that parallel convergence. If that landed, that would have been first blood.
Yep, but they are able to get another one. They do stick with that call start, which, again, it wasn't like the reason they lost their lane or whatever. They kind of really early ganked into them that did not work out for POS. That really just helped Rovex snowball. So I want to. I want to see it work out again. I like the theory of it because theoretically, Cassidy isn't gonna actually be able to pressure you, have any kill pressure early on while you work on stacking up that call. Meanwhile, we're getting a fight all the way in the bot lane already. A Trivia Boy stepping up a bit too far. First blood will go to Prosperous Cat. Vark trying to turn this around, get a little bit of damage onto Array, but that means Prosperous Cat goes for the re-engage, and Array's gonna jump right back in. One more auto attack will secure it. Array's got a kill. That's 2 for PG dropouts.
Okay, that early game, that was exactly what I was kind of concerned about. And the fact that I think Trivia Boy and Vark not respecting the Samira. The issue with Samira has always been range topside.
Oh,
okay.
No. This is exactly what Glaive Purr didn't want to get into. Fighting pre-3 minutes against these very, very lane dominant champions.
3 kills already this early, and right now in the Proving Grounds amateur scene, there's a lot of jokes going about McDonald's and flipping burgers because these are amateur players. I'll give it to Speedo. They are PG dropout, so I guess flipping burgers is their job, and they flip burgers really well. Anything like the way they flipped that Nocturne.
Yeah, flipping Nocturne burgers. That Nocturne burgers does not sound appetizing. That does not sound something like I would order. But maybe if they ever make a League of Legends themed restaurant, we'll have that. Kongrong Song, meanwhile, and Speedo are still just fighting over here. Kongrong Song doing a pretty decent amount of damage here. Speedo actually needs to force it back up, so ends up being a pretty even trade. But again, Speedo already has that 1 kill. You got to kill while they have a call. Oh, no, they just bought the call and then teleported back in. Never mind. But still, they're going to scale up pretty nicely.
If you've got an early lead there, the call makes a lot of sense. Medi and Baby Powder about to meet here in the scuttle, fighting over that crab here.
Yeah, we'll see what Baby Powder can do over here. He's going to fight off Maddie here. Is surrounded a little bit. Casson is behind though. Maddie's gone down pretty low. Baby Powder could secure this. Maddie will flash over the wall, but Baby Powder follows right behind them. The Speedo, with that HP bar, I don't think coming to join was the right call, but same with you, Kongrong Song. Either way, double kill goes to Baby Powder, and I wanted to see Baby Powder have an early impact, and they are.
Definitely here. And after Nocturne Burgers, looks like we get ourselves some Krabby Patties here. Speedo just getting kind of compressed there. Watch out, Eep. Being used to finish that one off there. And they fire back. This is good from Glaive. This is what they need to do. If you get killed, you need to fire back. Don't sit back. Don't just try and farm up here. And another good point is that their bot lane, after giving up those early double kills, has been able to come back and equalize that lane.
Yeah, huge. We kind of need to stop making food metaphors here because I'm starting to realize how hungry I am, by the way. Because we're just talking about food over and over again. I'm like, man, I could use a Krabby Patty, right? Like, but either way, PG dropouts here are kind of playing this game pretty well, but it's now evened up in terms of gold. Again, you got those couple kills onto Baby Powder, so hopefully they're going to be able to use that to extend their own advantage into the other lanes and see if they can kind of get that going. Because again, they do have a very potent wombo combo, and people are starting to hit 6 on this Glaive Purr team. We'll see if they are able to get that. Meanwhile, this bot lane, though, for Glaive Purr have to kind of manage what's going on, but they are making a proactive play. A teleport's coming in too as well. Prosperous Cat is pretty low. POS is right here to help Baby Powder pick up their 3rd kill. They're going to get one more onto Vark.
Turn off the nameplate, Johnny, and right now I would have the team's head switched because Baby Powder, last game it was Maddie on Hecarim just everywhere. This time it's Baby Powder on the Lilia, on the quadruped, just running the rift, and that TP from POS, not necessary, but why not? Grab the assist. You're not going anywhere anyways in mid lane.
Yeah, they're going to be able to grab that one there. They're going to be able to get this first dragon, which is not something Glaive Purr has done a whole lot of in this tournament. But, oh well, Maddie and Rovex are here to contest, though, however. Let's see how this fight breaks out. They will get that dragon, but here is the ensuing fight. Prosperous Cat is trying to jump on top of Trivia Boy, who's pretty low and without any mana. Does get over kind of the other side here, and is somehow still alive, but eventually goes down to Rovex. Baby Powder now is the one that's low. Remember, they got a shutdown bonus on them, so they want to get out of there. The Helios does end up going down. Double kill now for Rovex, and now again you have 2 kills on this Cassidy, and Array will grab one more there, taking out POS. So you got the dragon, but you gave up some golden kills.
Oh, Kongrong Song is coming. Paranoia.
There we go. He's hit 6, and then he presses R. He's going to take down Rovex, and maybe Kongrong Song could do something to start taking over this game.
Okay, so in the last one, I also want to point out Prosperous Cat literally gifting Array a kill by body blocking POS at the end there. Literally used the horse to constantly position in front of it. Great play. But for Glaive, we said we wanted to see Baby Powder be more proactive. They definitely have. 3-0-1. 80% KP right now. And we said, Klong Grog Zonk, we wanted to see them get out of lane. As soon as they hit 6, press R, get kill. So far, they're coming through with these win cons, and as much as we've kind of said PG Dropouts are the clear favorites here after the last couple performances, that's because Glaive hasn't been able to get to the mid game, to the late game. But so far, they're only down a kill, and their gold is pretty much the same. Maybe a pair of boots separating the two teams in terms of gold.
Yeah, that's certainly huge, especially since the game started off really bad with Array getting that the 2v2 kill kind of over the bot lane. Vark and Trivy Boy not respecting kind of the early pressure here. Rovex getting a little trouble there, actually going to flash out of that situation there. Riftwalk out of that situation there. So, yeah, it's good. What I like about what Baby Powder is doing in this game is that sometimes when I call someone out on stream, I feel a little bad because I don't mean to ever flame players or anything like that, but I just wanted to see Baby Powder step up their play in the early game, and that's exactly what they've done. They're stepping it up, and it's huge, and it's awesome. And now they've created a situation where this is a game, which could potentially mean this is a match now because of how well Baby Powder is playing this early game, because we already know Baby Powder is going to play well in the late game.
Sure, and for the side of PG Dropouts too, I feel like it's important to try and see how they kind of play from behind here, and maybe in a non-chaotic situation. Because I feel like when they played Team Rock, they did fall behind, but it was very chaotic. So even if you're behind, you didn't really feel it as much. It was a lot of mechanics, whereas with the way Glaive plays, if you're behind, they do play it kind of slow, kind of methodical, and they don't really give you too many opportunities to get back into the game.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they want to do here. And again, they have a dragon advantage too as well. But here is a gank coming in from Maddie, trying to get on top of POS here. POS doesn't really have a great place to run to, tries to use the Encore, but it doesn't mean anything. Kill goes to Maddie.
When you don't have Flash as the Seraphine here, you absolutely cannot play aggressively. You have to basically get shoved in, which creates a weird contradiction right now. You've got the Cassin who you want to shove them under turret, so it's hard for them to CS. But if you do shove them under turret, you become exposed. And I think that's when you need to coordinate with your jungler. When you press up, your jungler, Baby Powder, needs to be there to back you up. When they're going somewhere else, then you let the wave push into you. But for now, Baby Powder looking at this bot lane with kind of hungry eyes here.
Yeah, definitely looking like they potentially want to make a gank down here. Vark and Trivia Boy are certainly trying to bait out some aggression from Array and Prosperous Cat, because Array and Prosperous Cat have been aggressive. Meanwhile, we do see that Maddie takes a Rift Herald, so it'll be interesting to see where that goes. But we do have a hook being hit in the bot lane. Prosperous Cat is the target that got hit by that, but not able to follow up on that one completely.
That's hilarious. Well, we're talking about the bot lane, we're showing Herald. And as soon as literally the camera pans down, we see Baby Powder walking away. We pan back up, they start the engage. We're getting baited about as hard as Baby Powder is right now in terms of that bot lane gank.
Certainly. Yeah, they're just potentially going to be able to set up a little bit of a freeze here, which might mean they want Baby Powder to come down at some point here. But Array is still remaining fairly aggressive here, trading aggressively here with Vark too as well. Prosperous Cat just kind of waiting in the bush, waiting for an opportunity to shoot or engage. There's a hook, but of course there is Array spinning it around with their own spell shield. But here comes Cassidon making their way towards the bot lane. It is spotted out by a ward, so they do know this one's coming. Meanwhile, the top lane, we have Kong Song here, down to about half their HP here, dealing with Speedo pushing in. But despite like kind of what should be a good lane for Speedo, Kong Song once again has stabilized that one, even CS, and of course even in kills with an extra assist right now. But here is a setup for a dive into this bot lane. Teleport coming in from Kong Song to try to force them back from it. Baby Powder coming in around for the flank too as well, trying to fly that bowling ball at them to see if they can get anyone drowsy, anyone sleeping. Baby Powder in the middle of a bunch of them. Roback's gonna come in, do a decent amount of AoE damage. Here's the Encore, it whiffs. They're now backing out from this. They're trying to kite this one out. Baby Powder's gonna take a bunch of damage. He's gonna take a lantern and get out. Robex, though, will jump right back into them, pick up a big shutdown onto the Cassidon.
exhaust a second too late there. Well, that happened. TP got cancelled topside by Speedo onto Klonk Rongzong. And Klonk actually TPing right back top, so there's not even the pressure to try and stop this dragon coming through right now. Glaive Prepare, it feels like they get pressed, their nerve feeling a little bit here after what was looking like a really solid early game.
Yeah, they were trying to pull off the anti-dive, but POS is going to walk straight into Speedo. Rovex is right there. Speedo will take them down with the Fear Beyond Death.
People talk about Garen hiding in bushes. I feel like that's a holdover, you know, from early seasons, like seasons 1 through 4. I think seeing an Urgot, like walking to a bush and walking right into an Urgot, is a lot scarier.
Yeah, it's got so many legs. Lots of legs are scary.
And he looks kind of like a dead zombie as well. The damage he puts out is nasty, and don't take those turret shots. I think if they don't take the turret shots, Klonk's in a good place right now.
Yeah, definitely could potentially win this one out, but Speedo is just doing damage to him. And Klonk Rongzong now forced to kind of walk out of here. Speedo, of course, no mana left, but again, like you were saying, is basically an AD carry, right? So can still do decent amount of damage just shooting you down.
Okay, lots of chaos right now. Herald was picked up by Maddie, still in inventory, but starting to run out here. So I am looking, are they going to drop it top potentially here?
Yeah, looks like they want to set up for Baby Powder's in the area too as well. Who's going to win out on this fight? Maddie trying to get on top of Klonk Rongzong, flashes forward, but Baby Powder's here for response, and then coming back into the fight is Klonk Rongzong going to use that paranoia to perfection. They're going to get the Lilting Lullaby on 2 of them. POS will come back up to help this fight too as well. Baby Powder will secure that one. They'll continue the fight down there and take down Maddie. They'll pick that one up. Nice play in the top lane. Meanwhile, though, in the bot lane, they had a 2v2 fight that went in favor of Prosperous Cat and Array.
Crazy action everywhere. I feel like this bot lane is on a super sensitive trigger. Like they just pull it at any point in time. As soon as a death sentence misses, if you're out of position, you punish immediately. Top side though, one of the really good things was that Herald did nothing. Herald did not actually charge the turret because of the chaos, because of the way that fight broke out. Great Prepper don't lose anything, and Maddie, because they waited so long to drop that Herald as well, wasn't able to choose a better time, a better place to put it down.
See, Vark and Trigger Boy made their way back to this bot lane, and I'm honestly at the point where I think you give up this tower, because here's Rovex coming in with a teleport too as well. They're going to go for this dive completely on top of them. Infernal Trigger comes through, and they both get blown up. They get at least one of them down, as Prosperous Cat did die, but there will be another couple kills to big carries on the team for PG dropouts. Meanwhile, Baby Powder trying to deal with Maddie and Rovex by his own rev buff. And we'll just have to give that one up. Oh, POS. Yeah, POS, he can't fight Rovex really anymore.
One rotation, half your health. That next time they go in, that's potentially a kill here, and POS just forced to sit back. Glaive feels like they've lost all priority here in almost every lane. Every time we look, it's Red pushing up constantly here.
Yeah, and that's kind of the nature of the compositions too. And see if Baby Powder can do anything here. Is a pretty good death sentence. Maddie, though, avoids the play follow-up. Bark trying to jump in here and get in on there. The Philios playing frontline is doing tons of damage and hasn't been punished quite yet. But here they come jump in. Lily Lullaby has come now. He's going to sleep a couple of them. There goes the Encore 2 as well. He's going to get up onto Prosperous Cat. They do pick up that kill onto Maddie, then take down the Cat. They now are trying to chase down Rovex, but Rovex should be up to get away. But that will be a 2-for-0 for Glaive Per. As Baby Powder is still trying to chase down the Kassadin.
Oh man, Maddie just baited the entire team there. Rovex is lucky to get out, and that was a huge Magnet Storm. Yes, Prosperous Cat did go down, but it could have been a lot worse. That Magnet Storm holding everybody there was really solid. The good news for PG dropouts as well, all that was happening, we did see Speedo continue to destroy this top lane right now. It's now setting up an ambush here for Klonk Rongzong.
What I like about it too is that essentially, was that a word? Like, all right, cool. Is that he doesn't take out the tower right away, which is something so obviously so tempting to do. Is just like, yeah, take down the tower. That's how you win the game. But he's actually like just zoning off the wave and just letting all those minions die to the tower, and just like basically can pretend that tower isn't there, and that tower is actually doing work for Speedo, denying all these minions away from Klonk Rongzong.
And normally we don't see that anymore because it's all about the tempo. It's about accelerating the pace of the game here. But for PG dropouts, they could actually afford to take the time to let that happen. Their other lanes are winning. They've got the Kassadin who's continuing to scale. And even if they do take down their top lane turret, so what? What do they do after that? It's only the difference between immediately taking it down and maybe letting 3 or 4 waves die here.
Here we go now. We have this mid turret pretty low. Array wants to take it out.
Gone.
Yeah, that will go down. Also to note, though, we have a Mage Eyes on our Kassadin there at 10 stacks. So we'll keep track of that number, because that is always a fun one to watch. He's sitting at 4-1 and 3 and feeling confident in this one. They're starting to work on this Dragon, too. Trivia Boy does hit a death sentence in the mid lane, but no one can follow up on that one. It looks like this will just be a Dragon going over to PG dropouts. They'll be well on their way to Infernal Soul.
Yeah, Glaive has no vision in the Baron Pit, so they don't know. And they see everybody else out. So they're like, okay, we got this. Oh,
ooh,
great.
Yeah, that's a bowling ball that's going to hit, and that's going to be a follow-up from Clock Rock Song. That's exactly how you want to play that competition. They're going to move the fight on over to try to get on top of Speedo. Aphelios did pick up that kill onto Array. Baby Powder will secure the next one down, taking out Speedo. Rovex and Maddie are trying to force them off of here, but Baby Powder is keeping them in that area. You just can't keep away from this Lilia, who just can just run right at you. Maddie and Rovex are trying to get out. Encore won't hit anything. Maddie will try to get to the other side using their ultimate, but will not happen. Great play. Leads to 3 kills for Glaive Purr.
We said, Johnny, it was going to be very mechanically intensive. It was all going to be about the execution, not so much about the strategy. And so far, that's been the case. We're getting some amazing plays here. And I feel like for a lot of what we've seen Maddie die for recently, if he gets away, he looks like a genius. But because he doesn't, it looks very questionable.
Certainly. Speedo's coming in for a flank, though. Can they turn this one around? He's going to flash right into POS. He's going to take them down with the ultimate. Move on to the next one. Kassadin will pick up a couple kills. And all of a sudden, it's a 3-0 for PG.
Just when you thought PG might loosen up their death grip on the game here, they keep going. And now, Baby Powder, are you going to be able to get away here?
Yeah, this is a tough fight. They're 20-stack Mage Eyes on Rovex here. Still not quite enough to secure that kill. But huge play there. Speedo, meanwhile, trying to find someone in the bush. Just barely misses out on that one. Will take that out. So, yeah, we still have PG dropouts now. Once again, it looked like maybe Glaive Purr were wrestling some control of this game back, but just swings back the other way, does the pendulum, and now Maddie's going to take out this Rift Herald before it despawns and potentially use that to take down some more turrets.
Okay, they did manage to get it. And now, the last time Maddie used the Herald, it wasn't that effective. So I'm hoping to see a much more effective Herald. Last game as well, the very last Herald was kind of gratuitous for the most part. Like, they were pushing it anyways, and it didn't get to do too much. It didn't even get to dance at the end, unfortunately. So I'm hoping that this time, maybe Shelly gets to dance on the Nexus. Either that, or Shelly actually gets to do her job, and actually take down these base turrets here.
Yeah, they're starting to push in this mid lane, so potentially that's what they're thinking of doing with that repair. There is 4 of them committed to this area. You see Robax using his ultimate, just charging up that Rift Walk for if a fight breaks out over here. But right now they don't push the tempo quite yet. The side lane is pushed against them. That lane does require it to be fixed. But looks like they're fighting here. Vark is on top of them. Maddie's taking a ton of damage for basically nothing. So Maddie's going to have to walk out of there. Death Sentence hits onto Prosperous Crash. Rovex is here on the flank. Speedo pushing in the top lane while all of this skirmishing is happening. So maybe they're just content to let Speedo just push and get some solo goal in the top lane while they're just playing around with Glaive Purr in the jungle.
So in case you didn't catch it there, Maddie just chrono broke back from base, full health, was poked down, literally went back to base, bought, and popped right back here. They don't, I'm actually a little surprised they burnt that ultimate like that. There's nothing here worth fighting over.
Yeah.
Baron's up, but you're on the bot side of the map. Dragon's not up for a minute and a half. You're not going to fight with your PG dropouts because Speedo doesn't have TP. Clonk Clonk Zonk does. So I'm not sure what that whole kerfuffle in the bot side was. If anything, if Glaive can get a pick there, great. But for PG dropouts, that was dangerous and really not worth it. There's nothing worth getting.
Yeah, and Maddie ended up just backing again. Anyway, so in the end, they're going to have their ultimate back up for whenever the next fight happens. But that fight might be happening now. Kwangwang can meet up with Speedo in their own jungle here. Babe Powder POS in the area along with Array for PG dropouts, but Speedo and Array will just back off from there. But they're just continuously pushing in these waves, kind of waiting for the next opportunity to strike. 45 seconds for the next dragon to spawn. Prosperous Cat looking poised to potentially want to drop in for an engage.
I'm waiting for Glaive Purple to pull a trigger on a big team fight. We've seen it happen once so far, and when it did happen, it was very good for them. Aphelios now, Vark sitting on that 2-item power spike right here, is going to be fairly strong as long as they can track rollbacks, and they've done a really good job so far of tracking rollbacks.
Here they are, a bunch of them in this bush. Trying to fight for they're fighting for this space for the past like 6 minutes. It's been kind of wild. Trivia Boy is gonna hook onto Prosperous Cat. Paranoia used just to make things dark and scary. They're gonna jump forward and get on their Clockwork Sock is in the middle of them. They do get on top of Array, but they're being focused down now too as well. Fear from Beyond is gonna take down POS, and looks like Rovex is gonna start popping off. He's popped off one. Prosperous Cat does take down Trivia Boy. Baby Powder, last one standing, not standing anymore. Ace for PG dropouts.
Well, I want to see Glaive Purple engaged. They did, and my apologies. That was not good. That was kind of painful to watch, and it wasn't even a terrible engage from them either, right? Like, it felt like they didn't have enough damage to hit the priority targets. Array just ran away immediately, and rollbacks on the flank. Even though the paranoia came from the side of Glaive Purple, the mechanics is such that the team isn't blinded. It's only the enemy team. But it felt like they were blinded because there was an exhaust and rollbacks, and that was it. Nobody focused rollbacks coming in the back line. And so as soon as the exhaust was off, rollbacks just exploded.
Yeah, Rovax just 25 stack Magi's, by the way.
Fully stacked.
He's doing really good. 8-1-7.
Hey, Shelly.
It's yeah, Shelly is gonna not do as much work as he did last game, but good on you, Shelly. You're trying. You're trying.
Well, he's doing things.
Here's Rovex here. Oh, just kind of tempting there a little bit. Actually stood still, knew that the hook was gonna hit the minion, but actually stopped and tried to see if Trivia Boy was gonna blow any more cooldowns and go for anything there. But here's Vark trying to jump onto Prosperous Cat here. They do have the rest of the team behind them, but so is the rest of the team. PG dropouts now. Conqueror Tonga is coming in from the top lane, so this would be a 5v4 for the interim. Speedo has teleport to come and join if needed. But right now, they're not going to pull the trigger in here. It does mean Speedo just keeps pushing in the bot lane. Vark is stepping up pretty far up. It's a pretty scary spot. Speaking of stepping up, so is Trivia Boy now. Trying to hit a hook. Maddie's going to jump on top of them here. They're trying to get on top of them, but they're backing off here. Here's Conkrong Sock pulling the trigger, going straight towards Array. Can he take out the enemy 80 carries? Working on it now, but they're there to peel for him. Array takes down Conkrong Sock. Speedo comes in and joins the fight from the flank. Takes down Speedo. Maddie's going forward, going to get on top of POS and pull him off. Triple kill and another ace for PG dropouts, and they want to make the finals.
I don't see why they shouldn't here. The game looks somewhat cut and dried at this point here. Johnny and Kwangwang with this Nocturne just doesn't have enough damage. That's the second time we've seen them dive Array. Array didn't even really need backup and could just handle the 1v1 here.
Yeah, just enough lifesteal. Has both the Bloodthirster and the Immortal Shield Bow. Just able to deal with any damage Kwangwang was able to put out. They're taking out the second inhibitor. They're taking out the second Nexus turrets. PG dropouts are looking to make it to the finals, but here is the final defense for Glaive Purple. Can they do anything to keep this game alive? Array is jumping in straight towards the backline. Has the Inferno trigger, pops it off and hits on all three of them. They're going to continue to move forward as Speedo picks up another one. Double kill comes through for Array. They just are wanting to hunt for more kills. POS and Trivia Boy are alive, but it doesn't matter because the Nexus hits 0. PG dropouts are going to the finals.
Through an exhaust, Array diving into 3 members, walking out alive on the other end of it. That is absolutely insane. And my goodness, PG dropout, It looked kind of balanced after the initial early game, but really, PG dropouts were still really strong throughout, and it felt more like they were having a little bit of fun rather than that they couldn't close out that game.
Yeah, and it was a tough one. But again, we watched a lot of Glaive per matches throughout the weekend, and they're a team that I really like, and they have this they have this ceiling that I think they can continue to improve. They can learn from these kind of games, learn from these kind of opponents, and get that and bring it back to the next one. So I think they should still keep their heads up high. They're a top 4 team in this tournament, and I think they deserve a top 4 position. So we look forward to seeing how that team improves and where they keep going from here. So we do know PG Dropouts are in the final. We're waiting on the result between We Love Danny and Wichita Wolves. So we are going to take a break while we wait to set up for our final. But in the meantime, I do want to give another shout out to our sponsor in Explore Edmonton. 1 million plus Edmontonians do call Alberta's capital home. They're the entrepreneurs, experts, and hosts that can help turn your opportunities into realities. Famous for our festivals, lively arts and music scene, and sprawling, picturesque river valley, we offer much more than just places for your delegates to eat and be entertained. Find out more at exploreedmonton.com. So like I said, we'll take a quick break. Mia and RMC will rest their voices for a moment while we figure out who's in this final. But stay tuned, folks, because that's exactly what we have left for you. The final for the NorQuest Esports series. We'll see you guys soon.
NorQuest Esports.
Exactly. Go do a little sabotage.
I'm dropping gifts for everybody.
No!
Corral double tap. It's over.
That's why we need programs like Girls to Game. More girls involved at a younger age.
Really
Yeah, it's
fast.
better with friends for sure.
Yes. Yeah.
Every now and then I get a little bit lonely and you're never coming around. Turn around. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of listening.
Excuse me.
to this song.
I had ordered a Pepsi Zero Sugar.
And I need
Thank you.
you now tonight. And I need you
Pepsi Zero Sugar. Great taste, zero sugar. Taste the difference.
found a way into my heart. Oh, oh, she don't make out, no, she make art. And I need a way to treat it, cause I keep getting high off of her. Off of her. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you. Back to long nights can get me feeling lonely. Hey. And hearing music that can make me smile. But the way I feel with her cannot be explained. But one thing still remains on my mind. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad.
The butterflies on my insides have all gone away. You're not along for the danger, but I'm here to stay. I fall even deeper in the lies, they don't keep me away. You wanna know my secrets, so you keep crashing into my waves. I don't have the patience for that. Not okay with waiting for that. I don't know what's changed in my head. Let's go somewhere and never come back. Tonight we lose control. No matter where we go, we're never going home. And you don't even know when I get you alone. You can lose your halo. What you waiting for? I've been feeling low. Won't you give me more? I fall even deeper in the lies, they don't keep me away. You wanna know my secrets, so you keep crashing into my waves. I don't have the patience for that. Not okay with waiting for that. I don't know what's changed in my head. Let's go somewhere and never come back. Tonight we lose control. No matter where we go, we're never going home. And you don't even know when I get you alone. You can lose your halo.
Won't you wait for me? I need you to stay right there. I'm coming right away, my dear. I tried this, tried that, tried everything. Coming right back, right back. Won't you wait for me? I need you to stay right there. I'm coming right away, my dear.
Welcome back to the NorQuest Esports series featuring League of Legends. We've got a bonus game for you folks that's brought to you part by Pepsi. We're thankful to have Pepsi supporting the NorQuest Esports series this weekend. Try Pepsi Zero Sugar. Great taste, zero sugar. We're jumping over to the other semi-final here where we have two teams that are into game number 3, and that is between We Love Danny and Wichita Wolves.
Yeah, both these teams here are really highly ranked players. I think We Love Danny has the highest average ranked with 4 challenger players, as well as a master level top laner. And Wichita Wolves, well, that's another team that's frankly played in the tier 2, proving grounds as well as a team. So this series is I think going to be a lot closer because so far they've won 1 apiece. We Love Danny won game 1, and Wichita Wolves won game 2.
And to note, this was one where they already did the pro draft, so again, they are kind of speed running through the draft. And even their bans are not even banning what they really banned on one side. They're just doing whatever they feel like. So yeah, basically, we're gonna see a Scion versus Nocturne top once again.
Okay, Nocturne top is now apparently a thing. I have mixed feelings about that, but in this particular case, I think it makes a lot of sense. That Nocturne was actually the last pick in the draft, so it was a counter pick to the Scion. And specifically for Scion, you can trade into it. You can auto attack when the Scion wants to walk up. The Decimating Smash is a huge part of the damage for a Scion's kit, and you can always shield that. So I kind of actually like this particular lane matchup. My only concern is what happens when the jungler starts coming in for the gank.
Yeah. Speaking of junglers, one thing to note that this Graves was pretty highly prioritized over here on the blue side. They actually basically picked up Graves, which gave up the Hecarim over on the other side. What do you think about that?
You know what I think about that, Johnny? I was confused. Don't get me wrong. Graves is not a bad jungler. He's just not the top tier right now. And if you're going to pick a name like jungle is weak and you pick a Graves, well, I think it kind of explains why you think the jungle is weak. You're not picking the high prio junglers.
Yeah, just giving that one over towards the other side. And speaking of non-prio things, we have 2 mid laners not seeing a whole lot of play, at least in this tournament, but we got Anivia versus the Ahri.
Okay, so I guess we should have disclaimed this in the beginning, but this draft blows my mind for what we're seeing here. I wish we could have changed the pro draft to a certain extent because of the way the champions came out. But yes, I am it's unusual to see Anivia Ahri. I myself play a lot of Anivia. I am not exactly Anivia one trick, but I play a lot of Anivia. And I don't think Anivia is necessarily the best champion to pick into the likes of a Nocturne, a Hecarim, and an Ahri here. The wall is not going to do much. The whole strength of Anivia is that you wave clear and that if you fight in a standard area, you set up that Glacial Storm, and the other team does not want to fight in it. They want to be mobile and fight around it. They want to keep moving the line of skirmish here. And that's going to happen when you've got the Nocturne, you've got the Hecarim. They can just go right over it. The Spirit Rush as well from Ahri. You're not going to be able to stop any of them. And for Jinx, she outranges you with the rocket. So if you put up a wall of anything, you're protecting that Jinx.
Yeah, certainly. And to be fair with the order of the draft, that Anivia was picked B5, and then the Nocturne was
Ari.
picked. Well, the Anivia was picked B5, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. So it
Yeah,
was
yeah,
picked
yeah.
after the Ari, but before the Nocturne.
Yeah, exactly. So they didn't know about the Nocturne there in that point, but they did know about the Jinx. And they didn't know about being outranged in that sense. So it's a draft. Let's go. I love how like so we've seen like we kind of got a good range of play from like gold all the way to like diamond masters play. And now we're into a team with a bunch of challengers and masters players, and they're the ones picking completely wild stuff. And that might be a kind of a case of like, maybe it's comfort pick. I didn't completely delve super deep into all the op.gg's into them, but we even saw some weird bans like Xerath being banned out when like that doesn't seem to be in anyone's champion pool. So it's some crazy stuff kind of happens. Game Ari has had some priority in the meta of this best of 3 at least. We saw it in game 1, We Love Danny and Tempest Love Yuli were able to play that one to a victory in game number 1. They went for 1-5 and 18, so mostly kind of like probably hit a lot of charms. They had a Tristana in that game, to be fair, that went 16 kills. So like maybe they feel like that's what helped them get to that point to win game number 1, because they did lose game number 2 where they did not have the Ari available to them in that one. So maybe they're just trying to get back to the sauce that won them game number 1.
Potential here. I mean, it's Ivano taking it this time, so taking the other person's sauce, I guess, in terms of trying to figure this out. I'm also concerned about the Sion and Nvidia interaction. I think we saw it yesterday in the rookies finals, where if you have an Nvidia and a Sion, if that wall goes up at the wrong time, your Sion's unstoppable onslaught won't even get off the ground. You'll run hit burst into it immediately. So there's just a lot of tricky interactions here with these particular teams. But I like seeing unorthodox things. It makes me happy to see unusual things which aren't boring and something that we've seen 1,000, 100,000 times here.
Yeah, well, exactly. It makes things kind of like more interesting for us because we've cast a lot of games this weekend, random main caster, and when we get this opportunity to see like the bot lane, if you like cut off and just didn't look at anything else, you just looked at the bot lanes. That's pretty standard stuff. You move your hands out of their way, and you're like, oh, what's going on here, Doctor Top? Oh, Graves is in this game. Remember when Graves was meta? So it's kind of some wild stuff going on in this game. So while we're waiting for that spectator delay, of course, we do want to give a shout out to NorQuest College's esports scene because it's growing and it's awesome. From Rocket League to Smash Bros to Valorant to League of Legends, their community server is a host to many of this and more. So what are you waiting for? Join the NorQuest community at the link in the panel below the stream. So once again, this is a little bit of our bonus game because they got to game 3 on the other side of this semi-final here. One of them will meet up with the PG dropouts based on who wins this game.
And I'm super excited we actually do get to cast this last game of the semis here because we haven't seen either Witch of the Wolves or We Love Danny on stream all weekend. So we know next to nothing about these teams. Instead of walking into the grand finals with one team that we know very well and another team that we know next to nothing about, we get at least to watch a little bit of these teams, and going into the finals, it won't be as big a mystery. We get to enjoy the surprise here in the semifinals a little bit.
Yeah, I sort of lost your audio again, but I think it went through on the stream once again.
I think it's when the game loads in, but we'll have to figure this out.
Yeah, I'm just going to nod and pretend. You said smart things. I agree. Chat, let me know if that's a good idea.
Actually said smart things or whether he was just being silly.
Who knows? Maybe we'll find out. We'll find out later. We are waiting to load it into the game, folks. But some weird interaction happens whenever the game loads in. I don't know why. But anyway, other than that, we kind of what you were touching on earlier before I couldn't hear you. We haven't got to see these teams at all, and just like looking down, like just their solo queue ranks, it's really, really exciting. And some of these players that have played on orgs, that have played in, like you said, like tier 1, tier 2 amateur esports stuff. So it's good to see them. They are all coming out with kind of spicy stuff that might end up being really exciting. We're getting very different mid laners in here. We just saw the Nocturne top, but I don't mind seeing it again. It's actually kind of exciting. We'll see how it plays in the hands of Phenom X.
And I really liked when we saw Klonk play the Nocturne here, the ability and the fact that they can just be somewhere else, right? The sort of semi-global and the burst damage they put out. In this particular case, you've got a Graves, you've got a Anivia, as well as a Kaisa, all of which you can potentially kind of shred through a little bit. Yes, Graves get a little bit tanky, but if you're fast enough here, before they can really start stacking that true grit, you can burst them down.
Yeah, they're gonna want to try to get that going. So we're into the Rift. Game number 3. We Love Danny versus Wichita Wolves. Winner gets to meet PG Dropouts in the final of our weekend. Looks like we're just getting the line of scrimmage play here to start off with, although we've seen some kills happen in kind of dangerous situations here. Faisal takes a little bit of damage there from Phenom X, but looks like we won't get a level 1 kill here, and things will start off kind of standard.
How many games have we caught so far, Johnny? I feel like we're up to about
6 yesterday, 3 so far today.
9. Okay,
right?
and we've seen what, 1 invade the entire time? Come on, guys.
yeah, and it's funny, folks, because we touched on it last time, but basically I was saying how like there's lots of nuance that goes in with invades, so we like want to talk about them. And you have a team with like Thresh on here who can potentially go for it. We see them kind of walk up to your practice does spot them out here a little bit, so not likely to continue pushing forward, but looks like they are going into it. Jungle's weak, yes, getting out there, but they are getting this flank over here from Avano and Kissy, so we might be getting what we were asking for here. They're invading into the red side of the jungle. Wichita Wolves are backing up. We're getting a teleport from Phenom X, so it looks like they want to fight for this. Avano's jumping over the wall. They are fighting for this. Practice is showing rockets from safety. Is going to get first blood in this fight. Phenom X has gone down pretty low too. Ooh. They are able to take him down. Donbray securing that kill, but Donbray goes down in the end. 2 for 1 so far for the Wichita Wolves. Tempest, Love, Yuli targeted next. Kissy gets in tower range though, and will eventually have to back off. Faisal is doing Scion things meanwhile at the same time. Avano and Sketch Dreams are going to meet in the river. Avano backs off.
Oh my goodness, I'm so happy, Johnny. We got the invade. It was a delayed invade, which is a very strategic move. I like the concept of it. The problem is when you're spotted, it gets really risky. And Phenom X not hesitating the TP to back up the team, I think makes all the difference there. Yes, you lose out a little bit in lane, but Faisal opted to go for that blue buff. Didn't actually even take the blue buff. So oh no, took the Gromp. Okay, so took the Gromp, 3-sided to blue buff, I guess, to get back a little bit faster. I know that we joke. Actually, hold on, is this invade gonna happen?
Yeah. Graves meeting up with Kissy over here, trying to fight over this red buff. Top laners are coming down to help with this fight too as well. Scion is gonna knock up over there. He's gonna secure that one. Does Jungle's weak and then get the kill. Kissy gets taken down in the jungle.
Very well played. So I was just gonna point out that the Graves, the reason why the delayed invade makes sense is because in that 1v1, in that early fight, Graves is stronger. Graves can bully out the Hecarim at that level 1, level 2 mark. And that's why we're seeing Jungle is weak just go in and punish Kissy repeatedly here. And now Jungle is weak level 2. Kissy still at level 1, has not killed a single jungle creep.
Yeah, and that is awful. They're going to be
look at this
so behind in levels for so long here. And here we go. They're invading once again. Oh, this is the game of my dreams, to be honest. Let's go. Fancy in the middle of the fight. Avano is right there for the flank. Jungle's weak as to jump over the wall. Donbray has got himself rooted up by the traps from the Jinx. They're putting on the damage. Practice is going to pick up another kill in his game already. Sketch Dreams trades one back. Donbray, though, is pretty darn low. They do not have flash available to them. Kissy secures that kill. W forces Tempest Love Yuli to flash away.
With all these jungle interactions here, it's like, okay, I like the punishment of Kissy, but this bot side invade is really not working out. The fact that constantly we're seeing the rotations quicker from Wichita Wolves, and secondly, they started up the blue buff. I don't know if this was intentional or whether it was a misclick, a mistake from the queue, but jungle is weak. Started up the blue buff, got tagged by the chompers, and so despite not only were you taking damage from Wichita Wolves punishing you for the invade, but blue buff was also hitting jungle this week. If not, maybe they can trade back 2 for 2, but that was effectively a 5v4 with the buff there.
Oh man, this game is incredible. I called it the bonus game as we were coming to it, but this is clearly the feature match now. Here's a nice death sentence hit by Donbray. He's gonna put practice right into them. They do put down the traps that forces Sketch Dreams to walk out of there awkwardly, but here's Graves making their way towards the bot lane. Not yet spotted out here, but they have a pretty decently sized minion wave to deal with, so they're not going to be able to get onto Fancy.
Practice was in lane with the pickbacks already as well. So that bot lane was always going to be heavily Wichita favored after the early skirmishes. Now has picked up the boots as well as the longsword here. If Sketchstream doesn't base after this wave, they're going to have... They're not, because they're freezing the lane. This lane is going to be so rough for Sketchstreams, and they will have to back soon, not by choice, but because they'll be forced down by the poke.
Yeah, because at a certain point, if you kind of like overstay and just the enemy team just has better items than you because you didn't kind of stick around, you actually end up conceding more CS than if you would have just backed and then lost whatever amount of CS you would have lost backing and coming back, because you won't be able to have access to your wave. So let's see how that ends up playing out here. Because yeah, Streams 1-0-1, but hasn't spent any money. Is literally sitting on 1,500 gold. So just is way weaker at this exact point.
Actually, for a second there, Dombre was thinking about getting the engage, but as soon as they realized, I think, how far behind they were, Dombre was trying to have to take the long way back all the way around that wall as well. So bit of a rough start, and now Dombre has to be super careful if they want to hook anybody.
Yeah, look how much damage that singular rocket did from practice there. That just like just makes it very tough for you. Again, they just don't have access to even walk up to that wave even that much closer to it because they are so heavily outranged there by the Jinx. Here's Jungle's weak into the mid lane, and Ivano misses the charm, so that's huge. And that's a big wall that Ivano cannot get around. Jungle is weak, picks up the second kill of the game for themselves.
Damage coming up from Anivia. It's very deceptive. If you land both procs off that Q, combine it with the E, the electrocute, it chunks for quite a bit there, and just really, really well played punish on Ivano, but that would probably be the last time they get to get that particular gank off. Once the Spirit Rush comes in through for Ivano, that wall's utility is going to just drop right off the face of the spot.
Yeah, Dragon has been up for a couple minutes now. Looks like they're starting to look towards that. Team so far have been more interested in champion kills than dragon kills, but we do have Kissy right now on top of it. He's pulls it out of the pit and is working on it by himself. Jungle's weak in the area. Nice death sentence will be hit, but there is the cleanse coming in for practice, so they're going to turn around this fight now. Jungle's weak goes down pretty low because Jinx already hurt so much in this game. But here comes Phenom X. Gonna gut down and egg. There he goes. Take care of the passive. Ivano will pick up that kill.
Okay, and I mean, we saw it kind of last game too. As soon as he takes that Nocturne, but bot side goes kind of low on health.
He is here. Practice wanting to get into this fight, throws down the traps, is able to focus down onto Dombre a little bit, but Kissy's gone real low, and Jungle's weak will pull that off. But here's Ivano on the flank coming down from the river. Will pick up one onto Dombre. Double kill will come through for Jungle is weak. They'll grab a triple now, but Ivano and Sketchstreams are still fighting at it. Ivano gets the double kill. No mana left.
8 minutes, 7 kills apiece. These teams are going nuts. Jungle is weak is not weak. Jungle is weak is doing a lot of damage, actually. Like, non-stop here. And while all that was well, I think we're seeing action bot side of the map right now, but in the top side, Faisal and Phenom here have just kind of been trading, happily farming out. But Faisal is slowly falling behind because those assists for Phenom right now are beginning to add up here.
Yeah, and speaking of falling behind, Kissy 2 levels behind, still has their jungler item where that's finished off already for Jungle's weak. They got themselves a Mortal Shield Bow. They are quickly getting to the point where they might be irrelevant in this game. Dombre is going to hit a death set. It's going to Lantern in. Jungle is weak and they're fighting a 2v2. They'll grab it, taking down Practice. Fancy now trying to run towards tower, trying to run towards safety, but Tempest Love Yuli puts up the wall. Double kill for Jungle is weak.
That should spell Inferno Dragon here. We have complained that some of these teams have not been focusing their dragons. This game has not been because they don't want the dragon. It's because they can't get the dragon. Now they finally get the kills. It's an Inferno Drake, and with the pace of this game, these teams are going to want to pick up this Inferno.
I always like the Super Mega Death Rocket steal attempt because it does way more damage than a smite, but not able to secure that one. So that will be the Inferno Drake over to We Love Danny. Cloud Drake will be the next one. So either Ocean or Mountain Soul will be in play in this game.
They actually hesitated on the dragon for a while. I suspect Well, I'm pretty sure that was because they were waiting for the Super Mega Death Rocket to come through. They want to wait for their cooldowns to come back up so they could just burst down the Dragon in one shot. And that's why, to a certain extent, like the risk of Dragon being stolen by the Super Mega Death Rocket wasn't really there. Really heads up play. And we love Danny so far. I'm loving the coordinate play, and I suspect that jungle is weak is shot calling this right now, because you can see the attention focus on keeping the enemy jungler down, like you mentioned, Kissy down 2 levels. And the way that it feels like almost all the action is kicking off around jungle is weak. Wherever they go seems to be where the action's at. And even right now, they're doing Herald.
And this was a jungle champion that they put a lot of priority on. They picked it B3, they picked it and leaving up the Hecarim, and it's looking real smart right now because they know, I feel like, they probably just know how to play with this champion, and they are just literally fighting every opportunity they can get. And yeah, when they're sitting at 7-3-1, had their first mythic already for quite a while, they can kind of do whatever they want.
Are they going to drop Herald here? I feel like they wouldn't be able. Oh, actually, maybe they could probably take Herald, take the turret, I mean, with Herald here to charge down. It will be a little dicey, and you can already see Wichita Bulls responding to this. Everybody's coming up.
Paranoia, kind of trying to jump on him, trying to shut down the jungler, but in the end, Phenom X goes down. Here, they finally do get onto Jungle's weak, take that kill off. Kissy gonna run away and run out of that, but We Love Danny are still pushing forward. It's a 2-for-1 for them, and they'll continue to take out this tower. The minions have died yet, so they're not going to get the tower quite yet, but they're still pushing.
Towers get a buff when you don't have minions there, so Sketch Stream's trying to take that down. I think a little over-ambitious, and I feel like Wichita Wolves needed to make a decision sooner. If they wanted to throw people up there, they needed to throw everybody up there, because We Love Danny is just more decisive more than anything else. They just had more people, were willing to sack the other lanes, and so they get themselves the kills, they get themselves the turret, and they get themselves ahead.
Yeah, and they're kind of willing to basically let that shutdown kind of go through in that situation, because either way they still kind of get up into the tower. They're able to push it in and deny some minions too as well. So they kind of like the opportunity cost, even losing the shutdown bonus, not that great. Says they're still up 2k gold in at 12 minutes.
And almost all of that gold right now is from kills and from the turrets, the plating. Because if you look at the CS numbers here, they're not that far ahead. Kissy is actually farming almost equal right now. And Avano just taking a little bit of poke here. But because the wards were there, you're safe now. No more wards, though, means you have to be super careful.
Well, we're only 12 minutes and 50 seconds into this one, but it's been a heavy action game. And while there's no neutral objectives yet, it doesn't seem like that will stop anyone from wanting to go for a fight here. Fancy has kind of positioned themselves in a way that they were ready to kind of go in for one. But right now, Practice will continue to farm up here, 2-2-4. But so is this 3-0-4 Kai'Sa. We were talking earlier about them not backing. They didn't really get mega punished for that one earlier. Like I said, the CS score is just even in the bot lane anyway. And actually, right now, Kai'Sa is pretty darn strong.
Kissy probably doesn't want to just be sitting here this entire time. Like, just off screen, Kissy's still in that bush, has not left yet, is still waiting, no recall animation channeled. And yeah, the spider senses for Sketch Dreams and Dawnbreak here tingling. They just refuse to step out.
Yeah, they're pretty happy keeping the wave at the state that it's currently at. Dragon is spawning here in 50 seconds. It is kind of that singular Cloud Drake, which feels like least relevant singular Drake when you know it's there. So I don't expect anyone to put major priority, just kind of take it if they can take it for free.
And Nivea not wanting Cloud Drake on a, what is that, 4-second cooldown on the ult?
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, it's true, but I just don't think you int for it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think you have to go through any sort of risky fight for it. If you can get yourselves a situation where you can kind of get it, I think it's more of a nicety than anything. Maybe it just puts We Love Danny closer towards Seoul if they're going to go up 2-0, but we'll see how these teams treat it. With 10 seconds left for it to spawn.
At least for We Love Danny, it looks like they're committing to this here. They've already cycled Faisal down here while Phenom X was pushing topside. And the turret took some damage, but now Phenom X back at base, has TP, seems to be sitting, waiting, getting ready to come in to back the team up.
Yeah, Phenom X can do that if they so choose. And here we go. We Love Danny starting up the Dragon now. Jungle is weak is right on that. They're clearing out the wards too as well. You have a little bit of flank set up, and again, like you mentioned, Phenom X can come in for this too as well. Super Mega Death Rocket steal attempt does not land. Will get that one, but there is an ensuing fight. They're going to focus down onto Fancy. Finally take them down. Coming in from the other side, Kissy's going to be able to pick up one more kill too as well. They're going to continue going forward here as Donbray's got himself down to 100 HP, and Kissy will jump on top of him, grabbing the double kill. 2 for 1 now in favor of Wichita Wolves. Continue to chase down We Love Danny's trying to get some more, but they won't be able to find that. Phenom X is pretty low. Sketch Dreams wanting to run towards them, but Phoenix X will back off. So We Love Danny end up getting the dragon, but it's 2 for 1 once again for Wichita.
And it just strikes me as amusing that we were just kind of talking about not wanting to soft int, and we were joking about the fact, oh, Anivia with Cloud Drake. They kind of soft inted that one a little bit. It's not worth giving up kills. If you were going to risk that, you should just take it, get out. But they kind of re-engaged. If anything, the paranoia was a little bit late from Phenom X to cut the vision, but it did its job. It took them so long to cut down Fancy that they were kind of too invested to pull out safely, and they end up giving up kills. It doesn't set them too far behind, but nevertheless, it's not something that you want to give over for free. And now with Ocean on the table, Wichita Wolves are set up to potentially try and get themselves 4 Ocean Drakes.
Yeah, that is the one where you start going, that's real significant. The impact that could end up having in this game just doesn't feel fair to heal that much. It forces people to buy Grievous Wounds when you don't even have healing on your team. Like it's that much of a thing. It just taxes the enemy team there too as well. So see how that kind of ends up going out. We do have Rift Herald spawning again now shortly, so that's basically the next neutral objective that is up right now. We do see that Jungle is weak, is heading towards that, while the rest of his team is pushing in the mid lane, and Nivea is pushing in the top lane too as well, so they have decent priority for that, allowing Braves to kind of do it by themselves.
And the fact that Jungle is weak has consistently remained a level up. We did get to see gold just a moment ago, and if you recall back, the gold advantage for the side of We Love Danny is on Jungle is weak and Sketch Dreams for the most part. A little bit on Donbray as well, because, I mean, Donbray and Sketch Dreams are sort of a duo here, but with that gold advantage for Jungle is weak, it means that the Graves can start things up here on their own, can solo a lot of this, and Kissy doesn't get priority. Has to be super aware that if you ever get caught trying to solo something by that Graves, you're going to be in a lot of trouble here. So we can assume that We Love Danny will continue to have priority on neutral objectives here in the short term.
Yeah, and that's what they're kind of using to their advantage. So we'll see where they end up using that Rift Herald. So we enter kind of into this lull state. It's been a wild game so far, at least. Watching the two mid laners kind of come into this one, and yeah, you have the dragon advantage and you have the 1,000 gold, but this still seems like it's very plausible since you do have that kind of Jinx win condition of Vano. If they can find themselves a good pick and follow up with Phenom X, it's still really a wide open game as we're watching this teleport happen with.
And right now it feels somewhat less about skilling and more just about how you're piloting the compositions here. Shelly gets off a late charge there, doesn't even get that turret, but will definitely get to go on to this next turret here. And look at that wall placement here. It's not so much to catch people, it's to sort of funnel everybody else to the other side. If you want to step up, if you want to defend your turret, you got to sit in a Glacial Storm. If not, watch as we take your inner turret down.
Yeah, they're able to grab that one. Sion pushing down the bot lane too as well, so they're able to keep up pressure in multiple lanes. Tempest Lovely heading towards the top lane too as well to push out that lane, so they're kind of just pretty happy with just playing that game here. Some good wave management put together by We Love Danny.
And with how We Love Danny has played right now, the outer turrets are easy to take, so that you can still possibly rotate down to that bot side and take that turret, but after that it gets a little bit harder for them to push out. They are fairly short range compared to that Jinx, compared to the Ari's wave clear a little bit, so I'm expecting to see focus down into the bot lane, and then after that they need to start playing around the objectives, playing the rotational game a little bit to try and string Wichita Wolves out.
Yeah, they're trying to get that. 30 seconds here for the Ocean Drake. Phenomex is pushing down to the top lane. In the meantime, we are getting a teleport from, it looks like a Vano going straight towards the mid lane, so getting there as fast as possible. 20 seconds still for this dragon, but this might be the one that both teams are going to want to fight heavy for.
Yeah, and for Wichita Wolves, I'm looking for a catch from Ivano because Ivano is one of their strong points right now, is up in goal, along with Phenom X here. Get a burst immediately onto a priority target, and the rest of the fight goes so much easier for you.
Yeah, Ivano certainly trying to fish for that, but he gets stunned up, and they're going to be at the edge of them. They will go golden and stay alive for now. Here comes the paranoia. Phenom X is going to come in and try to join this fight. He's actually going to teleport his way in and then jump on to the top zone. He's going to get onto Sketch Dreams. Kissy is trying to secure that kill as well, but look at Practice doing a ton of damage. Over on the side as well, look at the rockets. They're just AoE rockets blowing up everyone, but the rest of his team is still dying. Triple kill from Jungle is weak. Looks like Shotgun beats Rocket Launcher. Quadra kill for the jungler.
Shotgun beats Rocket Launcher, and on top of that, Immortal Shield Bow apparently beats Gale Force as well, at least in the head-to-head duel. And we love Danny play that so well. Wichita Wolves, they overcome it a little bit. What they did, the initiate, okay, well, I shouldn't say call it the initiate because Ivano got caught, but after Ivano getting caught there, the follow-up was really good. The catch was that they were under the turret, and with an Anivia, we always talk about the way Anivia is so good at clearing waves. We have to remember, Anivia is also very good at locking you in place. If you dive a turret, how do you get out between the Glacial Storm, between the stun and the wall? You don't. You die.
You don't, you die. And that's exactly what happened there. And I was tracking kind of Practice in that team flex. I actually thought Practice positioned super well. You saw how well they were living, and they saw like the two items, the Runan's Hurricane Rockets. They were applying so much on everyone else, but the problem was everyone else just kind of died before Practice was really able to get some good resets off and get excited and really make that team fight turn around for them. So it was a really well fight from Jungle is weak too. Obviously now sitting at 11, 5, and 4. They got themselves 3 items. They're tanky, they do damage, they're gonna keep it going. Here we go, they're starting on the Baron.
Yeah, and there's no vision right now. That one lone blue ward did get blocked, and with the way they're it, Phenom X now has Paranoia, did not have it initially, and they suspect, but they don't know. And now it's too late.
Yeah, not a whole lot they could have done about that one. Good shot call to go and grab that Baron while they had no vision there for Wichita Wolves. So now they have 3 dragons. They have 4,000 gold, about 4,500 gold actually, as well as this Baron buff. They got, yeah, a lot of things checking the right boxes here for We Love Danny.
For sure. On top of that, we were talking about how difficult it was for them to push with the short range they had. That problem's been completely alleviated right now with the Baron buff. In fact, I want to kind of see them push up the mid lane. It is going to be a little risky for them to overextend, but I think they've got the gold lead. And more importantly, you ideally want to use Baron buff to crack the inhibitor turret. You don't have to take the inhibitor, but you want to be able to crack that turret because it's the most funnel, the hardest to get turret here.
Yeah, certainly. If you can get that turret, like you say, you don't necessarily actually need the inhibitor, because sometimes an early inhibitor just kind of feeds minions to the enemy team. But getting the turret still puts on the pressure that you want to have with that there, because even just turrets being down, your minions still get stronger moving towards it, even if they're not like inhibitor, they're not super minions. So that is exactly what they're trying to do. They're able to kind of push down a bunch of these top lane turrets, and now they're looking towards the inhibitor turret.
And because that bot lane turret was almost dead, they basically, it takes no time for them to take that up. And yeah, they don't need to go mid, they're just forcing the bot lane, and look at this, they can't clear it.
Ooh, Jungle is weak, does so much damage, just blows up the front line, picks up another one, double kill for Jungle is weak, and everyone from Wichita Wolves just has to run to their base.
In the first time, you can say, okay, they unloaded everything, collateral damage, but fancy going down. There was no collateral damage from that. That was just brute force here, and they've got that one lonely siege minion. Kissy looking for a flank, but I think you got to wait for Ivano.
Yeah, they're just still here. They still have this Baron. They got 2 Baron-powered turrets going at it, and Phenom X is going to get melted down. He's going to run back towards the base. He'll use Paranoia to try to create some chaos in this team fight. Practice will pick up the first kill, get the Jinx excited, trying to get some more. Will pick up a double kill now. They will fend off the win for now. Will it be enough for them to come back in this game?
It might just be, I mean, okay, so the kill score is close significantly, but the gold gap is still up, 6,000. You've got 1 Nexus turret up. Your bottom side of your map, of your base, is completely broken and in shambles. Now, you've got 1 minute before Ocean Soul comes up, and to me, that fight is going to be critical. If Wichita Wolves can win that fight, then that'll be 2 back-to-back fights they win, and I think you can come back. But you lose there, the game's over. There's not, first of all, not only do you lose an Ocean Soul, but on top of that, you'll have members dead, and you can't defend a base that has already been cracked with super minions and only 1 Nexus turret.
Yeah, they're gonna have to get this one down here. Ocean Soul, of course, on the table for We Love Danny as well. Wichita Wolves just need this fight to stay kind of in this game. They do have a pretty strong Jinx, who's now sitting at 3 items, just finished that Lord Dominic's Regard 2 as well. So we'll see if that is impactful enough for them to be able to win the fight. Again, I've been praising Practice's positioning in these team fights. I thought they were in the right spot to do a whole lot, but their team is just behind. Now we'll see if it's going to be enough for their positioning, for their great play to matter here. Here's Afano making an aggressive play to get a great charm off onto there. They do get this dragon, they have the soul, but let's watch the rest of this fight. Fancy is going to throw it on his forward. Jungle is weak. It's going to kite back a little bit. Practice does get that 1 more kill, but Jungle is weak. It's picked up a couple now. And look at him go. Once again, the shotgun is going to flap a couple of them. There's a triple kill. He sees Afano go golden. He's just waiting to step it up. Faisal steals the Quadra, not going to lie. But what does it matter? Because it looks like you're going to win the game and meet PG dropouts in the final.
That last fight was very, very one-sided. So I guess the last fight was a bit of a flash in the pan. With the Ocean Soul picked up as well, there just wasn't really much of a chance here that Wichita Wolves get to win that fight. And you said you want to watch Practice's positioning. Unfortunately, Practice stepped up a little bit too far in that last fight.
Yeah, and it's tough. You don't have a super great front line here. Again, it's kind of the same situation as before. It just wasn't there, but here we go. We Love Danny take game number 3 versus Wichita Wolves. They will head to the finals. They will play for a championship.
Okay, and judging by the way the teams have played, I think the final should be fairly active in the early game here. PG dropouts like to play through their lanes. We Love Danny. The laning was very minute, I feel like, in this game, because they were just constantly scrambling around, just fights in the river, skirmishes everywhere, TPs all over the place. So it should make for a very exciting early game, and the draft as well. PG dropouts play a very standard draft for the most part until that second game in the semifinals, but I don't think they'll do that in the finals. And We Love Danny, they are highly unorthodox here, so love what I'm seeing. And hey, maybe Graves might make the ban list over Heckram.
Hey, yeah, it looked absolutely nutty. We've talked about how good double AD carry compositions come out. That's usually the mid and the bot lane, but you put Graves, remember, like I said, remember when Graves was super meta and super priority? Just making it look like we're still in that meta from just a few months ago. But we will set up our final. Once again, it will be We Love Danny versus the PG dropouts. It's going to be an absolutely crazy one. So stay tuned for that. I will give another shout out to our sponsor and Explorer Edmonton. While we wait for that, Edmonton is a catalyst for change, and we're not talking about the change you find on your sofa. Our dream team will work with yours to take your vision and turn it into an unforgettable for your delegates. How? With creative solutions, a can-do attitude, and a city-wide network of doers and makers eager to roll up their sleeves and get things done. Find out more at exploreedmonton.com. So we'll take a quick break here, set up our final after a great weekend of League of Legends. I'm so excited to get into a best of 3 final. I will see you all soon.
NorQuest Esports.
Exactly. Go do those sabotage.
I'm dropping gifts for everybody.
No! Corral double tap. It's over!
That's why we need programs like Girls to Game. More girls involved at a younger age.
Really
Yeah, it's
fast.
better with friends for sure.
Yes. Yeah.
Every now and then I get a little bit tired of listening
Excuse me.
to this song.
I had ordered a Pepsi Zero Sugar.
And I need
Thank you.
you now tonight. And I need you
Pepsi Zero Sugar. Great taste, zero sugar. Taste the difference.
Pick up the phone. I'll pick up the phone. Get what she wants. And get what she wants. I'll pick up the phone. I'll pick up the phone and get what she wants. I'll pick up the phone and get what she wants. Pick up the phone. I'll pick up the phone. Get what she wants. And get what she wants. Pick up the phone. I'll pick up the phone. Get what she wants. And get what she wants. Pick up the phone. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Don't pause. Press play. 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 Don't pause. Press play. I wanna hear what you got to say. Press play. Press play. I wanna hear what you got to say. Don't pause, press play. Press play. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Don't pause. Press play. 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 Don't pause. Press play. I wanna hear what you got to say.
drinking Kool-Aid cameras like I did when I was 9. Cause I like to pretend that I haven't lost the time. In the end, the nostalgia, though it tastes fine, I can only drink a couple cause it feels like a lie. We'd play Halo and we'd lay low in our basement until the sun began to rise. We would go to school but not learn too much, cause it's hard to read when you've got tired eyes. Months go by, the time it flies, past the days that we drink Kool-Aid in the summertime. Years go by, the time it flies, past the days that we drink Kool-Aid in the summertime. They've been with me for some time, and it's nice to know that they still by my side. Friends are like stars, cause no matter how far, when it's dark outside, they will be your light. We'd play Halo, and we'd lay low in our basement until the sun began to rise. We would go to school but not learn too much, cause it's hard to read when you've got tired eyes. Months go by, the time it flies, past the days that we drink Kool-Aid in the summertime. Years go by, the time it flies, past the days that we drink Kool-Aid in the summertime.
And we are finally here. The NorQuest Esports Series featuring League of Legends final, brought to you in part by Pepsi. And we're thankful to have Pepsi supporting the NorQuest Esports Series this weekend. Try Pepsi Zero Sugar. Great taste, zero sugar. We're into the best of three final. These two teams have been dominant on their way here. We got PG dropouts, and we have We Love Danny.
Both these teams here really high ranking as well, and we kind of didn't touch on it too much earlier, but We Love Danny actually has some players who were also in the Proving Grounds, are a very, very strong team as well. So they kind of know each other. And this is another game where we had the pro draft already done. So there, you can just pretty much ignore the bans. They're going to troll some of them there. It doesn't matter. It's the picks that'll come in. And the picks this game are fairly standard. We didn't see too many unorthodox picks coming through.
Yeah, at least in terms of like what they kind of already play. In terms of like maybe the overall meta, but we've kind of already seen what you're about to see that We Love Danny has in store, and they're going to pull it out again. You see Speedo is going to be jumping up on this Gnar. The matchup for that will be against the Wukong. That's pretty standard stuff going to the top lane, but Jungle's weak. It's playing Graves again.
This time, it wasn't just the blind pick Graves, it was the counter pick into Maddie's Hecarim, which was the first pick for the side of PG Dropout. So it's a very conscious decision this time that they want to do it. And we saw what happened last game where they punish very aggressively. They invade almost instantaneously. And if you are the side of PG Dropout, you did have a bit of time to go scouting. Perhaps you watched the game, perhaps you didn't. Well, fair warning right now. Get ready to get your jungle invaded.
Yeah, exactly. In the mid lane, once again, we're seeing that Nivea was R4, and then B4 that was the answer. Oriana was able to grab that one there. So they're going with that. They go with a fairly standard bot lane over here on the blue side too as well. They got themselves the Kaisa, but the support pick you're about to see maybe not so standard in Gragas.
Yeah, we've certainly not seen the Gragas in this particular tournament, but in terms of in pro play, in meta, Gragas support is still a thing. Gragas does get flexed around between top, well, pretty much every single lane, even though I think mid is a little bit less rare, but it is a commonly seen counter to that rel as well when she engages your body slam to mess up the dismount or the remount. And when the magnet storm comes down, you can use the explosive cast to reposition rel and thereby repositioning anybody getting caught in the magnet storm as well. So a solid pick, and just overall for PG dropouts, I'd say a very, very solid standard draft.
And it's kind of cool too. It's one of the kind of unfortunate things about doing the draft this way. You don't get to see quite the pick order, but that was a B2 Gragas that they basically flexed down to that support position in the N2 as well. So yeah, that bot lane on the other side will be that Tristana Rel. That was high priority R1, R2 picks there for We Love Danny. So they're able to grab that right away. They still kind of get that Graves to kind of go along with it. They have that double 80 carry composition with that Nivea in the mid lane. So a lot like we just watched in the semifinal. We're going to see if they're going to be able to do that again against PG Dropouts, who again, so far have only lost one game in this entire tournament. And that was to a team that got eliminated kind of right away in the quarterfinals. So they've made their way back here to the finals, and they were able to 2-0 their series, but of course it took 3 games for We Love Danny to do it for theirs. So I haven't really done this much. I'm going to ask you prediction time on who you think is going to win the series. What are you feeling? I'm going to put you on the spot right now.
Buddy, you spared me so far, and now you're making it hard for me in the finals. I think in terms of the way the teams match up, they're actually pretty well matched. Personally, I think I'm going to favor PG Dropouts a little bit here, just because I've personally cast them more outside of this tournament, and I've seen them more recently as well. So I know that there's a lot of coordination here. Whereas while I have seen certain members on the side here of We Love Danny, specifically Jungle is weak, as well as Faisal here, I've not seen them as recently, and I don't know how much coordination they've had. Their last game wasn't as impressive as what we've seen PG drop out, though that might also be due to strength of schedule. So right now, before we've seen them play against each other, I'm going to go with PG dropouts, and I'm hoping that I'm not too far off here with that prediction.
Yeah, well, either way, it's a team that's in the finals. They're top 2 in this tournament, so it's like kind of just kind of pick one. It's really nice. And I kind of touched it. I can't remember if I said this off air or if I actually said it on air, but basically I was touching on sometimes you get to these tournaments and it's like there's a very clear like one favorite team, maybe 2. But in this tournament, we've seen 3 or 4 teams that I thought were all really, really strong. And in the end, we're into this final, and we have 2 teams that I really think if you pick either one, I don't think you're trolling. I think you potentially have a shot at that. I really like what I saw out of We Love Danny in the last game. They're kind of proactive play. They're kind of willing to play within the chaos. Is really, really able to get that, where PG Dropouts would be able to do that against some other teams that we saw, but I don't know if they can necessarily match it the same way as we see with We Love Daddy. Of course, I'm kind of basing that on a single game we saw with We Love Daddy. We've at least seen a few games of PG Dropouts, and they have looked dominant the whole way, so I don't blame you for picking them, but I guess just to differ for you, I'm picking We Love Danny to win this series. So we're just waiting for the spectator delay while we get to that. Got to give a shout out to the NorQuest College Esports scene because it's growing. And from Rocket League to Smash Bros to Valorant and League of Legends, their community is a host to many of this and more. So come on down, join the NorQuest community at the link in the panel below the stream. Once again, folks, if you are just tuning in, it's been a grueling weekend of League of Legends. Everyone played through Swiss rounds. They were up against great opponents, tons of challenger players here, tons of people that were in the proving grounds, and we're down to these two teams to play a best of three to take it all.
One of the things I love about the Swiss format as well here, Johnny, is the fact that with the way it goes, you get matched against more even teams to you, but at the same time, not all the teams have met up with each other. So these teams might not have met up here in the Swiss rounds, and that makes this finals all that much more adaptive. Game one, the teams don't know anything about each other. The drafts, the picks, the bans, all of that, I expect to see change within this match. And I'm really hoping we get the full 3 games here, because when you get such high-level teams playing against each other, the games are fun to watch. You know, they're good to see. And the more of that we get, the better it is.
Yeah, that thing happened where you got cut off at the end when we loaded the game. But again, I'm sure the stream heard you, so I just nodded the whole time once again. Hopefully we get that figured out before the end of this day.
I wanted 3 games, Johnny. I wanted 3 games.
But here we go. We're excited for this one, folks. Again, this is like really, really cool to see kind of at this point of the tournament. I don't kind of think that I like objectively know who's just like straight up the better team. Sometimes you get in some tournaments like someone just kind of gets an easier path through the playoffs. There's like the way the seeding is kind of lined up in there, but I don't feel like that was necessarily the case for either of these teams. I think they both really deserve to be into this final, and it wasn't a case where like the real final was the semifinal. No, I think this is the real final, and I'm very, very excited for this one.
Yeah, and with the drafts as well here, when we look at the drafts for the side of Wheel of Danny here, they don't have a true dedicated tank here. Your tankiest member is probably going to be that Graves with the True Grit passive. And when you have a composition like that, a threat overload composition, it usually means that you're going to get a lot of kills one way or another. So should be an exciting one here. I don't expect to see a game where the kill count's kind of low. I'm expecting maybe a kill a minute.
Yeah. Which has been kind of like the ML for kind of our higher level teams, like the challenger level players. They're just willing to really, really skill test out there and really limit test their abilities throughout this weekend. And right now, I don't expect anything different from these two teams, especially with how we just watched We Love Danny play, especially with how we've seen PG dropouts really, really dominate through early games to extend that into quick victories. So finally here, random, and it's time for the finals.
No invade, and you know at this time I'm not gonna complain, because in the grand finals there you kind of don't want to see everything just sort of hinge on that level 1, which kind of goes badly. That said, Jungle's Week might yet still go for that late delayed invade. Nope, completely just backed up. I was going to say might look for the delayed invade from the bot side. I think it'd be a lot riskier though with the Rel Tristana versus the Kai'Sa Gragas to back them up. But yeah, even if it's not the delayed invade immediately, you can go over and contest at level 2 as well. That still works.
Yeah, that could potentially be what they want to do in this one. And Maddie's got some minion kills at the beginning of this game on the Hecarim, where we saw last time the Hecarim just had 0 for like 2 minutes, and that looked brutal. But we'll see how these junglers kind of react this time in this game too as well. Sketchdreams and Dawnbray, I know, are going to want to try to make some aggressive plays at the bottom, but you touched on it, that Gragas is a good way to disengage from that Rel engage. So it is going to be a very interesting bot lane matchup, I think. You see the level 2 hit first here from PG Dropouts, but they're going in on 2 because they hit level 2 right away as well. They're getting on top of it. Sketchedreams is getting the bomb onto SN's Array. He's down to 200 HP now. A couple more auto attacks will potentially do it. Prosperous Cat's trying to get up and in behind him, at least trade this kill, but he's going to be able to W out of there. Sketchedreams picks up a clean first blood.
And what a close first blood that was as well. Supernova Array just diving in there, blowing both summoners. Usually you see them disengage at the level 2, but Array was having none of it, wanted to go in, and I think it really came down to the supports there. Prosperous Cat, unfortunately, wasn't able to stick on top of Sketch Dreams, whereas Dombre was able to literally body block, get in the way of Array the entire fight there.
Yeah, it was good stuff there, and it's always fun watching high-level bot lane play, how well they both kind of just like are basically rushing to that level 2, trying to make sure they make that great play there, and Sketch Dreams eked out a little bit better of an approach to that one there, and it was realistically really close. So good on Sketch Dreams to get that one there. Well, Dombre actually getting the kill there, but I mean just that bot lane.
And it's more about the pressure right now. And it's a game of inches. Like, a small lead can really snowball very quickly. You can see that because they got that advantage, Jungle is weak instantly path down. They're looking to see if you can punish a regank. And Maddie, for their part, the communication coming through, hey, we lost the bot side. You know, Jungle's weak might be down here. Go invade their top. And Maddie not only able to get farm, not having to wait for forever to get that first jungle camp, but is able to take away the jungle here from Jungle this week.
Yes, certainly can do more there. He's invading over to that other side there, and he's got himself a 10 CS lead on the Graves, which is definitely a different position than Jungler's Week had in the last game we just watched. So we'll see. They might be meeting over at the Raptors right now. Looks like Maddie is able to get away and out of that one, but here's the hot lane engage. There's the disengage we were just talking about. That's possible there with the Gragas too as well.
Yeah, so a lot down to the supports here in the bot lane for the ADCs right now. Sketch Dream gets to be a bit more proactive, looking to try and, you know, pop the right minions, maybe trade a little bit. But Array so far has done a great job, despite dying, is actually up in CS here.
Yeah, is able to kind of stick on that and get that kind of going here. Is up in CS and actually has more CS to get as this wave is being pushed in, and is likely going to be able to collect every piece of the CS. Well, where Sketch Dreams, though, being really aggressive jumping in, we move back over towards the top lane too, as well as Speedo and Jungle is weak, are trading some damage there. But basically, it's just a lot of trading happening. Even in the mid lane, they're trading pretty significantly too as well. No one going down here quite yet.
And topside, actually, Jungle was weak, had a bit of a stare off with Speedo, and then they decided to start trading there. Ooh, the Hex Flash. Nope, it's still under turret, can't do anything. And topside, they're continuing a little bit more of a trade, but Speedo with Meganar will be able to sort of, not exactly heal back up, but have some sustain to match along with that Grasp with dying.
Well, they're able to get that going there, going to continue to stack that Grasp over there and got themselves pretty good CS lead. And right now, that's kind of just been the name of the game. It's kind of been the advantages right now for PG Dropouts. Despite that first kill, of course, that Dombre was able to get, we actually see a 600 gold lead for PG Dropouts, largely on just minion kills.
Minion kills are kind of important. I mean, I remember when I was learning how to play League of Legends, when you're in Silver, you're in Gold, they kind of tell you, oh, you need to learn how to CS, right? Because at higher levels, CS is really what separates the teams. We are used to seeing, you know, sometimes kill fests come through, but when the teams are being respectful, it's very difficult to get kills. We've already seen a ton of trades this game, but not a lot of kills for specifically that reason.
But Dombre is trying to get some kills happening here. They're going to get that set onto Prosperous Cat. They're going to get that bomb proc with 4 hits from Tristana, but they'll escape with just barely 100 HP.
Jungle is weak while this is happening, is bot side, but not to gank, is actually doing that first dragon, that Mountain Drake here, and that pressure should mean that there's no contest whatsoever for this first Mountain Drake.
Yeah, they're able to get that, especially with Maddie being up over in the top side of the jungle too as well. Speedo being real aggressive, kind of getting in behind the turret here for Basil, and just trying to make his life very difficult there. Almost doubling up on CS, getting really close to doubling up on that number. Here's Dombre once again jumping in. Sketch Dream jumps in right with them. Array has gone down to about 100. He's going to jump again, get on top of them, whip up that kill, but Prosperous Cat will stop him in his tracks. Prosperous Cat ends up making it a 2-for-1.
Okay, that body shot. We talked about the disengage potential of that. We did not talk about the fact that it can stop a rocket jump mid-hop there. That was beautiful and glorious to watch. That big belly getting the kill. And again, with these sort of junglers, you know, these sort of supports, pardon me. Actually, I saw Jungle was weak.
Oh, yeah, he's got himself a little bit of trouble there in the river. And got down pretty darn low. Meanwhile, the top lane, Meganar up there is going to use their ultimate to push Faisal off, but Again, just kind of keeping up that pressure while they don't really have any on themselves.
This is the interesting thing about the Wukong Nar matchup, is that Wukong is picked a lot into Nar because if you get onto the mini Nar specifically, you can punish. But you've got to remember that when they're mini, if you cannot reach them, you have to eat a lot of ranged abuse. So they just have to watch out for that dash in, and as long as they play that right, they can hop away. You kind of lose out that trade, and so I feel like if you're looking for lane dominance for Faisal, then you need to throw some gank up there to help him. Faisal did just TP back in lane as well, so that will not be available for the next big fight.
Yeah, they're able to kind of get that out of the way. Still no dragon up. That's still quite a whiles off, but the Rift Herald is kind of around. See if maybe Maddie's sort of in the area, see if they're going to start putting on some pressure towards taking that neutral, or if we're just going to try to look for some kills.
Right now, it'd be better for them to just gank Speedo once, get them low. And then once you get them low, even if you don't get a kill, then you rotate to Herald, and they can't actually contest you, because should Faisal then show up, you kill Faisal. The outs are available here from both Speedo and Maddie.
Yeah, it looks like it is
Starting
just like the
at
Hecarim and the Orianna are going to be working on that Rift Herald while we're watching the bot lane action over here. Jungle is weak, has made their way down here. Tempest loves Yuli is coming down here as way, so the fight breaks out. Get a stun up. Prosperous Cat for a moment. They will back off.
Really solid preemptive explosive cast to just stop the engage dead in its tracks. Normally, you kind of want to wait a little bit and see if you can get a little bit more, but I think with the potential damage to come out, it was the better idea to stop it dead in its track. And yet the added benefit as well of burning time from Tempest here. Faisal is getting zoned off their turret here.
Yeah, just Faisal. This is not a very fun game of League of Legends for them right now. Just definitely dealing with a lot of pressure. Jungle of the Week is right here in the area. Can they make this 2v2 happen? Speedo seems pretty content with doing more damage. Jungle's Week, though, is doing quite a bit onto Speedo. Meganar is coming up shortly. He will use the ultimate to push him back. Here comes a Cyclone in from Faisal. But Maddie will be able to walk out of that.
Okay, very respectful play from Maddie. I'm a little bit surprised they didn't just go with the onslaught of shadows there once they knew where the clone was. Cyclone was down, but you know what? Nobody dying is not a problem for Maddie and Speedo when they're so far ahead in terms of CS, in terms of the lane and jungle pressure here.
Yeah, and it's it's an interesting thing too when we see this game being so kind of put in this even state. But again, it's just PG dropouts just CSing better. A large part of that is the 30 in the top lane there from Speedo and the 30 in the jungle from Maddie, which is very, very different situation than we saw Jungle's Week here. But there's a shockwave that's hit onto Tempest, Love, Yuli, Rovex taking quite a bit of damage from the Storm there too as well, but is not going to get a kill.
Yeah, and I think almost defensively that shockwave to interrupt the glacial storm so that you don't sit in there, you don't take all the damage. But that mid lane feels like the only good lane right now for We Love Danny. I'm honestly a little surprised. I actually thought that We Love Danny, because they are high rank, they had such high ranks, they could have tried to win in lane there. And that explosive cast got real close.
Yeah, down in the bot lane, the potential to get another kill down there, but that doesn't have to happen. We watch that the Rift Herald is coming here, put some gold in Rovex's hands via the turret plates going down. Dragon spawning up here in 5 seconds. Bunch of members of We Love Danny are starting to converge around it. Maddie is the only one really here for PG dropout, so he's forced to run away and run out of that. Jungle Week is starting this one up, so despite the gold differential, they are having good position on stuff like this dragon. In fact, they're even teleporting into it. Is Tempest's Love Yuli just to add extra insurance and protection that they can get this. This will be theirs. 2 dragon advantage now for We Love Danny.
That's going to be Cloud Soul on the map, speeding up all around the place as well. And I have questions, Johnny. I don't the base timings there from PG dropouts was frankly not great. Like Array and Prosperous Cat backing there. Rovex backing, you still at the TP, but Rovex TPs into mid lane, doesn't get anything for it, doesn't decide to contest, and then Tempest then TPing to me makes sense. That matches the TP. So less than ideal. The lane strength is still with them, but their macro game a little less than stellar so far.
Faisal and Speedo fighting up over here by the tribe. What Jungle is weak is behind. Faisal Cyclone comes out. Is going to knock him out. Second proc of the Cyclone, trying to get Jungle's weakest in there. And then boom comes a big shot from Jungle's weak to do a ton of damage. Faisal secures the kill.
Really nice collateral damage. I feel like as a Graves, if you can just walk by, press R, get a kill, like that's the most efficient yank path kind of. Bot side.
Don Bray always want to fight. Gets the stun onto Array. Array is going to be able to back off from that one ton of damage being put on the Prosperous Cat now. But here comes Array, who's going to jump in there with the killer instinct and does just that. Is a killer. Array now wanting to take down Don Bray, will do so.
It looked good for We Love Danny at first, and then it's like, okay, no, we've isolated Sketch Dreams here. Fight's over. Immediately, the burst down at Sketch Dream was disgusting. No time to bust a shot, no time to flash, and frankly, I'm not even sure you could have gotten away with that. Maybe a flash buster shot, but anything but a perfect play would have seen you did. So really, really good counter engage coming up from Prosperous Cat and Array. They were in general, PG Dropouts was seeming to struggle a little bit in terms of finding kills, but now they're not only up in CS, they're seeming to be able to start finding themselves some kills as well.
And that's the thing, that killer instinct from Array there, just providing just enough shields to basically make up for that, like, E from Sketch Streams. Yeah, it does a lot of damage, that explosion from that bomb, but if you can get a big enough shield to kind of mitigate enough of that damage for you to be able to get in there and get the kills that you need, it's just really, really played by Array and Prosperous Cat. Very impressed by that kind of stuff that like you just don't see at lower levels of play, just being that a level of execution on the 2v2. Meanwhile, we got Faisal and Maddie now fighting beyond the tier 1 turret 1v1. Faisal trying to use the clone to jump out of there, will be able to get out of that situation, but the turret will go down to Speedo. Ooh. Meanwhile, fight in the bot side. Array is going to deal with a lot here. Sketch Dream's going to jump on top of them. There's those 4 bombs going off here, but Array ends up winning the fight in the end. In fact, gets pushed back onto the turret, so they're perfectly fine and safe. Speedo, meanwhile, is going to take down Don Bray. Jungle is weak, trying to run out of here. Maybe at least get a kill onto Prosperous Cat, but now they're completely surrounded. Maddie comes in and joins the fight. Jungle is weak, tries to flash an emo, but Speedo will finish him off with the boomerang.
Snipe from over the wall, and Maddie Burning goes to just run that down as well. The burst from Kaisa is deceptive. Yes, the Acathian Rain got nerfed, but it still hurts a lot, and you can't just dive under a turret like that. The explosive shot was done. Sketch Dreams was relying on the buster shot to finish them off, but it just it's not enough, and you're now kind of gifting free kills. That bot lane from originally that early first blood has now turned into a 1-3-1 for both the support and AD carry of We Love Danny.
It's basically why, like, I've been spamming Tristana and solo queue, and it's like why I banned Kaisa specifically, because it's like, even though like it seems like maybe it should just kind of be an even matchup, if someone's skilled on the Kaisa and able to again use that killer instinct in a way that just like mitigates enough of your damage to make it so that you get behind, Kaisa just stays ahead when they stay ahead, despite a series of nerfs that they've received over the year. Just so strong with stuff like Kraken Slayer in this meta.
At the rotation up now from Don Bray. They don't see it.
Ooh, this is one way they can get themselves back into this one. Speedo trying to use the ultimate to knock them away, but is surrounded by too many members. Faisal will grab that one. They've now 2-0.
Blend?
Ooh, Heaven's Love really got pretty low. Looks
Still
like
has a
Shockwave
passive,
was
though. Yeah, but against the Clockwork Lady, the Clockwork passive here does hurt a lot and actually will shred that egg. So really scary and Prosperous Cat. Okay, I was wondering if we were going to continue to interrupt, but instead we just watch Faisal take this top lane turret.
Yeah, they will grab that one for themselves. A bunch of solo gold will go over to this Wukong, which is kind of helpful because they were having a pretty rough laning phase through most of it. Speedo got a huge advantage there, but it's starting to be caught up now too. In fact, only 600 gold behind the other top laner, which is not bad considering how the early game went.
True. Yep. Though Dragon now, this will be the first Dragon that PG Dropouts pick up, and it is that Cloud Drake. And one of the things about Cloud Mountain Drakes is that the more you have, the better they feel, right? So in this particular case here, getting the ability to stack 4 of them with a lot of these big impactful ults, we've already seen the explosive cast from Prosperous Cat be absolutely massive, should be nice for them here.
There we go. Take a look at what it looks like without the vision there. They're trying to set up this little bit of flank here from Sketch Dreams. Dombre has been willing to pull the trigger a lot in this game, and it's been answered pretty well by the other bot lane, but so far it looks like both bot lanes are just here to clear waves in the mid lane.
I'm waiting, John, just for these mid laners to actually get into the action here. 0-0 and 0 for both Rovex and Tempest. This is not what we expected from Rovex. I mean, the last time we saw Tempest was on the Anivia, so not getting kills, okay, that's fine. Their job is just to wave clear. But Rovex has been playing Assassins the first time we're seeing them on a control mage, and it's very measured. Almost to the point where I'd say too measured here. When your team is fighting, you want to get in there. That shockwave, I feel like, would be a lot more impactful if you landed on many people instead of just one Tempest.
Yeah, hasn't been able to use that to like kind of help with their team, but they are sitting at 190 CS, so they're getting 10 CS per minute. They are going to be really strong for when you get into those super impactful team fights that might decide who wins this game. And they're pretty happy with that because, yeah, everyone else on the map, too, has some decent advantages going on there. You see those 4 shutdown bonuses are available on 4 members there of PG dropouts. They're all doing pretty well, so, yeah, it looks like Rovex is kind of buying their time for when they're needed by the rest of the team.
Jungle is weak now, shadowing this bot side with Shoei, but they are losing pressure everywhere else on the map right now. They can't even step up here. Oh.
Yeah, they're trying to continue to push this in towards the bot lane here. Speedo kind of dealing with it as good as he can. He's going to get an ultimate off too as well. He's going to knock down the jungle's weak, but they finally take out the turret, so Speedo's going to have to jump over that wall and then continue to walk out and get out. That will be flash blown by Speedo.
Now on this top side, PG dropouts are going to be able to get out mostly here. Rovex has to be a little bit careful. Orianna, not the best split pusher here, and doesn't have necessarily a ton of escapes. Does have the flash available. And as I was saying, you know, they lost pressure elsewhere. They did get 2 turrets on the bot side, so I feel like that's kind of worth it.
They're kind of able to get that going. They're just trying to scrounge up some gold wherever I think they possibly can, but it is just scary when on the other end you just have this bot lane duo and Array and Prosperous Cat who have just are in a really, really good position to kind of carry this game. They are 2,400 gold up is Array over Sketch Dreams, and that's just like, that's basically an item. That's very, very close to a full item up on there, so they're just enjoying where they're at.
I mean, in terms of just what's in their inventory right now, that is an item and a half that we see Array up. And I think it explains a lot about how we've seen Array get in there and just absolutely pop Sketch Dreams in a lot of these fights. And credit to Sketch Dreams and Dombre too. They've tempered their aggression a lot. They've not been fighting knowing that they're on the weaker side here. I don't know. Well, okay, so the stall out's not bad for them here, but stalling out is rarely the right move. Ooh, here we go.
They're going for this fight towards the bot lane, and to note here, they are ready for it. Faisal's gone down pretty low. He's going to use a Cyclone to try to jump out of there. Will eventually take him down. Meanwhile, Jungle is weak, is trying to fight with Maddie. Maddie ends up winning that fight. They're getting back into it. Now over here, we see that the Gragas goes down. 2 for 1 so far for PG Dropout. Sketch Dreams has jumped back into this fight. They just backed and spent 3,000 gold, by the way, so they're pretty strong at this point. But here comes Array jumping over the wall. Gonna take him down. Dombre will take out Speedo, but it doesn't matter too much. Rovex takes out Dombre. They will now turn towards the mid lane.
I mean, they could technically go for Baron here if they wanted to. It'd be kind of tight. Do they have the vision for it? No, the vision's not ideal, and I think they are a little hesitant on it. Jungle is weak, is now back up. Does not have the collateral damage, though, and okay. Phew. I thought they were actually racing for Baron. I was like, if they do, it's coming down to a 50-50. They're wisely backing off. Dragon is coming back up, and I think the Dragon is a much safer fight when you're up 6,000 plus gold.
Yeah, 6,000 gold seems like a good lead to certainly have there, as everyone too has spent up all of that money in order to come into this at full strength. Nard does have the teleport available to come into the lane. Note, Tristana is in the top lane. They don't have any sort of teleport, so it looks like they're going to give up this dragon. It'll just be going over to PG Dropout.
First Cloud Drake also starting to show a couple of dividends here as we see the big outs up for PG dropout. Jungle is weak.
Another
beautiful
gonna throw it out.
pass.
Killer Instinct. Here comes Array. Gunning on top of Jungle is weak. He gets a big shield, but will it be enough? Not enough to even secure one of those kills. Array's got him down.
Last game in the semifinals here, Johnny, we saw that shotgun beats rocket launcher, but apparently a machine gun beats a shotgun in this particular game because the Acathian Rain from Array. Okay, granted, you also have a 3,500 gold lead, but Kaisa looking pretty strong right now.
Yeah, you need a bunch of little rockets, apparently, is better than the big rockets. That's the lore we're creating, apparently. Oh boy, yeah, Array has played this game really, really well and really, really strongly. As we do see Tristana has gotten themselves pretty deep into the enemy jungle and might be able to get away with that. Backing off in this bush is seen now, but does have W up to get out of there and then use the blast code. Sketch streams, sketchy areas. But here's Maddie getting on top of Dawnbray in the end. Dawnbray will walk out of that one.
I guess if you have Tristana, you've got all the escape buttons available there. You can afford to do such sketchy moves. The smite coming out, and I think Jungle is weak took that. Okay, they get Vision of Baron. Well secured by We Love Danny.
That's actually like relatively significant there. That does certainly help We Love Danny out in this one. They are still down by about 7,000 gold, so they got a lot to kind of make up for here. But they can at least get that. They're going to push in this mid lane too as well. But what's the game plan, you think, here for We Love Danny? How are they... What do you think they need to pull off to still win this one?
Picks are always a viable option here, but I actually think the Baron dance might be a good chance for them to get a pick here with the Anivia, with the wall, with the stun here. They can chain down on, say, Prosperous Cat, who likes to play aggressively, just like that.
That might be the pick that they necessarily need. Prosperous Cat is just permanently stunned that whole time. Couldn't move at all. But here comes Maddie jumping straight in towards that backline. We'll get that egg onto Tempest Love. Yuli will take him out. Array securing that kill. But it's still 2 for 2 as we watch Faisal able to be able to pick up one more there. But now Faisal becomes the target. Gets taken down. Array improves to 7, 2, and 7. Sketch streams and Jungle is weak. Backing off.
Jungle's weak, taking a building to the back as well there. No collateral damage means they'll have to sack this turret for sure. And I want to point out what We Love Danny did. The initial initiation there was actually right. You pick off Prosperous Cat, who's really, really far up. You saw how once the wall goes up, with the stun as well, it's very difficult. The problem is, unfortunately, I want to say a lack of vision, but it was more improper vision, I guess. They didn't see who was in the area. They have better control of the vision around that area. It was just unfortunate that PG dropouts are in the blind spots, and when you go into that 5v5, you lose. So you can't ever have that full fight. You need to get your pick, disengage. Get your pick, disengage. Do that a couple of times till you catch back up and go. There's a lot of bounties here to claim. Notably, the 700 gold bounty on Array.
Yeah, it is a huge one. Prosperous Cat trying to get Sketch Dreams in there with the explosive cast, but Streams jumps out after getting hit by it, so we'll be fine. Maddie is looking to try to make a big flank over here, trying to get in and around them. We'll get sent up by Tempest Loves Yuli in the end, so Maddie goes, never mind, I'm out of here. An interesting pickup here, Orianna has got the Mage Eyes here at 2 stacks.
I can kind of see it. I mean, Robax has not really been dying, and even then it was only in the last fight where Faisal got into them because they were trying to chase down. So it's not a bad item by any means, but I do need to see Robax get into more of these fights here if you are going to pick up that item. And it does signal to me that PG Dropouts is looking for that big team fight. I suspect they want this Baron right now, so they don't get it until they get a lot of kills.
Ooh, lots of people trying to back here, but Robax is making that trouble. They will dodge the shockwave, does Dawnbray, so that's a big cooldown missing in this ensuing fight, if there is an ensuing fight. They are going for it now. Faisal jumps over the wall. Cycle comes through. Sketch Stream trying to walk back to Prosperous Cat. Uses the explosive cat over on the side. Robax being the focus of target for Faisal, who gets pushed back by his Array. He's using a bunch of that Q to do a ton of damage to them. Lots of members low here for We Love Danny. When's it gonna break? We get a shutdown coming through. Tempest Love Julie's gonna pick up 180 carries, end up trading up kills. Robax is gonna pick up one more there, but he's going forward and still getting on top of it. Double kill comes through for Array. They pick it up. They get the ace. Yes! And they blow up. We love Danny's team.
That's the fight that just broke the camel's back right here, Johnny. There's no way to win. And the surrender vote comes out, rightfully so here. That's a wrap. What do you do when you get blown up like that? You had a 5v4. You found both the carries, and you didn't manage to kill either of them?
Yeah, like that was one. It's one of those. That's one of those situations where if the game was closer, that is a perfect engage. That's potentially a game-winning engage. But because of all the work and all the gold that they were able to pick up kind of before that, they were able to just re-engage and get back onto it. And you just saw how much damage and how much like almost tankiness Array even had to kind of survive through the initial burst and then come back and then clean up the rest of that fight. Array really, really impressed me. Has been impressing me all weekend, to be fair, but specifically in this game, really impressed me.
The fact that Array, I feel like Array's been underperforming actually up to this point here, because this Kaisa performance is more of what I expect from Array. Really, really well played. And also props to Prosperous Cat, because when an ADC looks really good, a lot of times it has to do with their support in lane. Prosperous Cat, aside from that level 2, was spot on with the belly slams. And the explosive cast kicked off majority of the action in the second half. Even in that last fight, the explosive cast stopped a lot of the follow-up damage. Sure, it was a 5v2, but they rarely managed to get all 5 members onto Rovax and Array properly at the right time. The cast slowing them down, the belly slams as well, just constantly providing interruptions. I don't think Faisal actually managed to get into that last fight proper.
Yeah, it was a tough one for Faisal to get in there. But yeah, that's game number 1 in the books. It is a best of 3, so we do have to see if they can come back in here and if We Love Danny have it for them. So before we get into that, I do want to give a shout out to Explore Edmonton one more time. A million plus Edmontonians do call Alberta's capital home. They're the entrepreneurs, experts, and hosts that can help turn your opportunities into reality. Famous for festivals, lively arts, and music scene, and sprawling picturesque River Valley, we offer much more than just places for your delegates to eat, sleep, and be entertained. Find out more at exploreedmonton.com. We'll take a quick break. We'll set up game number 2 for our finals here, so don't touch the browser, and we'll see you soon.
NorQuest Esports.
Exactly.
Woohoo!
Go do a little sabotage.
I got big gifts for everybody.
No! Corral double tap. It's over!
That's why we need programs like Girls to Game. More girls involved at a younger age.
Really
Yeah, it's
fast.
better with friends for sure.
Yes. Yeah.
Every now and then I get a little bit lonely and you're never coming around. Turn around. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of listening.
Excuse me.
to this song.
I had ordered a Pepsi Zero Sugar.
And I need
Thank you.
you now tonight. And I need you
Pepsi Zero Sugar. Great taste, zero sugar. Taste the difference.
my baby, and I like new silky sheets every night. He buys me fur and whiskey neat and keeps on coming every week. Ooh, he wants the suburbs where school's out for summer, and we live by his mother. I keep my drugs in the cupboard 'cause I'm only sweet when I'm high. 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 In class, I learned a lot. Two pretty boys to pass the time. 'Cause I got that good shit, American pride. Kiss the kids goodnight and take the Harley for a ride. Ooh, he wants the suburbs where school's out for summer, and we live by his mother. I keep my drugs in the cupboard 'cause I'm only sweet when I'm high. 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 I get so bored, scrub the floors, then get drunk while doing chores. Does he even know me? Ooh, I'm never sure when he'll be home. Get into trouble on my own. I don't get lonely. Ooh, he wants the suburbs where school's out for summer, and we live by his mother. I keep my drugs in the cupboard 'cause I'm only sweet when I'm high. I'm only sweet when I'm high. I'm only sweet when I'm high. I'm only sweet when I'm
Welcome back to the NorQuest Esports series featuring League of Legends. The final here, game 1 was won by the PG Dropouts. We'll see if We Love Danny can answer right back. Gotta give a quick shout out to one of our sponsors in Pepsi. We're thankful to have Pepsi supporting the NorQuest Esports series this weekend. Try Pepsi Zero Sugar. Great taste. Zero sugar. Once again, we will be speed running through this draft. They did just do the pro draft version of it, and we got more interesting picks, I think.
Yeah, a little bit here. I mean, so on blue side, it is going to be We Love Danny, and on the red side, it is going to be PG Dropouts. They did switch sides. Nothing too exciting from the side here of We Love Danny, but PG Dropouts, I feel like, as is their style, you know, they sort of win game 1 and they feel they're a lot more comfortable. We're seeing a Jace and Silas. Now, the Silas is less surprising. The Jace slightly more. Neither of them are non-meta. It's just that NA doesn't... Well, NA Jace is a meme for a reason. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, pretty much. But we saw Speedo play a really, really aggressive Gnar that really put Faisal on the back foot. And I think that's going to be kind of the same situation here. Jason kind of do a lot of that similar thing where you kind of just outrage him when you need to. And then when you kind of need to be a bruiser, you can kind of jump in there and get in Sion's face when you got Sion pretty low. So we'll see if that ends up being in there. As you can see, the junglers locked in did end up being Lilia and Olaf. It was a B1 Lilia, so that was put at high priority in this game. And then Olaf kind of was answered in R2 there. And then we look at those mid lanes, Seraphine versus Silas. We saw Seraphine kind of banned out later in some things, and they were putting Tempest Love Yuli on it, getting them off of the Anivia and putting them on something quote-unquote more meta, but we'll certainly want to see how it kind of works out with their composition. They do kind of have those people in front of you that you like to encore through in front of you in this comp.
Yeah, and normally I criticize that Seraphine, not enough damage, you built Moonstone, where's your damage coming from? Well, you've got Lilia this time for magic damage, you've got a Xayah for the physical damage. I think actually this is a pretty decent time to run that Moonstone Renewer Seraphine here, but into the Silas. Silas is going to be able to beat you in lane. Early on, again, yes, there's the whole melee range matchup, but that's pretty much done and dusted within 3 levels of by the Silas. And more importantly, Silas can steal your Encore. And the Encore is the reason why Seraphine kept getting nerfed is kind of weak, is because that ultimate is too game-changing. And now you've got a Silas who can stack the AP, can do the damage with it, can use it on your own team. It's a dicey situation here.
I'm not sure what happened there. Someone left lobby, so I'm sure they'll reset that up. But basically, the other thing to kind of note that I think was interesting in this draft, though, that Xayah was B3, and then that was answered by an R3 Ezreal, R4 Jace. So why I think that's interesting is Xayah tends to do really well when you're up against something else that's short range, and Xayah just kind of wins those kind of matchups in short range matchups. But they answer it really well by picking the Ezreal, by picking the Jace, just outranging this Xayah, and it might make it pretty difficult for sketch streams in this game.
For sure, because the Xayah pick makes sense initially. The Tristana was banned, but we saw what Array did with that Kai'Sa. And Xayah has long been considered the counter to the Kai'Sa, because when you pick a Kai'Sa, you have a team composition that usually wants to go in there. All you kind of need to do is have the Xayah who can sit back, and if Kai'Sa does dare to jump into you, you just pull the feathers back, you lock the Kai'Sa down, you do a ton of damage. So that was a good idea, but it wasn't the Kai'Sa being locked in by Array. The Ezreal, as you mentioned, very safe, outranges a lot of times Xayah. It can sit back and can poke here. Against the double tanks off that Alistar and Sion, the poke's going to be somewhat less effective. But if ever we see Sion not being the team, which I suspect we'll see a lot with a Jace pulling their attention away, well, you don't have that huge tank, and Alistar gets kind of tanky, but you can't Unbreakable Will the entire time, and you don't want to waste it on just poke.
Yeah, you'll kind of end up being able to wait that out for that with your poke on the Alistar, so that, yeah, like you said, does leave you with Sion to be kind of your main tank in that case. But again, also, like you said, Sion sometimes just isn't with the team for a large portion of it until he's running in there, and he's really with the team when he runs in there from far range. So we are resetting up this draft as they're repicking, as you can see on your screen right here too as well. So I want to talk a little bit about the Seraphine, because we've seen it at times on the day, but so far we haven't really seen a lot of effectiveness from the Seraphine. It has been that Moonstone Renewer build that we've seen a lot, but you saying you do like it better in this composition than maybe we've seen it for the rest of that. I want you to maybe go elaborate a little more into that.
Yeah, for sure, because generally when we've seen the Seraphine picked up, you don't have a ton of damage on your team, or you're spec'd very heavily into the physical damage portion of things, which means that all they have to do is build armor, and they don't have to worry too much about magic damage here. But now with the Lilia and Xayah providing a more mixed profile for that damage, you can afford to go Moonstone Renewer. And because you've got tanks like Alistair, like Sion, who would benefit so much from the healing, they can continue to front line. If your Seraphine is just behind them, safely pumping out the damage, you're A-okay. Your healing is going to be more effective, more efficient, if you will.
Yeah, and I can certainly see that being how that plays out, especially like you got like poke from the other side, and then you're like, yeah, sure. Like if you get into that situation where you do have your front line in front of you and they're trying to poke you down, you have that Seraphine to kind of heal up that poke and make that as not as effective as possible here. So, and in this draft, we got the last pick Silas to go into this one. They throw that into the mid lane to probably less of like a lane idea against Seraphine, but more of just kind of what they're picking up in this game, because they do have a lot of really impactful ultimates to grab. Either you grab Silas ultimate to be able to run in there, or maybe you grab the Seraphine ultimate, use that encore, or even just picking up Alistar ultimate to become really, really tanky. So I really kind of like this last pick from Rovex here into this. How do you feel about it?
Oh, definitely. I personally, I have a friend called Axeman, who's also a color caster, who absolutely loathes seeing the Silas picked into an Alistar, because every time, or pardon me, the other way around, hates the Alistar being picked into Silas, because Silas steals that unbreakable will, and it's massive. With the healing, the self-healing that Silas has as well, you suddenly have a tank on your team where previously there was none. And we kind of talked a little bit about how last game, We Love Danny didn't really have too much of a tank. Yes, they had the Rel, but Rel as a support doesn't usually have enough gold to really get to that super tanky state. Well, at least for this game, PG dropouts don't have to worry about that. Silas steals away the unbreakable will. That's a ready-made tank right away here. If you don't need to tank, if you're looking for the engage or the counter engage, you drop the encore, as you have mentioned here. And to a certain extent, I almost want to see Silas steal the unstoppable onslaught to go charging in and just initiate the fight. To me, that'd be a hilarious way. And they might actually end up needing it because they don't have great engage right now, other than the Rel throwing your body in there.
Yeah, and speaking on that, with them kind of like lacking a little bit of gauge, the one like question mark flag I kind of throw in there is end up being how Olaf actually fits into this composition at all, because like you have all these guys that are poking in there, and then Olaf maybe tries to run in there and get at the back line, but that's a pretty tough back line with Xayah and Seraphine and a lot of peel to get into. So that's the one kind of area I'm questioning, and I don't know how you feel about that.
Yeah, so when we were in Pro Draft, when we saw the Pro Draft coming through, I did kind of wince when I saw the Olaf pick up here. And so the way Olaf is meant to work in this particular composition is you've got a ton of CC, right? Coming through from the Lilia, the Alistar, even Xayah and Seraphine. If you have the right now, you just go charging in. And yes, Xayah can Featherstorm away, buy themselves a bit of time. But other than that, Xayah's not terribly mobile, and neither is Seraphine. You can always find your way and take those champions down. So that's sort of the idea here. But your concerns, Johnny, here are very, very valid. And I share the same concerns here. You go charging in, you have to run through everybody here. And the sheer amount of damage you have to eat to get back into the backline is very, very difficult. So I'm looking at Maddie to be creative with the pathing. If this Olaf has to run in the front door, they're not going to make it out the other side. Instead, I want to see flanks from this Olaf here. If you can get the backline, then yes, you can just run amok and destroy everybody. You don't have to worry about that front line. Sion, Alistar, Lilia, you've got more than enough damage between the Jace and the Ezreal, the poke coming through. Even Silas can shred them. Rel can always Magnet Storm. So Maddie needs to go on their own mission. He's on a one-man mission right now, and it's just to find the back line. Don't necessarily kick off the fight. Leave that instead to Rovex, to Prosperous Cat.
All right, cool. I like it when you agree with me when I make a point, because then it means, yeah, I actually am a little bit smart. I'm not that dumb. So we take those. That's a victory for me on the day, no matter what kind of ends up happening. We are in this finals, folks. It is 1-0 in favor of the PG dropouts. While we wait for that game to get set up here, do you want to give a shout out to the sponsor that's helping this whole thing happen in NorQuest Esports? Did you know NorQuest College has a growing esports scene? That's this one. You're watching kind of what's going on here. From Rocket League to Smash Bros to Valorant to League of Legends, their community server is a host to all of this and much more. So what are you waiting for? Join the NorQuest community at the link in the panel below the stream. And again, yeah, we are one game into this best of 3. It could be that this is won here by the PG dropouts, and that will be kind of the end of it, and we will be crowning a champion. But I know what we've seen so far out of this We Love Danny team, that they're scrappy, they're fighty. They might even just try to win this game at level 1. Like, that's how scrappy and fighty they are. We're hoping to see them kind of come back. Is what I would love for this to go to game number 3. That's certainly what we're hoping to get set up here. And I don't know what you are, MC, though. I'm real excited for this next one.
Yeah, I am too. And I'm looking for We Love Danny to step up a little bit here. So We Love Danny, I mean, it didn't look great for them last game, but it didn't look great for PG Dropouts either. I think they actually lasted really well against PG Dropouts. And the other team that we've seen kind of go really well into PG Dropouts was Team Rock. We Love Danny beat Team Rock. So
Yeah.
by transitive properties, actually, shouldn't say transitive properties because Team Rock did lose at the end, but they should have a pretty good shot at beating PG Dropouts here.
Yeah, they like, that's kind of what my thought process in that too, is kind of picking them before the series, but as well as seeing what they kind of did in the semifinal to really dismantle that game number 3 to make their way in there. But they just weren't able to kind of get the same kind of advantage they got in that game that they were fighting against PG Dropouts here, and PG Dropouts were able to make everything go their way in the long run. But here we are into Summoner's Rift. PG Dropouts can clean this one up here, call themselves champions, or We Love Danny can make this day a little bit longer for us. And honestly, I wouldn't mind if it was a little bit longer for us, because that would mean we're playing a full series. But here we go. We got a bunch of people stacked up here for PG Dropouts near the top side of the map, as Jungle is weak, is going to meet up with Maddie, be forced back here. But looks like they won't go into there. But if anyone from We Love Danny decides to step up into here, they can face a world of trouble.
Sticking around. Prosperous Cat got in there, so they're going to continue this year. Now it's Faisal.
Yeah, Faisal is the one that is facing the rest of them here, dealing with Speedo and Prosperous Cat chasing them down. Dombre is here to try to potentially help them out now. Speedo's trying to poke them down a little bit. Tempest Love Yuli is on the side, but does not have access to get into there. What in the end they'll get is a couple deep wards into this side of the jungle, but no kills.
They will also get a little bit of priority in the top lane, probably nothing meaningful. But now, as they rotate down back into their lanes here, they're pushing Tempest out a little bit in the mid lane as well.
Yeah, they are definitely forcing them back here a little bit. Interesting start to this game, too, to say the least there, but they're going to get out of that one. And eventually people are going to just get to their lanes, and we'll get this game going.
We are getting a bit of a tour of the jungle here, showing that it is jungle this week is starting, on the bot side of the map here. Actually, both junglers starting unassisted, and we are now into the bot lane. Not even waiting for level 2 this time. Okay.
Yeah, bro, just looking to jump in right away and in onto that one. But let's see where they're going to get their level 2 here. It's a little bit advantage right now for PG Dropouts on their way to getting said level 2. So that does mean We Love Danny decides to back off this time and not just instantly take a fight. And yeah, they will just back off, and Array and Prosperous Cat will continue to just kind of poke them out here, but they might have some jungler help coming in the form of Jungle is weak, as they are coming down here. They hit level 2 themselves. Dombre is going in for the gaze. They do push Array back. He tries to E into this alcove, but that puts you in a terrible, terrible spot. Sketchstream picks up first blood.
Run away this time. And if we cast our minds back to just the last game, beginning of last game, this kind of happened too, where Ray and Prosperous Cat kind of messed up and died at the level 2 here. But they came back huge. This time, no answer. Instead, both junglers actually invading, taking away the blue buff. So we are getting a little bit of vertical jungling here.
Yeah, they are just working on that. Both junglers on the other side of the map for them, and they'll be completely content with that. Meanwhile, let's tune into the top lane here. What do we got here? Again, I was kind of expecting another potentially just like lane kingdom over here for Speedo over in the top lane, as we're seeing a small advantage already being brought out there. Faisal just trying to handle the pressure from Speedo, but Meanwhile, in the bot lane, they just like these two teams like fighting. These supports, I think, just like engaging so much. Speaking of engaging, Prosperous Cat is going for that one. Does go for the flash. SMRay is going to jump over the wall. Jungle is weak, forced to flash away to slow him down with that bowling ball. But that's going to be a flash gone for the jungler.
When that unfortunate, because Rovax wasn't even ready TP into the top side.
Yeah, TP coming in here. Rovex says hello and then walks away. Just Naruto runs out of there.
Went back to base, picked up the Dark Scene, was just like, no, peace, no, we aren't doing this. With the boots as well, no less. Nevertheless, they don't lose too much for it here. Bot side?
Prosperous Cat going for it again, but here's that counter to the rel that you were talking about coming through. Sketch Stream's going to pick up the second kill for themselves here now. They're up 2-0.
Is supposed to be that premier support pick right now, but so far in this series, it's not been working out. First the Gragas and now the Alistar, so on both sides of this particular matchup hasn't been great, and topside Speedo's out of mana, has to be a little bit careful here.
Yeah, they talk about how they continues to put a lot of pressure, but the thing is though, with this Jace is that it is much more mana hungry, the champion that he's playing on, so if you like flow everything to kind of get it down, you're just gonna be out of mana, and then potentially can't fight back, so he's gonna reset there, grab himself a couple of long swords. That's why sometimes you see tier being built on that champion too, but it looks like he's not gonna go that route.
Yeah. And we have to remember this Sion was a counter pick here. No follow-up, so Array should be just fine. Just using the Hex Flash, pardon me, on cooldown, why not? And yeah, so going back to the top lane, the Sion is a bit of a counter because you just have to soak up the pressure. That is what Sion does best, whereas Jace has to win. We talked about NA Jace, and right now, Speedo, unfortunately, is not dominating the lane that they need to be dominating. Inferno being done by Maddie here. They just need to keep everybody out.
Yeah, Prosperous Cat and Array are trying to do exactly that. Dawnbray will jump on top of that gun for Prosperous Array. Maddie does finish off that dragon and is coming down over here. They will clean up that kill. Prosperous Cat ends up securing it on Dawnbray. So finally, this bot lane gets a kill for themselves. It's now 2-1 in that count.
Oh, they're going to keep trading here. I don't think Jungle's Weak is going to win this unless you're... well, won't be able to find the kill necessarily, but does kind of win it. Array is forced to be a lot more careful, and honestly, an overall win for PG Dropouts. You get the dragon, and you get a free Alistar to boot.
Ooh, do they want to do this? I think they do. Juggle's Weak has stuck around. Sketch Dreams is right there. They're trying to get the damage onto them. Watch out. Eat Array is going to jump out of that one. And Array lives to fight another day.
And that was Flash, though. That was not the Arcane Shift that Array had to burn to survive that one there. So overall, worth it. And you can see them continuing to apply the pressure here. Now, Maddie's down here, though.
Yeah, it's a funny position. He meets up with the support that looking like they're in a juggle position there, but they close him up. Olaf, level 6 versus Dawnbray there.
Oh, no.
Just so much more damage, but now he's being isolated and focused down on. Tempest Love Yuli came down here to secure that kill. We'll take them out.
And that was the Ragnarok already blown, unfortunately, so wasn't available topside. We do see the duel between Speedo and Faisal, and sure, I said that Speedo wasn't dominating the lane, but they are continuing to win it right now. Will, looks like, have a bit more sustain here, and if Faisal is going to stick under start, does have to be careful. That's why we're starting to see the rotation up from Dawnbray to provide backup to the top side.
Yeah, winning that by 15 CS right now, obviously, like, Faisal's going to grab a bunch of this there, so we'll end up kind of like about 150 gold-ish up on the top laner, which is, obviously isn't a whole ton, but it adds up over time. It's only 7 minutes to the game. If you tell me you're going to be up that much gold every few minutes, that could be huge. So we'll continue tracking how that goes over the top lane. Meanwhile, we also talk about this mid lane matchup too a little bit here. Rovex winning in the CS battle, but of course that kill Tempest Love Yuli basically is evening that one up entirely. But it's been all about the two bot lanes here in this game.
Even with the ADCs not here, it's still about the bot lanes as the supports have moved up and we might see more action.
Yeah, they're certainly fighting for this one. Encore comes through, hits onto one of them. Prosperous Cat's going to secure that kill onto Dawnbray. They root up a bunch of members here for PG Dropouts, but Sketch Streams is going to back off from any poke that was coming in there from Speedo. They're trying to get a knock up on the Prosperous Cat, but they will flash over the wall and get out of there. Juggle's Weak is going forward and continuing the chase here. He's now got himself a little bit surrounded by a ton of members here from PG Dropouts. The rest of the team now from We Love Danny is trying to get into here. Jungle Week does go down, oversteps a little bit there. Rovax will pick up another kill too as well. So 2 for 0 from PG Dropouts. We Love Danny just overstepping their boundaries.
I've got a question. Why did Jungle's Week step out so far? You did not have the Lilting Lullaby. There was no catch potential.
Speaking of catch potential, there's one a little bit here. Rovex, though, he's trying to at least get the kill, but Tempest Lavuli with the fancy feet dodges that one. Here comes Prosper Cat to come and help save their mid laner out of this one with like 10 HP or something. Rovex walks out of that one. Prosperous Cat playing savior.
Rovax was very frustrated after the last game on that Orianna. Had no contribution to this game. Just like, nope, we're going ham. No backing out here.
Yeah.
Risky did get out alive. And while all that was happening, Array just kept farming bot. Look at that CS discrepancy. We thought the Jace discrepancy was notable. That bot lane discrepancy is even bigger. The experience as well, the plates. And that meant that PG Dropout just won that last fight 4v5.
Yeah, that's wild there. Even though you see those 2 kills on to Sketch Dreams, Ezreal actually has the gold lead in that matchup by a little bit because of that CS difference and, of course, the plates. So good on Ezreal to find the advantages there. Array just always seems to find a way to be relevant in the game. Meanwhile, Rovex is in here and he's going to steal that ultimate from the Alistair. He's going to get pretty techy over here, but he's getting focused down by 3 people. Won't be enough to take him out, however.
And that's why Axeman hates Alistar into silence, because you take the Unbreakable Will, it just feels so effective, so efficient. And if you don't have that out, you can't stay 1v3. But because you have it, you saw what happens. Just not enough damage, even though the sleep came down after Unbreakable was initially popped, so you get some duration of it. It's not enough, and they hold that turret very, very well.
They're holding that one down, certainly. Meanwhile, Speedos brought themselves over down to the bot lane instead and are getting more out of this turret. They've extended their own CS lead there to 24 as well. And again, that Rift Herald is also going to help him take out that turret. He'll get first turret gold down there, as we've kind of seen a little bit of a lane swap kind of going between top and bot.
What are Sketch Streams doing? There's no backup. Okay.
Yeah, Sketch Streams. That's an 80 carry, folks. Not a jungler, not a top laner, but is coming in here and is getting on top of Rovex, who's forced to run away. He's trying to get back in, turn this one around, but here is Don Bray and Tempest of Yuli. Rovex using the Feather Storm to get out. Rovex, remember when we were watching him play a Kali and just somehow dodged everything? You get that win on any champion. Rovex is amazing.
Man, I just love watching them on these sort of assassin-style champions. When you give Rovex mobility, you get some amazing highlight reels here. But the TP right back into top, and we're getting a bit of a face-off in the mid lane as well.
Prosper Cat's gonna Hex Slash over the wall. But it's mostly just to say hello as they walk right by. Here's Sketch Streams with their own Feather Storm. Flashes over to make sure it hits Sketch Streams with the 1v1 kill against Rovex.
When Rovex, how it should be done there. The Feather Storm needs to be paired with the Blade Caller. Not just mobility, but damage in spades. That was disgusting. I don't know who the assassin was in that fight.
Well, that's why this Xayah pick still is pretty darn good. Like I said, good against those short-range matchups when you kind of get that, and that's basically what Rovex becomes against Sketch Dreams there. So when you got that 1v1, you could actually take that as an 80 carry because you've taken them away from the long-range matchup.
Yeah, that's disgusting. I think Rovex will have to think twice about that particular one. But as naturally as the game goes on here, Rovex will get more and more damage, maybe a bit more health as well to be able to fight that. So I don't think that trade happens the next time Rovex and Sketch Dreams meets up here.
Yeah, it was definitely very stylish there for Sketch Dreams, who's continuing to work onto that top lord. Ezreal has made their way up there to his way. Here's Don Bray meeting up with the other support. Gonna push them away. Rovex is right there in the area. Maddie is coming to join them too. Jungle is weak and Sketch Dreams both also in the area. Tempest is Yuli in the mid lane. Faisal not too far away either. So if PG Dropouts end up taking this fight, they will be outnumbered in this one. Speedo does have teleport, but that would take some time for him to get there.
For PG Dropouts, like They just want to stall at this point. Like they had pushing side lanes. Now you pull everybody apart. Now you can set up. There's no need to fight. There's no major objective right now. It's still a minute and a half before Herald spawns. So it's really all about the vision kill.
Donbray has found 3 members. Is going to pop the ultimate and walk out. All right, we'll get out of that situation. Rovex, though, will find Tempest Love Yuli. Excuse me, Maddie finds that. Encore comes through to hit onto jungle, is weak, but there's the real Encore. We got that all happening. Maddie picks up that kill. Double kill comes through for the Olaf. Walking back out of this one now is Frostrat, so it ends up being a 2-0. Man, every once in a while, you get really confusing moments when you see ultimates coming out of Silas, because like, oh, okay, that's the Encore. Wait, that was Rovex's Encore. Here's the Encore from top. Yeah. So that fight actually threw me off kind of completely. I don't know if anyone noticed, but in the end, PG Dropouts come out on top of it.
I mean, the name of the skill is literally Encore, which means again. So I guess it's only fitting that we get an Encore of the Encore.
It's good times. Good times. Thanks, League of Legends, for some fun names and your abilities.
I knew what they were doing. I mean, Seraphine came out after Silas.
True. They knew that was going to happen at least a couple times. Here we go. Rovix now is pushing in this mid lane. Sketch Streams now all over the map. Was now sitting in the mid lane. Their assignment here to push out that wave. But again, we're seeing Array with a big CS lead. We're seeing just once again PG Dropouts just gapping in that on everyone pretty much except for the mid lane. And it's working out really well for them. But will Prosperous Cat get caught up here? No, they will just be able to jump over that wall.
Cats have 9 lives, and you know, with that this mountain and a wall, you're pretty safe for the most part. Donbray, okay, I was worried Donbray was going to go in there. We've seen that happen a couple of times to poor effect, and right now they are kind of sitting in a bit of a power trough. We are seeing, you know, the Eclipse has the flash away from the Prosperous as well, and the Stride Breaker for Maddie here. They're in a strong position, and because they had no vision, because they were chasing Prosperous Cat there, that means the free Herald goes over the way of Maddie.
Yeah, able to grab that one. Maddie quietly 4-1-1, by the way, in this game. I feel like we haven't talked too much about him, but yeah, just doing super good job in that department. Got themselves a 400 gold. Shut down again. They do have that. Next here, here's Donbray jumping beyond the tower here. Array trying to stay alive. He's getting stunned up. Donbray now, though, is alone and isolated. Will be taken down. Speedo will pick up the kill.
Donbray, how deep is your dive, buddy? Just when I thought that Donbray had curbed their sort of propensity to go in, Donbray's like, nope, hold my beer. I was just going for the turret here. Gotta dive deeper. That's gonna cost them big time, because it's not just the kill, it's the dragon as well, the Ocean Drake, and Soul Point on a potential Ocean Soul.
Yeah, are we serious these support players aren't actually Lee Sin players? Because I feel like they got Lee Syndrome on themselves. If they're in range for the engage, they're going for it. And well, Prosperous Cat is certainly in range for this one. There's Encore from Tempest Love. Yuli's going to lock down Speedo for a moment here, but Array will end up picking up a kill. Speedo gets out alive with their lives. Maddie does take down Tempest Love Yuli. Rovex is trying to run out of this situation here, but they're surrounded by Donbray, and jungle is weak. But he doesn't even actually have to run out. He's got enough sustain to be able to stand right up in there. They do take out this mid turret. They will work on the next one.
Only 2 people walk away after they engage, but only 2 are dead. Where's the 5th? Top lane, Sketchstream's completely not present, and for all that they've been calling Sketchstream away from lane, getting them to fights when it matters, Sketchstream's wasn't there, and it cost them, again, not just kills, but in this case, turrets.
Yeah, they're just taking tons down. They have almost a 9,000 gold lead to this PG Dropouts. They have those 3 dragons too as well. And everything's kind of going on. They're setting up for the clean sweep here in our final at the NorQuest Esports series. But what can We Love Danny do to come climbing back into this game?
I think for one right now, they need to be on the same page, because the last couple of fights have not looked like everybody's in with Donbray. Maddie?
Maddie was dancing and is getting engaged on. But is it a bait? Here's Brovex coming here to try to join the fight. Prosperous Cat and Array are in the area. True Shot Barrage does half the health of a couple of members, and now Array is in this fight and putting it down. Donbray gets taken out. Array is a beast. that Manamune isn't even finished yet, and look how much damage they're able to do. They're continuing the fight going forward, and right now all they can do is try to back up here, but the Lilting Lullaby will help We Love Danny a lot, and maybe they can turn this one around. It's a 1-for-1. Faisal is going forward now, but suddenly he's being engaged and focused on because the rest of We Love Danny was backing off. Speedo will get that kill. Rovex now is hunting for some more. He's going to root up Jungle is weak and then jump on top of Sketch Streams. Jungle is weak, gets reload, but so does Rovex, who jumps out. But here's Array and Prosperous Cat continuing the chase. Prosperous Cat will jump on top of them. Here's the Feather Storm. Gonna try to use that. Will root them up. Nice play, Sketch Dreams, but will you be able to get the rest of them? Array ends up getting that skill and it jumps over the wall and picks up another great double kill. Rovex now focusing down on Don Bray, and there's the ace for PG Dropouts.
What a fight, Johnny! That was crazy! The way Array and Donbury switched spots, the perfect cap to an amazing fight. And you asked, what can We Love Danny do to get back in the game? More of this, please. More great mechanical plays. It didn't work out this time, but they are not going to go quietly. They will fight claw, tooth, and nail. And right now, Sketch Dreams in that last fight there was really what even gave them the kills. So for now, We Love Danny needs to play around that. Just protect Sketch Dreams, get Sketch Dreams to your fight, get the numeric advantage if you can, and the burst damage, the team fight damage that comes out from that Blade Caller can still yet turn fights.
Yeah, you're going to have to get that going there for Sketch Dreams because they got a little bit of comeback duty in terms of the matchup between the other AD carry. Meanwhile, we're watching Speedo a little bit over pushed here into the enemy jungle. Here they come. Faisal screams, unstoppable onslaught will find a wall eventually as Speedo jukes the bull.
Unfortunately, that was too Fast Too Furious, not Fast and Furious 4, Tokyo Drift. Couldn't quite make the turn there. Doesn't find them. This is desperation.
True Shot Barrage just melts down Donbray's already down to about 100 HP. Meanwhile, Maddie's actually pushing down the bot lane, but the fight for the Baron continues. Array's going to be able to pick up that one. They do get that kill there, but double kill comes in for Rovex too as well as they'll continue it on. And it looks like they'll just surrender the game. PG Dropouts in absolute dominant fashion are your champions for the NorQuest Esports Series.
Oh, that was so good. I'm so sad they surrendered. I wanted to see that one final fight at the Baron, but the Baron was a desperation call. Let's be fully honest here. They weren't going to get it. It wasn't full vision. Yes, you see Maddie in the bot side, and normally it's like, oh, jungler's not here. Let's do it. But no, you saw what happened. They're just too far ahead. So the moment they lose that fight, game's over. But still, the fights before that were nutty. They were absolutely amazing, Johnny.
Yeah, they really were. And the mechanical prowess we kind of saw out of these fights by both teams. To be fair, like both, I actually think individual players, a lot of them were able to express themselves in this series. Even though it was like this tilted 2-0 and just maybe they just had a better game plan kind of coming out from PG Dropouts. They just looked more organized. But if you want to talk about the players on individual levels, I thought everyone came out to play in that sense. You saw outplays from both sides. But in the end, I just think PG Dropouts were just like that much more organized. Maybe their experience there in the Proving Grounds with a lot of them playing together through there and then coming to this tournament. I think that just kind of came through on this weekend.
Yeah, and shout out to the coach of the PG Dropouts as well, Coach Koso, who is in chat as well. Because the drafts, I had some concerns about the draft, but you know what? And that's why I'm not a coach, and I'm just a caster here, because that Olaf for Maddie came in huge. The pressure they applied was massive. Rovax as well. You know, that Silas pick, the timing of it was just so good. And we saw the value of that hijack coming through multiple times. You know, this isn't Proving Grounds, but you know what? I think these teams can be proud of what they've achieved here. It's really solid play, and for the side of We Love Danny as well, second place is still really well done.
Yeah, definitely. So as we end our evening here and we cap off the weekend, again, I do want to give a quick shout out to our sponsors one last time. NorQuest College, of course, has a growing esports scene from Rocket League, Super Smash Brothers, all the way to Valorant and League of Legends. Their community servers a host to all of that and much more. So join the NorQuest community in the link in the panel below. We also have Explore Edmonton. With them, Edmonton is a catalyst for change, and we're not talking about the type of change you find in your sofa. Our dream team will work with yours to take your vision and turn it into an unforgettable for your delegates. How? With creative solutions and a can-do attitude and a citywide network of doers and makers eager to roll up their sleeves and get things done. Find out more at exploreedmonton.com. And finally, Pepsi. We're thankful to have Pepsi supporting the NorQuest Esports series this weekend. Try Pepsi Zero Sugar. Great taste, zero sugar. Well, folks, that was an absolute banger of a weekend. I hope you enjoyed the time we had here. I enjoyed it, certainly. I've been Johnny Esports this whole time. Thank you very much. Would you like the last word here, Random Minioncaster?
Sure. Thanks to everybody here on the back end of things, the organizers, all the people you don't see here on the production squad. We've got Jay and First Night of Knee helping us out. They're absolutely massive. Thank you to all the viewers out there who came to watch as well. And with all the delays, the pauses and everything, we appreciate you guys sticking around. And thanks to the players as well for coming out. It's you guys who make these games even happen in the first place. So I hope to see all of you guys around. And thanks once again to everybody.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Goodbye.
NorQuest Esports.
Exactly.
Go do a little sabotage.
I'm dropping gifts for everybody.
No!
Corral double tap is over.
That's why we need programs like Girls to Game. More girls involved at a younger age.
Really
Yeah, it's
fast.
better with friends for sure.
Yes. Yeah.
Every now and then I get a little bit lonely and you're never coming around. Turn around. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of listening.
Excuse me.
to this song.
I had ordered a Pepsi Zero Sugar.
And I need
Thank you.
you now tonight. And I need you
Pepsi Zero Sugar. Great taste, zero sugar. Taste the difference.